the neocons, and they're
Exactly.
trying to
Right.
import that back in. And the Israelis, on their part, they import all the weapons, all of the productive capacity of the United States, and round it goes.
There's something like that. I suppose the only thing I would slightly disagree with is it is, in a sense, offensive realism on steroids, except that realists, a la Mearsheimer, would insist you have to be cautious. You have to weigh the possibility of risk, that you might fail, might be defeated. Whereas the neoconservatives tend to throw caution to the wind, and they insist that it's all a question of willpower, or at least they imply that. And the idea is that those who disagree with them are showing lack of spine, lack of moral certitude, or some character flaw, perhaps. And that if only America is only a superpower if it acts like a superpower, is what they would say. And acting like a superpower means constant shows of force. The bottom line is the system that we have set up here, that basically, when you create this enormous military, you have to use it periodically. You have to use it. There's no way you can justify the existence of this enormous outsized military, far larger than any in the world. Again, people talk about the threat from China. China has a GDP approximately the same size as the United States, larger by the PPP standard, but the military is much smaller. Their military spending, their level of spending as a percentage of GDP is much smaller. And so the United States basically has this world-class military such has never been seen before. And if you have that, you have to use it periodically. And so the ideology of neoconservatism fit in very nicely with that idea, with that institutional need to use the military. Again, we're seeing that now in Iran, that if you have this constant pressure to use the military to do something, and this ideology based upon hypothetical threats of something that might hypothetically go wrong and attack you, I guess that fits in and justifies what we're doing in Iran. I guess the only problem is we could very easily and very likely will lose this war. And what happens then is anybody's guess.
When I talked yesterday to Mohammad Marandi, I mean, he made it very clear that, Iran is not waiting for the United States to offer peace. Iran already rejects any type of short-term ceasefire, and the war will end when Iran decides that it will end. So their strategy seems to be to absorb as much as they can, and to basically, in essence, they want to dispel. They want to chase the United States out of West Asia and demand not only a ceasefire on paper, but take away the material capability of the United States to wage again war within the next years. How likely do you find it that this is an achievable goal? Because after all, you're right. I mean, the United States has the most formidable military force on Earth, but even that is not infinite.
I was listening to Theodore Postel, the weapons specialist at MIT, who was extremely informative and very expert. And he basically said that missile defense systems basically don't work against ballistic missiles. I think they work against fighter planes, which are barely being used here, at least not at close range. And they work against drones, but ballistic missiles, they just don't work. And so the United States cannot, and Israel cannot really shoot down a lot of these missiles. And the missiles, the interceptors, are extremely expensive and few in number, and being depleted very rapidly, whereas Iran seems to have a remarkable supply of missiles and drones. And if they run out of them and run out of the ability to manufacture, there's a likelihood, I would think, Russia and or China would help replenish them, because they have a strong interest in doing so. And so there is a reasonable possibility Iran may just win this war, in the sense that all they have to do, as many have noted, is survive. To be standing at the end of the day. And also, they're engaging in, I think, what some have called vertical escalation. They're not just attacking Israel, they're attacking almost all of America's allies in the Middle East. They're attacking multiple Gulf states, and they're trying to demonstrate, and are demonstrating, that America not only cannot protect you, but America makes you more vulnerable to attack. That far from protecting you, the alliance with the United States weakens your security. And I think the Gulf states are figuring that out. And the Europeans, if they were smart, would figure that out too. That maybe NATO is not such a good thing. Maybe rejecting neutrality by Sweden and Finland is going to be a disaster, because it makes you a target. It puts a target on your head. Just as UAE just found that out, as Bahrain just found that out. And Iran is making this very clear that that's what's going on here, is that America will not protect you. It makes you more insecure. And so I think what they really want to do as an end game is to force America to withdraw from the Middle East. Now, for America to do that would be almost announcing the end of the American empire. And it
Right.
would be the end of the Trump presidency and end of the American empire. It's very hard for me to believe Trump would be willing to accept that. But what he will do if we simply start running out of missiles and start tiring. Oh, one more thing, of course, and vertical escalation is the closing of the Straits of Hormuz and the possibility of causing an economic downturn, maybe a very severe economic downturn, with devastating consequences. All of these things basically are playing to Iran's favor and will eventually run the risk of tiring the United States. But this could be a major turning point. And I wonder if Trump would want to be the president who presides over the defeat of the US empire in the most humiliating way possible by a country we've always regarded as an inferior country, inferior at every level. We had no respect for the Iranians. And here they're going to defeat us. It would be a repeat under worse circumstances that at worse timing what the Vietnamese did to us in 1975.
Right, right, and in a much larger scale, in a sense, because it's not just a retreat from the country. It would be a complete retreat from the region. At least that's what the Iranians are apparently aiming for. And just to underpin what you just explained, they are also making the point in another way by exactly not attacking anyone who doesn't have U.S. military bases. Oman, not a single strike on Oman, not one, because no U.S. military bases, no installation. Oman is a friend of the United States, but not an ally. Oman is also a friend of Iran, and this is well understood. Marandi actually says, yes, I mean, if these Gulf states declared their permanent neutrality from now on and expelled the United States, or just at least said we're not going to renew any of these leases, then that would solve it, save the question of reparations. But the security structure is definitely that one that the Iranians are looking for. Now, for the United States, then, I mean, one of the questions that's in the back of everybody's mind at the moment, also if I reading all the newsletters that I'm subscribed to, is like, is there a point where the US or Israel might just use their nuclear weapons in order to escalate to something that is so unthinkable that in the neocon mindset, oh, okay, this is the real power and this will end it once and for all.
That is the worry in my mind and in many people's minds, and with good reason, I think. And that if the United States were backed into a corner, and more significantly, if Israel were backed into a corner, Israel were facing defeat in this war, and Netanyahu personally were facing defeat in this war, what would Israel do? Well, nuclear weapons is one possibility. It is one possibility. Israel has claimed, falsely by all indications, but his claim nevertheless is existential for them. And they've acted, at least superficially in public, as if it's existential. If that's the case, they can easily justify it to themselves, and to each other at least, as a cause for using nuclear weapons. Israel will be the first cause of concern. The United States also, under Trump, I would not think it impossible the United States would resort to nuclear weapons, because they would see that as a last resort. If we can't win with conventional weapons, then maybe we need to move to nuclear weapons, because again, acknowledging defeat in a war that may mean a permanent setback in a key region with global implications, that might be considered unthinkable and intolerable, not just for Trump, but for his advisors and some of the top military personnel. And so nuclear weapons would be considered an option under those circumstances. That is an enormous risk, an enormous danger here, I think. And I don't know what to say about it, except that, we've been playing with this game with nuclear weapons, that we haven't used them since Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Therefore, it's not really a serious problem. It's remarkable how the nuclear threat was treated as a constant worry when I was a child growing up during the Cold War. But after the Cold War ended, we pretended it stopped being an issue. There's almost no discussion of this. There's no anti-war movement. There's no anti-nuclear weapons movement in the West. There used to be an enormous one, but it's gone now. It's gone. And so people have forgotten about the risk here. And I think in that situation, the risk of using nuclear weapons is greatly increased.
Yeah, instead of denuclearizing, we denuclear-feared. So
Exactly.
we still have the nukes, but we don't have the necessary fear anymore about them. So this is the most unfortunate development. But one of the things I was wondering, and I know you're probably not the person who has all of the information on that one. Probably we would need to talk to Ted Postel. Um, the nuclear reactors that Israel has on its territory, aren't they the hugest liability? I mean, if Iran got struck by a nuclear weapon, wouldn't be the most natural thing to just shoot a couple of conventional missiles at these nuclear reactors and wreak havoc that way? Isn't that the kind of deterrent at the moment? But I haven't talked about this with anyone who actually knows how these things work. I just wonder if you have any thoughts on this.
Yeah, Israel's main nuclear production facility is at Dimona in the Negev Desert. It was built by France in cooperation with France in the 50s. And again, you'd have to talk to Ted Postal, being a technical specialist, something I'm not, but off the top of my head, I can't see any special reason why Iran couldn't use one of their more advanced missiles to target Dimona. They haven't done that yet, and I think for very good reasons they haven't done it. They have shown restraint, which I appreciate personally as a human being who values his life. But if they were struck with a nuclear weapon, of course, all bets are off. And striking at Dimona would, of course, be a realistic possibility. I'm assuming, and again, this is something you'd have to ask a specialist about, but I'm assuming there'd be considerable danger of spreading radioactivity over a large area
Yes.
in Israel and neighboring countries with very deadly effects.
Yes, yes, and one thing is the Iranian leadership, and also according to Marandi, they usually don't really talk about Israel. They usually talk about Occupy Palestine. They are very much aware that the land that Israel sits upon is the land of the Palestinians, and they have no intention whatsoever to permanently radioactively poison the Palestine, right? So I mean these are part of these constraints that
Yeah,
they operate within. Now, coming back to the United States, though, what do you think? Or I did a couple of episodes about the evangelical component and this doomsday ideology of bringing about Armageddon, and how the U.S. president now had a faith office in the White House, and just last weekend they had this ceremony with him like at the desk, and his pastor praying to him and saying things like really dumb things, but I'm pretty sure Donald Trump loves to hear them. It's like saying no to Donald Trump is saying no to God, and stuff like that. And Pete Hegseth with his tattoos and the Jerusalem cross and Deus Vult and so on, like the acknowledgement that there is a very, very strong component that wants this war not in order to win and project power, but in order to bring about the end days and the second coming of the Christ. That's a completely different motivation for war from the neocons. Of course, it goes hand in glove with the neocons, but it's a different motivation. How important do you judge that stream of U.S. politics to be in this war?
It's very significant. I mean, just a little bit of the history is that evangelical Christianity, again, by evangelical, what we mean is a branch of mostly Protestantism that has a very literalist interpretation of the Old and especially the New Testament, and is sort of separate from the more mainstream Christian groups like the Presbyterians or the Methodists, and has a very emotional connection between individual Christians and Jesus Christ. The modern version, the U.S. is an exceptionally religious country. It stands out among all industrialized countries as exceptionally high level of religious identification. And we've always had periodic upsurges of evangelical interest. One of them was in the 70s, and it emerged precisely at the moment of neoconservatism. And the distinctive thing about the 1970s version of evangelical Protestantism is that it established the idea of Christian Zionism. That was a whole new idea that I'm not aware there's any significant antecedents to it before the 70s.
For the
And
evangelicals, like, because Christian Zionism is very old when it comes to the UK, 250 years at least, but for the evangelical Americans, this was new.
well, or at least the mass, I mean, I'm sure there was always elements of it, but as a mass phenomenon that took hold of the whole evangelical movement and became a central feature of it, that was the 70s. That was very much the 70s. It's somewhat ironic because they did have a history also of anti-Semitism, but nevertheless they put that aside, and for purely religious purposes, they became more intensely identified with the survival of the Jewish state, uh, even than many Jews. And the Israel lobby appreciated this, and I've been to the papers of one of the elements of the Israel lobby, the American Jewish Committee, from this period. And people are openly saying that this is a good thing because, after all, it increases our political punch. Jews at that time, in the 70s, were only about 3% of the US population. I think now they're 2%. They didn't really have that much electoral. They didn't have that many votes. Evangelical Christians, I think that was, if I'm not mistaken, I think about 35% of the US population by the mid 70s said they had been born again in Christ, the defining feature of being an evangelical. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of votes.
Right.
And so the Israel lobby put aside whatever reservations they had and ultimately cultivated and forged a relationship with these evangelicals because it increased their political power. Um, and mostly,
Which is just to interject, which is very interesting because the Christian evangelical, Christian Zionism, of course, views Jews as necessary implementation tools in order to get to Armageddon. But as soon as Armageddon comes, the Jews, of course, go to hell. But they're happy with that, right? That's just how it's supposed to be. That's the plan. Therefore, we are nice to the Jews now, and we help them with Israel and with the third temple. And then at the end, they're in hell, and we're in heaven. So that's how it's supposed to be, right? But they view them as that, which cannot be something that the Jewish Zionists are very happy about. But if you can use it, then why not? It's clearly not.
exactly. In other words, it was realpolitik. This is the way politics is done. It was an alliance.
Mm.
And it was an alliance of convenience, but it was an alliance all the same and a very politically potent alliance. And so I think that's a key element of the Israel lobby is the alliance with the evangelicals, many of whom were, it should be noted, working class, not just whites. There's also a heavy African-American element in the evangelical movement as well. Many more recent sort of Mexican-American immigrants are involved in it. So it's huge, and it's not just, it's multiracial. And it's working class to a significant degree. Many of these people are people who had long ago voted for the Democrats and enabled the Republicans to forge an electoral realignment based to some degree on religion. And again, Israel was a key component to all of this, and a key component that was very useful to the Israel lobby and to the Israeli government. And Trump, it's somewhat ironic. Now, Trump, of course, is blasphemous. He talks in a blasphemous way. His personal conduct is blasphemous. His personal life is totally dissolute, but the evangelicals tend to overlook that, and that he's engaging in activity that they approve of, including obviously rock solid support for Israel. And so I think that basically this kind of intense pro-Christian attitude is another influence on Trump. It's an electoral influence. I find it very difficult to believe Trump has any real deep interest in Jesus Christ or the second coming or the end times or any of these things. But he likes power and he likes adulation, and he gets that from the evangelicals. And so I think this is another very significant influence on him.
He's also at an age where becoming more faithful or adopting certain beliefs would very much make sense. In terms of psychology.
It's possible.
But I have no indication about that whatsoever. So let's rather discuss, like, where do you see this influencing the other huge war of the United States that's still going on, the proxy war against Ukraine? I mean, the last 2 weeks were quite interesting. I mean, Ukraine has been immediately crowded out from the media, completely gone from the headlines of the New York Times and so on. And in a sense, Iran is now doing to Ukraine what Ukraine did to Corona. It's just, it takes up the oxygen, the media oxygen. Do you think this will actually translate into developments on the ground, or what are your information on how Ukraine is going?
Well, I mean, others have noted this, and it's no doubt true. There's no way this can work out except for the benefit of Russia, in the sense that the United States just doesn't have a lot of weapons to give to Ukraine anymore. Whether Europe pays for them or not makes no difference. The U.S. just doesn't have an inventory of weapons to give to Ukraine if they're expending them all on the war in Iran, with Iran, and if they're giving them all to Israel, and which they're doing. And so there's that. There's lack of focus and attention on Ukraine, which I'm sure must be very personally galling to Zelensky. And finally, there's the issue that it's very beneficial to Russia in terms of raising the global price of oil. Obviously, very unbeneficial to oil importers like Europe, for example, which are going to suffer very heavily from this and accelerate their deindustrialization. I mean, the dilemma of Europe is very remarkable. On the one hand, they cut off the main supply of oil and gas, which was Russia, and thought that was very clever of them. And then they bought much more expensive U.S. fossil fuels, and remained reliant, of course, on supplies from the Persian Gulf. Now the Persian Gulf has been cut off, and of course we should not be surprised a bit if Donald Trump and his nationalism imposes export controls on U.S. oil and gas. So Europe will be left out to dry, so to speak, and the deindustrialization of countries like Germany will be rapidly accelerated. And probably this will be a turning point for Europe, including politically. We should have every reason to expect parties like the AfD in Germany, the Rassemblement National in France, and so on, to rise very rapidly in response to these conditions. And nevertheless, Russia will be the beneficiary in the sense that they will gain much more revenue on account of a raised global price for oil and gas. That I'm sure is already happening.
Yeah, the pickle that the Europeans managed to maneuver themselves into willingly, seeingly, knowingly is something to be studied by future historians for.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's incredibly strange.
Um, but on the other hand, like when you look at the Caucasus and Central Asia, we are already seeing how this war is unfortunately also spreading into there. Do you have any thoughts about the involvement, the potential involvement of Azerbaijan, Aliyev, and the way that Central Asia might look at this? I mean, if Iran is a direct neighbor to Afghanistan, right? And Afghanistan was fighting a war with the United States for 20 years. And actually, the Iranians are saying, look, we've seen all of these US wars in our region. We've studied them. We know how the US operates. This is a direct. This is now we apply the knowledge that we've gained through that. But how do you think the rest of the region that had already suffered wars with the United States is going to develop or going to approach this?
I'll say this. I mean, honestly, I don't have a good answer to that. What I would say is if they're smart, what they'll do is establish as close as possible, essentially a neutral position on America's wars, and possibly try and achieve some kind of at least proper modus vivendi with their nearest neighbor, which is Russia. Just because it's their nearest neighbor, and it's always wise to be on good terms with your nearest neighbor. Um, and I think that again, what is being demonstrated very clearly in the Middle East, everybody should have anticipated, was that American bases, alliance with the United States, reduces your security.
Right.
By the way, one of the things I did want to comment on is I've been fascinated and confused in some ways about Sweden and Finland.
Right.
Sweden and Finland had been neutral since 47. Sweden for centuries, literally, had been neutral. And they did quite well with neutrality. Their security was ensured. They didn't get drawn into conflicts. And now they're giving up their security for an America that is not only unreliable and views Europe with contempt, but is openly a threat to their security, as being demonstrated in the Gulf right now. And one wonders if somebody should perhaps have taken the Swedes and the Finns and shaken them a bit by the scruff of the neck and said, "What are you thinking, guys?" Because it doesn't seem to be what they're doing is rational. A lot of this is based upon hypotheticals. What if Russia does this? What if Russia does that? There was a book recently published by a German academic called If Russia Wins. It's a bestseller in Europe, I'm told. It's by this guy named Masala, who's a professor with very close ties to the Bundeswehr and with NATO. And it's literally fiction of, Russia goes and starts acting militarily aggressively, beginning with the Baltics. And it's fiction, and people are treating it and reviewing it as if it were real.
Yeah.
And that's happened before. In the 1980s, a British general did exactly the same thing. He wrote a book called The Third World War, which is a fictionalized account of Russia attacking Western Europe. And people treated it as if it were a documentary. And I think what we have here is an extreme case of the neoconservative logic now being applied to Europe, which is treating hypothetical threats as actual threats and remote threats as certainties, and then planning accordingly. And always, it's safer to militarize than to demilitarize. All right. And none of that makes any sense when you think about it, but that's the logic here being applied in Europe. as well as in the United States and Israel, of course.
I have two pieces that to explain this. One is, of course, that yes, the Europeans, the Swedes and the Finns included, swallowed the pill, the neoconservative pill
Yep.
that you just described, and and that they work in these hypotheticals, and they've worked themselves into a point where the hypotheticals are believed as dogma. It's basically, if Russia wins, then naturally the next step will be the Baltics. It's absolutely clear, it's like the domino theory. It's taken for certainty that this is what's going to happen, right? And if you question that, then you're the delusional one. So that's the
The
first.
fact that there's no evidence to support that is of no importance to them.
It doesn't matter. Dogma
Yeah.
doesn't depend
Yeah.
on evidence. Dogma depends on belief.
Can I just add to that? I mean, like coming at it from the United States, again, with a long memory, because I've been around for a while. During the Cold War, there was some tendency of Americans to look at the Europeans as the smart ones. They were the ones who showed nuance. They were the ones who didn't get carried away with boogeymen and rhetoric and so on. And the European press was much better than the American press. I remember reading Le Monde,
Right.
and it was much better than the New York Times. Even the British press, the BBC, was better than their American counterparts. Now they're everything in Europe. I said I don't read German, but I read French. It's the New York Times.
I know, but it makes sense, doesn't it? After 30 years, 35 years of having won the Cold War and having to admit that the United States approach was actually correct in winning the war, right? That everybody in Europe started integrating, right? Including the newspapers. So all of the newspapers are downstream New York Times these days. They open the New York Times in order to understand how the world needs to be framed, and then they go along with that because that is objective truth to them. And so the other element, by the way, on Finland and Sweden is that the Europeans have lost the capacity to think outside the realm of deterrence. Deterrence is all they can think about, and within the framework of deterrence, you just have no space. Your frame excludes the option of having like neutrality as a security strategy, because it's not deterrence. Because you need to scare the other one into not attacking you. That's it. And under
The
that
possibility that you could scare them into actually attacking you seems to not have crossed their minds.
No, it does. It does. But it's the reason why they argue we need to militarize, because we are too weak. So we will invite attack. Therefore, we need to militarize. So the whole idea of no, if we are no threat to anyone, if we only have friends on all sides, then we're perfectly fine. That is just outside of the way that they can think about military strategy. And a large part, not all, but a large part, especially in the establishment, have lost the ability to think in those non-deterrence terms. So what we need to study is actually to understand how they managed to install that. How 35 years of that, how did 35 years manage to again crowd out the other security paradigm?
It is interesting. I mean, basically, that you've had it's not just a political, but almost an intellectual conversion of the European elite and the European thinking class, shall we say, to being carbon copies of the United States. Another thing, I guess, that's rather interesting is that, it's not as if the American alliance has worked out that well. Again, we're seeing the effects of the American alliance in the Gulf. I'm just wondering if people in Sweden and Finland say, gee, I wonder if that's look, well, UAE and Qatar allied with the United States, and now they're getting attacked. They wouldn't have been attacked if they hadn't done that. We'll see. I mean, if this has any effect on causing them to rethink their strategy. Another one, of course, is the issue of guns versus butter. I mean, Europe is deindustrializing. They are making themselves actively poorer. They've been doing that all, and this is going to make it even worse. And they've done it to themselves. This is to policies that they themselves have followed. They didn't have to follow. And now they're going to raise the military budget, talking about 5% military budget from maybe 1%. This is going to come out of their living standards. And they're openly saying we should happily do that. They might look at the United States. The United States basically is a country with enormous social problems. It's basically all the infrastructure is broken down, appropriate to a much poorer country. You go to Europe and it's much nicer there. The Europeans want to give all that up so they can look like the United States. It just seems like a very strange idea.
It is, but in their mental framework, it's not the Americans that do that to them. It's not themselves that is doing it to them. It is the Russians. The Russians create that threat, and because of that, we are suffering, right? And
That's the
if
rationalization.
they stopped threatening us, if they were civilized people, we wouldn't have to do this. I mean, it's perfectly rational within their framework. So it's very unfortunate, but it will continue for rather a long time, I think, until I see this at least 20 more years until a next generation comes along that will have to restudy what actually happened and reassess. But the people who are within the current assessment, they will maintain it until the end of
I'm wondering if you get a if you might get a social rupture in Europe. And well, I mean, we could in the medium term, very easily, it's very easy to imagine an AfD government in Germany, for example.
It is.
The right coming to power in the major countries of Europe. Now, will they function differently? I don't know. I wouldn't vote for them. I'll tell you that. But still, I mean, this is something that the European establishments very much fear, and they brought it upon themselves.
What right-wing conservative friends in Germany told me is that the AfD on the national level is already converted to the standard way of thinking. It's the AfD on the local level that still has some of this not pacifist but non-militarist soul in it. But the process, the system is already doing to the AfD what they did to the Greens. It's washing them on the national level into becoming a government party. And basically getting them, especially on that part online. I don't know how true that actually is, but that's what my sources there tell me. Because it's systematic, right? The problem is systematic. And I do believe it's a way that these last 30 years actually developed for many of the Europeans. And look at the Epstein files and what they tell us about the intermingling of these elites, right?
Oh, yeah.
All of the names there are American, British, Central, European, right? Then you've got a piece people in the Middle East, but that's about it. There's no Japanese, there's not many Russians, and so on. You know, it's this entanglement. So it's one blob, it's one thing, and it's going to be really painful, and it's going to take a long time to actually disentangle it, if it disentangles at all. I don't know.
Well, one possibility would be obviously when the standard political system does not address basic social problems, and they fester. Politics will often move to the streets, and you'll get social disorder, riots, violence. I mean, I wouldn't rule that out as a possibility in Europe or in the United States, for that matter.
No, it's true. Actually, in the end, what the U.S. plan was for Iran in January this year might very well happen at home. That real civil discontent might start haunting these countries. But the question to me, I mean, just to come also back again to Iran, is whether or not that was ever meant seriously. You know, this whole idea that Donald Trump touted out is like, okay, we're gonna bomb your regime, and then you Iranians, you stand up and you take over the government. Was that ever really meant as a strategy? Do you believe within the neoconservative framework they actually believe that something like this was possible, or is it really just another kind of excuse in order to justify bombing people over there?
Well, there's a remarkable superficiality to neoconservative thinking. There always has been that basically military, sort of a deification of military force and covert operations, and that military force solves all problems. I think the idea of decapitation here was something that transfixed both the Israelis and the United States, and I think that the superficially immediate success of the Venezuela kidnapping of the president and his wife, as illegal as it may be, that probably supercharged the idea of trying to do something like that in Iran, and that somehow if we could remove, there's a very big focus on personalization in thinking here, that the problem the world faces are bad men. There's a great man theory of history here. It's all about bad men. Not very many bad women, but bad men. And they always have names: Putin and Milosevic and Kim Jong-un and Castro back in the old days, Gaddafi. And so I guess the idea is that we've so convinced ourselves that it's all about bad men. The superficiality of all this seems to have sunk in, you might say. If we simply decapitate the bad men, kill them or kidnap them, all will be well. I think there was some of that thinking going on here. In addition, I think there was a fallback option from the Israeli standpoint. I don't know if the Americans thought this, because I don't think this quite penetrated, but the Israelis may very well have felt that if you destabilize Iran such that they have social chaos, civil war, and national breakup, over an extended period of time. That's not a bad outcome,
Yeah.
because basically that means Iran would be effectively itself decapitated as a major country. They seem to rule out the fact that chaos itself can produce threats. They seem to lead out that detail. But nevertheless, I think that that could very well be the Israeli thinking. I think from the American standpoint, the idea that basically you eliminate the leadership, you eliminate the bad men, you kill them, and that takes care of the problem will solve itself. It's remarkable how the same thing happened in Iraq when you invaded in 2003. The idea of we overthrow Saddam Hussein and everything would fall into place. There was no planning. As I recall, the number of American personnel, military and civilian, who even spoke Arabic was very small. Um, and they really never had a real plan of what to do after they overthrew Saddam Hussein. And you might, in retrospect, and at the time it looked crazy, but somehow or another they had a certitude that basically all you need to do is use military force to overthrow the government, and everything would fall into place. That's been the neoconservative idea for a long time, and I think we've seen it play out here as well.
Yeah, I think you're also right about Israel. I mean, the main strategy, in my view, anything discernible if you take the last 30 years as reference, is that chaos in the environment actually really solves the problem, right? If if the potential adversaries are in utter disarray, then you're snug over there at the Mediterranean, right? Everything's okay. So, and if the same can be done to Iran and mega Syria, right?
That's
Then
right. That's right. That's right.
that solves the problem.
Libya. Libya's another one.
I mean, also the other former kind of enemies like Libya were solved in that way, and they were solved.
Right.
I mean, they're not on the list of concerns anymore.
Yes, that's right. I think that the long-term perspective is that chaos can produce terrorism. It can produce obviously subnational units, possibly seeking weapons of mass destruction for who knows what purpose. There are all sorts of things that can rise out of chaos, none of which are good. But for some reason, again, the Israelis don't think about it in those terms. And they simplify the issue in terms of just destroying a country as a solution.
Yeah, because if you I mean, if you look at the people who take the decisions to do that, all of them so far have fared quite well with that strategy, right? None of the Israeli prime ministers, and especially Benjamin Netanyahu, never really suffered any kind of serious repercussion. On the opposite, I mean, the next airport over there might be named after him, and he might be remembered as among Ben Gurion and Herzog as the people who built the capacity of the state. The U.S. president built his peace board of peace, and he's thinking of himself as one of the 3 or 4 greatest presidents of the U.S. I mean, deserving another head in Mount Rushmore. And
That's right.
they're not far away from achieving that. So the people responsible for this have only had success with the strategy that they used in the past.
You're right about that. That obviously there's the phrase "nothing succeeds like success," but also nothing fails like failure. Um, and my guess, the odds heavily fail some form of failure here. Exactly what form that will take is very hard to predict, but I just don't see it likely that this is going to end in a U.S. and Israeli success. If it doesn't end in U.S. Israeli success, that would probably encourage more interventions, further militarism, further risk taking, with who knows what consequence. I mean, Cuba, I assume, would be next, and I don't know, maybe a ramped up war against Russia because it gets so cocky, perhaps a war with China. It's hard to know basically how far this would go, but hubris, obviously, is kind of a self fueling activity. And the more hubris you get, the more risks you take to enhance your hubris. And so I think that basically, one hates to say it, but the idea of the United States or Israel doing anything that could be defined as winning uh, would be a more dangerous outcome than
Yeah.
losing. Although losing is very dangerous too, because as you noted, the U.S. and/or Israel could resort to nuclear weapons.
Yep. No, absolutely. And that is true as well. In German, we've got a saying, hubris comes before the fall. And it works, it works until it doesn't. It reminds me a little bit of the black swan problem. The turkeys, right? The turkeys right before Thanksgiving saying everything is fine. The whole last year was just one steady growth of population, right? We are fine. It's fine until you're not. But if this Iran is going to be the event that actually is the final Thanksgiving for the turkeys is of course another question. The issue is that it again costs a lot of people's lives. I wish there was a way to constrain it, but it's just so bloody again.
Well, I mean, the loss of lives basically is not just military, but again, there was the Lancet study, which I'm sure you've seen reference to, which is that it's cumulative effects of U.S. sanctions over 50 years. I believe the figure they gave, the total death toll cumulative in all regions, was 38 million from U.S. sanctions alone. That's a lot of
500
deaths.
million people a year die of US and EU sanctions a year.
500,000.
500,000, sorry. 500,000. 500,000 people every year from the sanctions. The direct and indirect effects, including, of course, not getting medicine. Funnily enough, my interview yesterday was with one of the authors of not that study, but the overall research group. It's devastating. It's devastating. And that's just economic sanctions. That doesn't
That's right.
account for the bombs that kill the people. Although, interestingly enough, that number is bigger than the number of people dying from the bombs.
That's right. Yeah, that's true. We're getting close to, I guess, closing the interview, but I did want to basically bring up the domestic politics in the United States of the war and note something. This really has been something of a historical turning point for my country, which is traditionally we have the familiar idea of rally around the flag. And when the president goes to war, initially has a great bump in his popularity. That doesn't work anymore. A majority of the public
Right.
at the very beginning of the war did not support the war. That's very unusual. Um, and it usually support declines over time. And so, if Trump loses this war, it's going to be devastating for him. Many people in his entourage, in the Make America Great Again entourage, Tucker Carlson, for example, um, uh, Marjorie Taylor Greene, a very conservative congresswoman, have already condemned the war in the very strongest terms possible. They said, we voted for you as president because we thought you wouldn't do wars like this. You wouldn't be as interventionist as the Democrats. And here, you're being just as bad or worse than they are. So I think this basically could cause something of a political explosion in the United States. And it's also indicates it's going to be much more difficult for future presidents of either party to go to war, just because if you cannot mobilize public opinion even at the beginning of the war, that's going to be very difficult to sustain politically. And so I think that part is a very big positive. What caused Trump to change? I don't know, because his first term was actually much less interventionist
Yes.
um, than previous presidents. This is a big reversal. And so why he changed suddenly in his second term, that I can't tell you.
I keep wondering if somebody actually, literally physically threatened him, because the way the one thing there's a lot of bad things to say about him and his first term, but the one thing he was not was bloodthirsty. And if you look at his speech that he gave at the beginning of the war, it was completely bloodthirsty. It's like, you either surrender or we will kill you all. Everybody will die. It's like that he didn't do that before. I mean, something moved him into that space, and I wouldn't be surprised if he got physically threatened, with a knife on the table or something like that.
Yeah, I mean it's a big mystery to me what exactly happened there, and I don't really have a good answer right now. I do note though there is that huge change. I do wonder also about people like Tulsi Gabbard, who's the National Intelligence Director, who in her career as a Democrat and then as a Republican was railing against the warmongers. Hillary Clinton was a warmonger. She's part of the war machine. That was her vocabulary, and here she is, still in the administration, at least publicly, in support of the war. J.D. Vance, not quite as vociferous as Tulsi Gabbard, but somewhat similarly, and he's publicly supporting the war. And so, again, how long this will last if things start to fall apart, as they may in the next couple of days, I don't know. But so far, at least, it's very surprising how people who really should know better have stepped with Trump.
I mean, it's a huge mystery, right? Because like these two figures, Vance and Gabbard, they are obviously not happy about this. They obviously belong to the non-neocon camp. The only thing I see is that they strategically wait for the moment to put the knife into the back of Donald Trump and publicly come out as opposing him. But maybe that's just wishful thinking.
I don't know. I can't predict what they're going to do. But on the whole, um, there's going to be no good outcome to this war, that's for sure. But I think the best outcome would be that Israel and the United States get taught a lesson in strong terms, that basically interventionism is a disaster. And other countries hopefully will learn the lesson that align with the United States having U.S. bases on their territory decreases their security in a very active and direct way. And hopefully that will sink into a lot of countries.
If that lesson was taken, it would be even more a reason to do neutrality studies to understand how to be safe without interventionism. David, that's a wonderful final word. People who want to find your writing or your publications, where should they go?
dgibbs.arizona.edu. I'll put that up when you put up a page for this video on YouTube. I'll give you the URL.
I'll put the link into the description box below. Everybody check out David Gibbs' writings. Professor Gibbs, thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Pascal.
John Mearsheimer, thank you for joining us on Upfront.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
You recently argued that
controversy, as ever, is swirling around New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, and actually also a little bit around, as ever, Ryan Grimm and the folks over at Dropsite who are at the center of this controversy. Ryan, Zohran Mamdani hosted Mahmoud Khalil. Zohran Mamdani's wife is now having an Instagram autopsy conducted of her likes, and CNN is apparently fueling some of this or covering it. Seriously, people are very upset at you and Dropsite.
Well, people are always upset at me.
That's true, yeah. And not always without reason, mostly without reason. Not always without reason.
The haters are swirling. The New York Times and CNN have, yes, absolutely, completely, and totally lost their minds. My theory, and what we're going to talk about why this, I think, matters, because it's reshaping the way that kind of news is delivered. Mm-hmm. My theory on what's going on here is that Marco Rubio, I think, drove some people completely insane when he said out loud that the reason we attacked Iran right now is because Israel was going to attack.
Yes. Well, and Mike Johnson.
And Mike Johnson said the same thing. And then Tom Cotton went on, and he said the same thing. So all of these people have said that Israel is the reason that we went to war when we did. And the public is against this war by 20-plus point margins, doesn't understand, thinks it will make their lives worse, doesn't understand why we're doing it, thinks it's in Israeli interests and not ours. And so I think you gotta gin up a little bit of distractive hatred towards Muslims if you can. And who better to go after than Zohran Mamdani? So this kicked off, and if you can throw in Mahmoud Khalil, oh boy. So this kicked off with a quiet story, March 6th, published in Jewish Insider, which we can put up here. I follow their reporting very closely because if you follow it,
I'm sure you do.
You're going to know what's coming in the days ahead.
Yeah.
And also their coverage of primary campaigns is very good too. Like when they start flagging a particular candidate as a bad person.
Oh, interesting.
That is, they always use the word alarmed.
Yep.
It'll say like AIPAC donors alarmed at so and so. And then within weeks, like there are fake AIPAC super PACs spending money against this person. So it's like it's an early warning sign about like what's going on. So this was an early warning sign, like, oh, for some reason, Rama Duwaji, Zohran Mamdani's wife, is going to be the target of a campaign coming forward. And sure enough, so their headline was Zohran Mamdani's wife liked social media posts celebrating October 7th attacks. And you squint and you're like, wait a minute, because, in this world, the algorithms are constantly serving us very old stories, and you don't want to be one of those unks that like shares something that's like a year and a half old, right?
Did you say unks?
Yes.
Proving that you're not an unk.
They're like, Unk, this story's 18 months old. Why are you sharing this? And you're like, oh, God.
One of those unks, a memoir by Ryan Grimm.
Yeah, such a boomer. So you squint, you're like, oh, no. Yes, this is about October 2023, but they are writing it today. It is. Like, the date on this is March 6, 2026. And we can put some of the actual Instagram posts up towards the end, but they do this thing where they euphemistically or just kind of generally describe them as anti-Israel and or anti-Semitic even. And you look at the actual posts, and they're like entirely defensible things that like broad swaths of the public would agree with. That like torture prisons, like for instance, like they talk about a torture camp which was written about by B'Tselem, the Israeli human rights group, which they kind of referred to as like an Israeli version of a concentration camp. And they call that Holocaust inversion. Like, how dare you use any of the language that is derived from the Holocaust to describe what Israel is doing to people inside, Palestinians inside of Israel. Whereas when you look at what they're actually doing, it's like, well, a lot of people like think that torture, like routine daily torture, is bad.
There are a couple of these posts I think are.
What's the worst one
We're talking about Instagram likes. It's already, but a couple of the posts. There's one where you see a bulldozer breaking down the wall on October 7th, and it says breaking the walls of apartheid and military occupation, October 7, 2023, systemic change for collective liberation. There's another one where it's like kids on an IDF vehicle, and it says punished for wanting, it's referring to Palestinians, it says punished for wanting freedom from apartheid. I understand people might disagree with me on this, and I think it's, again, we're talking about years old Instagram likes at this point. The man was democratically elected the mayor of New York City. A couple of them, I think, when you're on October 7th, like one of these Instagram posts was literally on October 7th. Two of them, actually, the ones that I just mentioned, were on October 7th. I think that reflects some poor judgment, but that's an argument that we could have.
Mamdani, in a statement to Jewish Insider, said, his spokesperson, Mayor Mamdani, has been clear and consistent. Hamas is a terrorist organization. October 7th was a horrific war crime.
Yeah.
And he has condemned that violence unequivocally.
There you go.
And so to be clear, like, what she's doing is different there. What she's saying is that she sees this as resistance to occupation and to apartheid.
I just feel like it's to me, it feels like it's very close to celebrating violence, which I would not do if it's the United States in Iran, right? Like, or Israel in Iran.
Right, but if you did, you would not be condemned. Like that.
Absolutely.
Right.
I completely agree with that.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's even say, just for the sake of this argument, that these are terrible problematic posts. I don't necessarily think they are, but let's just say for the sake of this segment that they are. So how did CNN and the New York Times kind of respond to this? Well, you start seeing the Free Press pick up. Olivia Reingold starts doing. She went through and I guess found more Instagram likes that she found problematic. So Jake Tapper then decides that he's going to do a segment, and he's going to bring on. We now know. Because Sam Cedar talked about that, it was going to be Olivia Reingold and Sam Cedar discussing the mayor's wife's Instagram likes.
Now, I would watch that segment.
I think that's good for YouTube.
Yes.
I think it's embarrassing for news.
Yeah.
So D3, here's Olivia talking about it getting bumped, and I think basically by Trump, because he did like a long press conference and kind of preempted the show. Here's Olivia Reingold.
I was supposed to go on CNN tonight to debate my latest reporting on the Instagram likes of Rama Dawaji, that is the wife of Mayor Zoran Mamdani. The debate got canceled, but these are the points I was going to make. One, I wanted to just get into the extreme nature of the posts that his wife was liking. These were not your average pro-Palestine posts. These were way more anti-Israel than they were pro-Palestine. There was a post celebrating October 7th. There was another one doubting whether women had really been raped on October 7th. And there was even one that showed Holocaust inversion. The next thing I wanted to address was Mamdani's response that his wife is a, quote, private person or private citizen. If that is a standard. I've never heard of that before. Because does anyone remember when Justice Alito's wife hung the flag upside down and there were a zillion articles about that? What about Melania when she wore that jacket that said, "I don't really care, do you?" That was news, right? Who you decide to marry is one of the most important decisions you can make. Your husband or your wife is the first person that you see in the morning and then the last person you see in the day. So it's fair to say that it says a thing or two about you. That is why this is a story. That is what makes the Instagram likes of Rama Dawaji newsworthy, is not because of her, it's because of who she's married to. And so that was my main question, is just, does the mayor agree with these sentiments? And he still hasn't answered that.
Well, so who agreed with that? None other than Jake Tapper at CNN. So even though his segment was canceled between Olivia and Sam Cedar, he brought it back together the next day. And so it seems like his justification for it was the mayor invited Mahmoud Khalil for an iftar dinner at Gracie Mansion, saying Mahmoud Khalil is a New Yorker. He belongs in New York. There's some put on an Instagram picture, and it marked a year since he'd been detained as the mediator between. He was the mediator between Columbia University and the protesters, and spent a long time in prison. Trump trying to deport him. In the photo was Mamdani's wife. It's like, aha. She eats dinner at the mansion right there. Gotcha. Now we can do a segment on you. So I have, nobody should be surprised at kind of basement level expectations for CNN. I was shocked at this segment, like genuinely appalled, like, wow. Let's roll a little bit of this. It's Jake Tapper, Jonah Goldberg, and Karen Finney, because they gave up on the idea of having somebody like Sam Cedar come on and actually put up the opposing side. It's just three of them just trashing the mayor, his wife, and Mahmoud Khalil. Let's roll a little bit of it.
With a high-profile Palestinian activist detained and released by ICE, the mayor writes, quote, "We marked the one-year anniversary of detention. Rama and I were honored to welcome Mahmoud," meaning Mahmoud Khalil, "Noor and their son Dean to Gracie Mansion to break our fast together. It is Ramadan. Mahmoud is a New Yorker and he belongs in New York City," unquote. Now, you might remember Mahmoud Khalil as the anti-Israel protester from Columbia University, to say the least.
I get the talking point. Part of my problem is that we live in a culture now that the second you're discriminated against or face state action because of your First Amendment right exercises, it makes you a martyr, makes you kind of a hero. This guy's not a hero, he's a putz. The organization that he was part of just got into trouble at the beginning of this war by tweeting out "Death to America." The organization was pro-Hamas. It was he and the organization defended the 10/7 attacks in pretty explicit terms. This comes on the heel of this other controversy of Zohran Mamdani's wife being revealed to have liked a whole bunch of social media posts saying that the mass rapes were all a hoax and that Hamas was justified and all that kind of stuff. The Klan marching in Skokie weren't heroes. We didn't treat them as heroes for doing that. Right?
You're right. I don't disagree. Yeah. We're there.
Mayor Mamdani is a very smart guy. And he had to have known that having Mahmoud Khalil, not because of the First Amendment issue, which I think we all probably agree with, people have the First Amendment rights in this country, but the other issue of what he and his group did at Columbia University, what they stand for now, he had to have known it would upset people.
Well, and I think this is the other piece, just speaking politically again, given that you're exactly right. And it plays into the fears that people had before he was elected.
And there you have it. He had to have known it would upset people. Like, that is Jake Tapper's objection here.
I mean, listen, that's what a protest is. At least I was under that impression.
He invited Mahmoud Khalil to dinner, even though he knew it would upset Jake Tapper. Also, so the smears against Mahmoud Khalil in there, he's like the sweetest, most nonviolent guy. He's not affiliated with this group anymore, and whatever affiliation he had, that he's saying, said "Death to America" or whatever, he's not affiliated with that group. All they can do is find some group that's affiliated with a group that he was affiliated with,
It's
that at
guilt by
one point said
association.
something on Instagram that was like
Right.
some leftist over the top thing.
Right.
Like that's all they've got in him. The reason that he was chosen as the mediator is that he's the kind of guy that everybody respects, and that there are a lot of people that are much more further to his left.
Well, and the Trump administration was making a very different argument from what Jonah Goldberg and Jake Tapper were making in that segment. The Trump administration was making the argument that he's not a U.S. citizen, and if you have a visa to study in the United States, they were making this argument, you are undermining, I mean, it's a ridiculous argument, but you're undermining U.S. foreign policy as a non-citizen by agitating against, in an academic setting, against U.S. foreign policy. They were making a more charitable version of that argument as well, which would be, if you're coming in the U.S. on a visa, and what you're spending your time doing, this is how Marco Rubio would describe it, is protesting against the United States, bad, deported. They're making a different argument, though. They're making an argument that it's not just as though he must be deported because he's undermining U.S. foreign policy by being anti-American. They're making this argument that Mahmoud Khalil is a hate figure.
Yeah.
And that's actually different from what the Trump, I mean, of course, there was overlap.
At one point, Jonah Goldberg called him an outright apologist for terrorism. Just not. That is not true about Mahmoud Khalil.
Unless you have a very broad definition of what counts as being an apologist for terrorism.
They keep getting mad at him because I think on Ezra Klein, he said that something like October 7th was bound to happen if you continue to oppress people for many decades, and somehow that is like considered to be a beyond the pale thing to say. It's like, even though it's like just a basic statement about the fundamental nature of humanity and the drive for liberation and opposition to oppression. It's like, that shouldn't be remotely surprising. And so the New York Times, of course, has to get in on this action. So let's start with D6 here, actually, because this is absolutely, completely insane. So an article by Dana Rubenstein here, who covers the mayor. She writes, this is the lead of the article, in the days after a homemade bomb laced with metal was hurled into a highly charged protest near his official residence in Manhattan, Mayor Zoran Mamdani did not turn to his typical means of communication. There were no short-form videos posted to social media about the attacks in front of Gracie Mansion, where Mr. Mamdani lives with his wife, Rama Duwaji. There were no impassioned speeches. Mr. Mamdani chose an alternative path, 2 deliberate written statements. So the criticism here is that Mamdani, after people saw this news, after there was an IED thrown in front of Gracie Mansion at a protest by 2 like ISIS-inspired terrorists.
Yeah.
He did not do a TikTok. That he didn't do a short-form, flashy video like he used to do for the campaign. Since he's become mayor, I think he's done 3 of those videos total. Because he is a normal human being, when something tragic happens, he's not going to do a flashy TikTok about it. Now, I had to read that a couple times before
I thought his response kind of sucked, but it was,
Should he have done a TikTok?
No, he shouldn't have done a TikTok, but.
I had to read that a couple times. You notice, you can put it back up again real quickly if you have it. Notice that in the second sentence, notice who they mention here. In front of Gracie Mansion, where Mr. Mamdani lives with his wife, Rama Duwaji. This is the New York Times desperately wanting a piece.
That is weird.
Of the story. We don't need you to tell us that he lives with his wife.
Yeah.
We know he lives with his wife. Secondly, what does it matter what her name is even? Let's say that the normal New York Times reader is so stupid that they don't know that a husband lives with their wife in the same home. Let's say they don't know that and they need to be told that in the second freaking sentence of the article. Do they also need to know what her name is? Clearly what's happening here is this is the New York Times. They want a piece of this Instagram likes action, but they know it would debase the paper too much to put Instagram likes in a headline. Like Jewish Insider, Free Press, they don't mind putting the phrase Instagram likes in a headline. Breaking points, we have no pride. We'll do it. But like the New York Times, they have some like some version of self-respect.
Well, you know what this is. I mean, here's inside baseball. I'm sure they have some type of version of WordPress that's the New York Times backend, and it will SEO optimize. Like the AI will SEO optimize.
That's funny.
Well,
I don't think that was it though.
I mean, because you guys use Substack, so you probably don't use WordPress, but it will automatically do it.
Like, how do we hook this into the story?
There's like a red light, yellow light, green light. And so if you know that people are Googling Rama Dwaji, or even if you don't, the AI knows it. And so you can like keep adding keywords and stuff and if you put her name in, you can get in the SEO when Google News is aggregating and people are Googling Rama Dwaji because people are Googling it, seeing it on Instagram, then they can click on the New York Times story. That's my conspiracy theory.
For sure. They clearly want to get in that stream. Now, you might disagree about this, but I'm curious. So we'll see. So this same reporter then shows up at a press conference and asks Mamdani what his message is to potential ISIS terrorists. Let's roll D5 here.
Hi. So given that both of the alleged attackers at Gracie said they were inspired by ISIS, and given New York City's sort of perennial status as a soft target, I was wondering if you had any, words of advice to any young people who might find themselves being drawn to that particular ideology.
I think first and foremost, just to make it clear to everyone that extremism and hatred of any kind will not be tolerated in our city. And that is regardless of whatever ideology motivates any person to commit an act of violence. There is no tolerance for it here. What we want to deliver to New Yorkers is a city that is safe, is a city that believes in the values where everyone who calls it home is considered to be a part of it. There is no tolerance for any kind of violence within that vision of our city or the way in which we lead this city.
All right, Emily, to me, that same New York Times reporter that did that piece saying, why didn't he do a TikTok? Implying that, like, I don't know what she's trying to imply. Saying, what are your words of advice for young men attracted to ISIS? Like, to me, that's like, what? Like, you think that a young man who is attracted to ISIS, I don't know how to tell her this, is not listening to Mamdani at that point.
No,
they are so far gone from that. They think Mamdani is heretic at that point.
Of course.
The only way you can, from my perspective, have that view is that, oh, well, ISIS is Muslim, Mamdani's Muslim. It's all basically the same.
Yeah. No, they do it with I'm sure. I would have to go back and look, but they do it with quote unquote right wing, like white nationalist, extremist, Christian, whatever, all the time too. And it's the media trying to shoehorn some type of story into tying someone together to the big story of the day. Mm-hmm. And no, I think it's stupid. It's completely stupid. Like the idea that those radical, apparently ISIS followers who were throwing explosive devices outside Gracie Mansion at what seemed to be fringe right-wing protesters were doing it on behalf of Zohran Mamdani is bizarre. It's the predicate of the question is so weird. And I think you're right, reflects this very legacy media, corporate media, cartoonish understanding of how extremism works.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you.
And so, Jake Tapper, Back
to Tapper.
There is a war on. Like, the U.S. and Israel are at war with Iran right now. So he dedicated one segment to Mahmoud Khalil having dinner and the wife's Instagram posts. He then did a separate segment. This is the same day that he decided to share a post calling drop site news propaganda and fake news. He invited on an Israeli analyst who proudly talks about her links to Israeli intelligence to ask them, you know what, I don't want to spoil it for you. Here, let's roll a little bit of D8 here.
Emily, you've been talking to Iranians on the ground about the strikes and about Iranian leadership going forward. How do the Iranians you're talking to, how do they see the future unfolding in Iran?
Of course, there's a lot of uncertainty and there's a lot of problems with the internet still being shut off, although there is some limited use with Starlink and limited other options. But by and large, the responses from Iranians that I've spoken to has been overwhelmingly in favor of the United States and Israeli action on the ground. They're very happy that regime targets, many of them, the centers of suppression of the Iranian people. Many of these besieged IRGC bases and forces are, in fact, being targeted. So they're happy about that. The main complaint that I'm hearing right now on the ground is that they're personally witnessing IRGC troops moving into schools and mosques. I've received a plethora of photos from Iranians on the ground of exactly that, moving both the force, the manpower, and weapons and equipment into school areas. So this is something very concerning. It's not new. It is a tactic of the Islamic regime and their proxy forces, but it's definitely concerning for the future. And of course, there is some questioning about what President Trump does intend for the leadership. The united call from the Iranian people on the ground is that they want the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi to lead a transition government. After that, go to a national referendum where they will choose the system of government. But it's not clear yet where Trump stands on that issue. And we heard it in his press conference as well. He prefers someone inside. The problem is it isn't Venezuela. It's not the same system. And you have to deconstruct that system, the IRGC, in order to have genuine change and stability.
Interesting stuff. So, Emily, can you imagine if Iranian state TV brought on an Iranian analyst who said he had ties to Iranian intelligence, and they asked him, how are the Israelis feeling about the Iranian bombing campaign on Israel? First of all, you'd be like, okay, this is amazing. I'm just going to watch to see what the guy says at this point. And let's say the guy says, all the Israelis that I'm talking to, they're so grateful for the Iranian bombing. Mm-hmm. They hate Netanyahu. They hate Likud. They look forward to liberation. And they have told us that the IDF is now hiding in synagogues and in schools and in hospitals. So if you start to see news that the Iranians are bombing the civilian infrastructure, just know that our sources in Israel have told us that the IDF is hiding in the schools and the synagogues and the hospitals. And so, because that's what they do. They hide among the civilian population. They have their, as we know, we have their headquarters in Tel Aviv, well underground. Can you imagine like a state, I think Iranian state TV would not even think to run a segment like that.
I don't know.
To have an Iranian spy say that the Israelis love getting bombed. Maybe they would.
Could get creative.
Maybe they would try that.
It is creative. You have to give them that.
So yeah. So according to this Israeli intel-linked analyst, the Iranians are very happy.
It's crazy how the same playbook just gets reused over and over again. I mean, this is what was happening in the lead up to the Iraq War. It was over a longer period of time, but it was like, and it has real consequences because when you talk to people on the right now, specifically on the right, how many times do you hear people citing information like that as one of the reasons that makes them more comfortable?
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
like it's
so grateful for it.
Very real world consequences. And it's kind of gross too, because in a sense, it's exploiting the goodwill of a lot of Americans who, whatever you think of, the leaders' decisions, the decisions leaders have made over the last 20 or so years, there are a lot of normal Americans who do want to be like, quote, liberators, who have a good reason for wanting to see people free, whatever. Again, you and I look at that much more cynically than a lot of normal people do, and do just want to see, like, people around the world be free and happy and whatever. You and I are cynical about that for good reasons. Many people are cynical about that for good reasons. But it makes it even grosser to me because it feels exploitive of this like instinct among normal Americans to see people be freed from oppression.
Yeah.
It's gross.
Oh, by the way, the New York Times responded. You put up D7. Speaking of debasing themselves, they were in my replies here on Twitter, saying, they said, this is in response to the Dana Rubenstein article criticizing Mamdani for not doing a TikTok. The Times report, quote, the Times reporting covered the mayor's comments and their careful, measured nature fairly and accurately, including the departure from his more direct and engaged messaging strategy during his election campaign, to which I'd say, like, okay, do you think that a election campaign and a terrorist attack are the same thing? Do you think campaigning and governing are the same thing? If you think campaigning and a terrorist attack are different things, why would it be notable for a politician to have different responses to different things? I think the Times is very, very confused. So anyway, that's and this kind of all kicked off, and we don't need to really get into this. Tapper was coming after us because
Tapper and lots of others. It was a pile on.
Yeah, saying over the October 7th sexual assault stuff.
Yeah.
Which it is starting to feel like kind of a lab leak moment in some quarters. And what I mean by that is that the mainstream media has never basically acknowledged that COVID came out of the Wuhan lab. There have been some articles that have gotten kind of close to it, but in general, the kind of mainstream media's, they've left it at, it's probably that, the bat soup that they were slinging in that wet market.
Yeah. The pangolins.
Well, whatever it was. Some kind of weird animals that those, crazy hicks out in Wuhan eat. So, yet, if you do a survey, huge majorities say, no, it came out of the Wuhan coronavirus lab. Like, we're not stupid. Like, that's where we think it came out of. I feel like this is becoming a similar thing. Now, there are huge swaths of the public that have not studied this question and have not looked closely at it, and they're going to believe, the Guardian and the New York Times have said there was systemic sexual assault. So there was. But a massive number of people have actually looked at it, have read the actual reports, and have noticed that there are not any victims who have said that it happened to them, that all of the claims that there was forensic evidence and video evidence and photographs that were made at the beginning, those never materialized. Like none of that actually has emerged, and you're left with this United Nations, Pramila Patten report that says that there are quote reasonable grounds to believe that it happened, and that's true.
Which you've agreed with. Of course, I've been here next to you for years. You have always agreed with that.
Chaos and violence, of course, that alone is reasonable grounds to believe that something may have happened. That is different than saying this happened. Now, what people will say is, well, it's conflict and some of the victims were killed, perhaps, so they can't testify.
And Jewish burial customs and the like, yes.
And they'll point to that.
Real challenges.
Which conflicts with the earlier claims that there was, forensic evidence collected.
Right.
But if you look at all of the other conflicts where there has been systemic sexual assault, whether it's Rwanda or Myanmar or Sudan, there are so many named victims and so much evidence. This would be the first case of systemic sexual assault carried out in a conflict zone that left no evidence to support it. I mean, I guess there can always be a first, but this would be the only time that's ever happened. Every time it has happened before, there are people who credibly witnessed it, and there are people who were survivors of it, who talk about it, and whose names you can find, and who speak to human rights groups, etc. We don't have that here, and so they also point to this thing called the Dina Project report, which is jointly a UK and Israel project. Go look at the Dina Project report. It spends most of its time arguing that the previous evidentiary standards that have been applied to these types of situations should be thrown out in this case, and that eyewitness testimony, forensic evidence, etc., shouldn't be needed. And instead, I know this is hard to believe, but go read the report, because people link to it all the time. Look at the Dina Project report. This makes our case. Go look at the actual Dina Project report. What they argue is that you should be able to use deduction and circumstantial evidence to make your case. So according to the Dina Project report, which is the thing constantly being cited by people to establish that it definitively happened, they're basing their claims on deduction and circumstantial evidence. Maybe they're correct. That is different than what they're claiming. So that's the point.
People, I mean, again, there's this giant straw man that's out there. You are denying any possibility that any of this happened. It's just never been true at all. You've been patiently going through the evidence as it was presented.
Yeah, just want some evidence.
Yeah, so.
And so the public is not, I think, the public that has paid attention to this, I think, at this point gets it. That massive claims were made that were not supported at the time and haven't been supported since, and those claims were used to launch a campaign of violence that killed at least 70,000 people and has immiserated population of 2 million in pursuit of genocide and ethnic cleansing. Like that's what happened.
Well, on this point about the public and what people believe, how they've reacted to the last several years, you all at DropSite and have partnered with Zeteo to produce new polling information that should give us some insight into how people are reacting in the first couple of weeks of this war with Iran.
Yeah, this is really interesting.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
All right, let's get to Epstein, since this is potentially part of the reason why we're in this war. Nobody really knows, although I think a majority of Americans probably believe that this has something to do with why Trump felt the need to launch this insane war. We have some new, very significant developments on two fronts. So one directly does involve Trump. We've been talking about how some of the interviews with his most credible accuser, in terms of, in the context of Epstein, how those interviews were not available. Well, under pressure, they have now been revealed. So put that to the side. We'll talk about that in just a second. The other piece, though, has to do with a potential cover-up of what really happened on the day that Epstein died. Let's put this up on the screen. This is a pretty bombshell reporting here from the Miami Herald and also from the New York Post. The headline here is, and this is, of course, Julie K. Brown, prison guards discussed cover-up of Epstein's death, an inmate tells the FBI. I'll read you from the story. An inmate housed at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York told the FBI he overheard guards talking about covering up Jeffrey Epstein's death on the morning he died. The federal government's online Epstein library contains a 5-page handwritten report of an FBI interview with an inmate who awoke the morning of August 10, 2019 to the loud commotion in the special housing unit or SHU where he and Epstein were jailed. Breathe, breathe, he recalled officers shouting about 6:30 a.m. Then he said he heard an officer say, "Dudes, you killed that dude." A female guard replied, "If he is dead, we're going to cover it up and he's going to have an alibi, my officers," the FBI notes. The FBI notes said the inmate claimed the whole wing overheard the exchange. Later, after learning Epstein had died, he said inmates said Miss Noel killed Jeffrey. He identified the female guard as Tova Noel, one of 2 correctional officers who were later charged with falsifying reports. So it appeared from their records they had made their rounds that night when they had not. The charges against her and the other officer, Michael Thomas, were later dropped, but both were fired. So that is one of the pieces here. We get another piece from the New York Post, which adds to the story of this one guard, Miss Noel. So this Epstein prison guard Googled him minutes before his body was found and also made mysterious deposits before his quote-unquote suicide. One of Jeffrey Epstein's prison guards, this very same one that the inmate said was involved, she had Googled Epstein minutes before he was found dead. So supposedly no one knew he was dead. And she's there Googling Jeffrey Epstein in prison. She also made a mysterious $5,000 cash deposit 10 days before the predator's jail cell suicide, new Department of Justice documents reveal. She was one of 2 Metro Correctional Center workers accused of falsifying records. So, she's the one who was supposed to be there watching him. She's allegedly falls asleep and they falsify the records. That was the story. The guards were fired, but criminal charges against both were later dropped. Specifically, what she Googled at 5:42 a.m. and then again at 5:52 a.m., 40 minutes before her colleague found Epstein dead in his cell, what she Googled was, quote, latest on Epstein in jail. So she Googled latest on Epstein in jail 40 minutes before anyone found his body, allegedly. And then the other piece is this money that, mysteriously turned up in her account. Apparently, she was shopping for furniture online. Apparently, she was driving a fancy vehicle as well. I'm not sure that that's easy to come by when you're earning the salary of a prison guard. So some pretty significant questions here, Sagar, about, okay, was this investigated? What was determined? Did anyone ever look into where this cash came from? What the hell happened here? Because these are some pretty wild claims being made.
Yeah, the defense is, well, she Googled a bunch of the inmates. I'm like, okay, what about the cash? Also, it's a little weird. And then there was, the cover-up, and then there was all the cameras. And so, look, I mean, body double. Remember that? The body double? And then the press release draft that came out the day, where it was drafted the day before. None of this stuff adds up. The autopsy, and you put it all together. I just think it's so obvious that this is, I think it's so obvious that something much bigger happened here. Well, I don't believe the official story. That's it.
Period. And let me give you just a couple more details here about Ms. Dowell. Apparently, her bank records showed 7 different cash deposits totaling $11,880 in the weeks leading up to and then immediately after Epstein's death. The largest one was that $5,000 deposit. She was driving a $62,000 Land Rover Range Rover, brand new, and she was not apparently asked about the cash during her DOJ interview. An internal FBI briefing, also released in the files, reveals the agency thought Noel was likely the mysterious orange shape spotted in a blurry surveillance video near Epstein's cell around 10:40 p.m. that night. So, mysterious cash, driving a fancy car, shopping for furniture, Googling Epstein before he's known to be dead, theorized to be that mysterious orange shape that they initially lied about and pretended didn't exist and then said must have been an inmate. And so I don't know. That's
draw your own conclusions.
Draw your own conclusions. Indeed. Okay, let's get to the Trump aspect of this story. So as we've been covering, the Trump accuser, who had called into the FBI originally as an anonymous tip, but they found to be credible enough to have interviewed her 4 times. This was a woman who claimed in the 80s, when she was roughly 13 years old, that Trump sexually assaulted her, and that this, it was Epstein that, introduced her to Trump and enabled this abuse. And she also alleges that Epstein sexually abused her, as well as one other wealthy man from the Hilton Head, South Carolina area, and we'll get to that in a moment. So under pressure, the Justice Department has now released all of these interviews. We previously had access to only one. Now we have access to all of these interviews. We can put this up on the screen. Justice Department releases missing Epstein documents with Trump allegations. On Thursday, they publicly posted these records. The agency said the files, which include details from FBI interviews with a woman who told authorities she had been sexually assaulted by Trump and Epstein, had not been previously released because they were incorrectly determined to be duplicates of other records. Oh, oops. We just happened to withhold these ones. Sorry, guys. Made a mistake. Anyway, here they are. Justice Department's posted millions of pages of Epstein-related records online. The woman who was interviewed by the FBI in 2019 accused Trump of sexually assaulting her decades earlier when she was a minor. No evidence has emerged publicly to corroborate that accusation. The White House has, of course, called the allegations against Trump, quote, completely baseless accusations backed by no credible evidence. However, listen, and that is all true, right? We don't have any confirmation that this claim was actually true, that this is something that really happened. However, there are a few things to note here. Number one, the FBI did consider her credible enough that they interviewed her 4 separate times. Okay, that indicates that they took the claim seriously. Also, in addition to her reports and interviews with the FBI, one of her friends also actually called into the FBI to say, hey, this happened to my friend. You know, Trump and Epstein sexually abused my friend. So you have not only her, but you have a friend as well who also separately called in to the FBI's anonymous tip line. Then you also have this. Let's put this next piece up on the screen. This is from the Post and Courier, which is based in Charleston, South Carolina. And so they dug into some of this timeline because she made accusations that a lot of this abuse, not the Trump abuse actually, but the Epstein and another wealthy man abuse happened in Hilton Head, South Carolina. So they say here, fuzzy memories and hard facts, and SC accusers' claims against Epstein and Trump examined. And what they found using archived government records and news accounts was that the woman did provide verifiable details to agents about her family background and its legal entanglements. She offered the name of an Epstein business associate on Hilton Head Island who became a central figure in the drama with specifics that are reflected in public records. So this is a horrifying situation. Allegedly, her mother rented out a number of properties. Hilton Head Island, you guys probably know, is like a big resort area. And one of the houses she rented to was to Jeffrey Epstein. Separately, she advertised that her daughter, who was 13 at the time, was available as a babysitter. And lo and behold, who, again, allegedly hires her is Jeffrey Epstein, who then proceeds to abuse her, proceeds to have a wealthy friend, business owner in Hilton Head, South Carolina, also abuse her. And then when her mother discovers that Epstein had nude photos of her, Epstein allegedly, again, extorts this then girl's mother and says, I'm going to release these photos if you don't pay me this money. So she goes to her boss, who is the wealthy business owner who is also abusing her daughter, and arranges to get this money to pay off Jeffrey Epstein, who is now extorting her. And this is all like she ultimately ends up being sued by this company for this money, et cetera. So there is a paper trail of all of these details, which seem to match up with what the allegations ultimately say. And then the last part of this that is just so incredibly sad is that this allegedly pushes her mother into drinking. Her life falls apart. Of course, this young girl, 13 years old, her whole life falls apart. And, you know, she's in and out of relationships after that and, you know, struggling with addiction and all of those sorts of things. And one of her husbands said that she had told him that the reason she was so traumatized and, you know, her life was such a mess was because of this abuse from Jeffrey Epstein. So again, we don't know about the Trump part of this story. Obviously, he denies it, etc. But the other details she offered in the context of this overall allegation and story do line up with the timeline, the places, the people, the even the, you know, the court records, et cetera.
Yeah, I think the biographical detail confirmation is important. I will say on the Trump stuff, it is. I've looked into this one. It's very hard to believe. So Mark Epstein, the brother, says that Epstein never had a property in South Carolina. Also, the year doesn't make any sense. So Epstein was only 30 years old in 1984. 1984 is long before he had any real money. This even predates his initial relationship with Wexner. There's no reason he would have known Donald Trump was already a billionaire at this time. Actually, 1984 is right around the time whenever he's fired from Bear Stearns, and then he goes and starts the J. Epstein Company, the so-called this is when I think he was involved in a lot of these deep intelligence activities. Now, the skeevy behavior part with Epstein may actually, I mean, it could be true. You know, we don't really know for sure. A lot of that portion of his life is extremely unknown. So it is possible. We do know that he had the sketchy behavior with young girls at the Dalton School. And obviously, this is something he'd been fetishizing and obsessed with, you know, for a long time. But the Trump part of this one really doesn't make a lot of sense because there's just no reason that they would have known each other back in '84, and there's no public reporting around that at the time. Now, she could be getting the date wrong. It could be, you know, it could be wrong, but she specifically says 1984, and everything I know about his life, it doesn't make any sense.
So the Bear Stearns fallout happened in 81.
Yeah.
And so in 84, he was operating this company he founded in New York that was allegedly providing...
J. Epstein Company.
Yeah, right. Providing advice to wealthy clients, etc. So he has not fully established himself as the.
This is when I think
Epstein.
he was an economic hitman. Like he was doing the Hoffenberg, the Ponzi scheme. 84 is is before he's really rich, right? He didn't become actually rich until the early 1990s. So this is the time whenever he's working with Douglas Lease and Adnan Khashoggi. I think this is really when he got a lot of his intelligence bona fide. Also remember, in the early 1980s, that's right when he's working with Iran-Contra. I wouldn't put it past him, some of the behavior necessarily. I hadn't heard, specifically though, anything about extortion. I mean, who knows though? This is part of the problem. A lot of the early 1980s, we really don't know a lot about him. But the Trump part, on this one, I'm not buying it yet. At least that's from what I've seen so far. And I'm just saying, I call it like I see it. If I'd seen some stuff from the 1990s or any of that, I would definitely have believed it. I will say it's sketchy, not releasing it. That part I think we can definitely agree on. Just want to make sure we give all that context. Okay, guys, thank you so much for watching. We appreciate it. Do not forget about our promo going on right now for a free month trial, BP Free 26. You can sign up at breakingpoints.com. Ryan and Emily will be on tomorrow. I'm pretty sure they've already got a full show by the time we've been wrapped this one. So that's how the news is going right now. But we'll see you later.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
We have now had multiple attacks.
so far in the 2026 free agency period. As you can imagine, there is a lot to break down in today's video, and if you could like the video before we start, a football will appear when you do and would also be very much appreciated. And without further ado, let's begin. And we are starting today's video with the Las Vegas Raiders. Now, with the Raiders specifically, a big winner from free agency so far, what we mean by big winner in free agency is we are talking about a team that significantly raised the floor of their team, which for the Raiders, it's kind of hard to get worse considering they will be selecting with the number 1 overall pick next April in the 2026 NFL Draft, but that they also did not significantly overpay for players in free agency as well. Now, there is a conversation about did they overpay for Tyler Linderbaum with an average annual value of $27 million per year, given that he is a center and that a center's positional value is not as high as a wide receiver or an offensive tackle or pass rusher or, of course, a quarterback. And with Tyler Linderbaum specifically, why I am fine with the Raiders overpaying for him is this is a team that is not good. They were not good last year, and it wasn't just because of the coaching staff. Obviously, Pete Carroll and everybody else that was on that coaching staff played a significant role in the Raiders not being good last year, but they're also a team that finished with the worst record in the NFL. And with 32 teams in the NFL, it's not a coincidence if you finish with the number 1 overall pick. So for the Raiders to bring in Tyler Linderbaum, a really good center, and to improve their offensive line with Fernando Mendoza, a number 1 overall pick quarterback, going to be their franchise signal caller, to me, this is a home run move, even if you have to, in theory, overpay a little bit. And I can really get behind the idea of the Raiders' offensive line next year from left to right, the first 4 positions being Colton Miller at left tackle, Oliver Vigayane, the guard from Penn State, with their second first-round pick due to the Max Crosby trade, which, by the way, I also think the Raiders are big winners from the Max Crosby trade, which we'll get to more in a minute. Tyler Linderbaum, of course, at center, and Jackson Powers Johnson at right guard. To me, that is a really good offensive line. That's a really good foundation to have, and not only would Fernando Mendoza significantly benefit from playing behind this offensive line, but so would 2025 6th overall pick Ashton Jeanty. And recently I did say that I thought Ashton Jeanty had a disappointing rookie season, and I thought he had a disappointing rookie season relative to the expectations that he had entering his rookie year. And what I would also say within that is Ashton Jeanty, by every definition, was set up for failure. So not only are you helping out Fernando Mendoza by bringing in Tyler Linderbaum, but you're also significantly helping out Ashton Jeanty as well. The one contract that I did not, or 2 contracts that I did not like for the Raiders, because I don't think that it is all sunshine and rainbows for the Las Vegas Raiders. I did not like the Kwity Paye contract at all. I kind of looked at him getting $16 million per year with $31 million guaranteed, very similarly to the Dayo Odengbo contract that the Bears gave out last year. That's a contract that I can't get behind. That's one where I kind of look at and ask, why did you give Kwity Paye, of all players, that much money? That's, to me, not a great contract, and I think that also applies to Quay Walker as well. A lot of Packers fans do not like Quay Walker, and there's a reason for that. Although I do think Quay, from where he was a couple of years ago, did improve throughout his rookie contract. It's hard for me to justify the Raiders signing Quay Walker at an average annual value of $13.5 million per year when the Panthers later Monday night went out and signed Devin Lloyd to an average annual value of $15 million per year. And we'll get to the Panthers in a minute, but I don't think that is a good signing to bring in Quay Walker. Nakobe Dean, I think, the value is fine there. 3 years, $36 million, average annual value of $12 million per year. I think that's fine. Jalen Naylor is a receiver that I think is a player that has the best football ahead of him. And he did not have a great season statistically in 2025, but I do think Jalen Naylor is a player that, when given the opportunity, makes plays. And what I will say, between Jalen Naylor, Justin Jefferson, and Jordan Addison, because he is coming from the Minnesota Vikings, in terms of the expectations for each player entering the 2025 season, I do think Jalen Naylor had the best season of the 3. Now, obviously, if you look at Jefferson having 1,000 yards, and everyone knows that Jefferson is a better player than Jalen Naylor, my point is I thought Jefferson had an underwhelming season last year. Jordan Addison definitely had an underwhelming season last year. And I thought out of the 3 that when it came hell or high water for J.J. McCarthy, that Jalen Naylor was a player that JJ looked to go to, and I really like this signing for an average annual value of just less than $12 million per year, and in the absolute worst case, you can get out of this in 2 years. So all around for the Raiders, really liked what they did. Also really like them bringing back Eric Stokes and Malcolm Kuntz as well. But the big fish here, of course, is Tyler Linderbaum, and what I will say positively about the Las Vegas Raiders is they can get out of all of these contracts within 2
Schrodinger's Goyim. When they say it about us, it's merely a fun gesture, ironic, just a word to refer to us. Yet, when we say it about ourselves, well, you might as well be a bona fide Nazi. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to The Narrative with me, your host, Vrilliam, the host with the most and the most love. Oh my God, folks. Anna Kasparian. Big moment today on X with Anna Kasparian. I mean, she's been having like a moment recently. And so I wanted to talk about her a little further. I wanted to talk about sphere of influence a little bit further. But folks, before we get into that, be sure to like, subscribe, hit the bell to get notified whenever I make a new post. Folks, enough of the intros, enough of the nonsense. Let's get into it. For all like the super new gens out there, new gen to political discourse online, Anna Kasparian is obviously the co-host of The Young Turks. Longtime liberal progressive. Like this is not someone who is on, I don't want to say our side, because you know, here at the Narrative, here with your friend Vrilliam, we are a bit unique in our political positions, but let's just say most of her political opinions and most of her contingent would not take kindly to some of the things we talk about here. And yet she has been kind of leading this charge of like a left-right coalition, the coalition being on the issue of Israel. And the Young Turks have always been outspoken against Israel, as much as you can be within media. I mean, the Young Turks, they kind of blew up way back in the day because they were like the first YouTube like political commentary show. Like they were kind of the first ones to take YouTube as if it was television. And so they've been around forever. I remember seeing Young Turks videos on my feed when I was like 9. Like they've been around for fucking ever. And they've seen waves of popularity, but ever since October 7th, 2023, they have become very, very popular again, largely for their commentary on Israel, their commentary on the war in Gaza. And the reason we're talking about this today is because Anna Kasparian last night had the most incredible, just the most perfect of Twitter exchanges. And it is absolutely exploding on my timeline. I'm sure it's exploding on yours. Let's take a look at what happened here. Anna Kasparian, she tweets out, quote tweeting Joel Berry. Joel Berry, Babylon Bee, this fucking guy. The Babylon Bee, that whole fucking realm of like Daily Wire adjacent, you know, just like proud and unashamed like Zio Media, that whole realm is just complete slob. But Joel Berry, Babylon Bee, this fucking guy, he tweets, notice the left isn't attacking Tucker or Candace, referring to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens' critique of Israel, which I have my opinions on Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. When it comes to the anti-Israel right, I mean, do I think Candace Owens is our fucking top guy? Do I think that Candace Owens is like the prime example? No. And I hope not. I am going to drop a hot take here. This is totally unrelated. I am going to drop a hot take here about Candace Owens. Clip this, okay? I'm not entirely against Candace Owens and her presence and her like conspiratorial nonsense for one reason. That reason being, Candace Owens has brought a significant amount of women onto our side, like a significant amount. And I have a theory as to why. I think women, especially young women, naturally crave like tabloid-esque news. It's a very male thing to want like quant, analytical, like Fuentes style news. I think women want a story. You know what I mean? Like that's just kind of how we're wired. That's why tabloids did so well back in the day of print media. And Candace Owens, if you think about it, is just an anti-Israel tabloid. That's really what her channel is. The main point is right. It's just the way she gets there. The way she gets to that point is this very weird conspiratorial fucking ancient Sumerian technology and fucking Egypt and all this crazy shit. And honestly, like that's how women consume news. Am I crazy for that? Like if it gets them here, like if it gets them on the right side, I mean, fuck, like, sure, man, Charlie Kirk was a indigo child with a third eye and whatever, man, whatever fucking works, okay? Back to the story. Anna Kasparian, she tweets out, Tucker, like 80% of the country, doesn't want to go to war with Iran on Israel's behalf. Simple exchange. So there is this like explicit like anti-war sentiment here, something that Anna is showing, but that's not why people are talking about this. And she talks like that a lot. She's talked like that for decades at this point. Basically, here's what happens. You got these two random people. Let me note, two random people. These are not influencers going back and forth. These are not political pundits. These are two random anons going back and forth arguing. One is very clearly on the Israel side. Maybe they're Jewish. And the other one is clearly on like the us side. Okay. One of them, Sony Ursus, total like 61 follow, total anon account tweets. And here Anna is replying to an obvious anti-Semite about the Goyim waking up. Only anti-Semites talk like that. Out of nowhere, with a folding chair, Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks comes out and says, hey, bitch, the Goyim are waking the fuck up. Deal with it. Oh my, bro, my God. I could fix her. Bro, hold on. Like, no, like I could fix her. Come on. Anna, my love. You know, one time, back when I had a casual account, I posted like a joke video about me like trying to rizz up Anna Kasparian, and she commented on it. She commented on it with a laughing emoji. So I'm already, listen, I know she's like married and is like, I think older than my mom, but I mean, that only adds to it. I'm just saying, dude, hold on, folks, relax. Okay, listen, it's William. We have fun here. Okay, but no, dude, 6.4 million views. This sets Twitter on fire. Of course, everyone on the right is losing their shit at Anna Kasparian. And don't get me wrong, she's had some moments where the right is like, yo, Anna Kasparian's kind of fucking base. But to hit an anon with the Goyim are waking the fuck up, like that's Chud level Goyim posting. Like, you know that, right? Like, it's one thing for her in a debate with Shabbos Kestenbaum to be like, I don't care about your atrocity propaganda. That's one thing, okay? She's having like an official debate on Piers Morgan. To fucking tweet at an anon about the Goyim waking up, that's like, this is poll type shit, okay? This is 2016 poll type shit. And yet here we are, and it's Anna Kasparian of the fucking Young Turks. And so everybody is just losing their minds over this. Rightfully so. It's fucking funny. Now everybody's coming out of the woodwork. Now, you know, this tweet drops, it gets big. It initially starts, all the right-wing people are like, this is awesome. Here comes everybody. Everybody has a fucking take on this. Everybody has a reply. And funny enough, it's the right wing that's supporting her. It's like the right wing, or really just any like kind of conservative adjacent contingent that's coming out and being like, Anna, fuck yeah. And it's like the liberals that are tweeting out against her. It's the liberals who are like, whoa, this is too far. Hassan Piker is coming out. He's trying to run cover and being like, oh, well, this is actually ironic, referring to Jewish supremacists. It's not. Arthur Kwan Lee comes out. Damn, that's fucking hot. I love my brother is just another me, okay? If I think he's Korean. If I was Asian, I am Arthur Kwan Lee, okay? My skin may be white, my heart is Arthur Kwan Lee, okay? That's my brother right there. What do they do? They do the how do you do it? It's one of these. You know what I'm talking about. What do they do? One of these. How do they do that? He knows what I mean. Okay, Arthur. And also, we were supposed to collab recently, but I was so busy. But that's coming one of these days. My brother is just another me. He fucking gets it. Dude, she's bad. Okay, like, all right, I know we're supposed to be somewhat serious here, and we're supposed to like, yeah, like I get it, okay, politics, it's the end of the world, but like, dude, come on. I could change her. I could fix her. I could. I'm just saying. I've come back from worse, okay? Basically, to sum it up, anyone who's like cool is like, oh, this is awesome. And then anybody who's fucking lame is like, this is anti-Semitic. This is so terrible. This is normalization. We can't let this happen. This is normalizing dangerous rhetoric. And it's like, dude, shut up. Like, we are goy posting. Like, come on, dude. It's 2026. We are Talmud posting on the timeline. Fuck you. Fuck the Babylon Bee. Just shut up. Like, we are Talmud posting on the timeline. Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks is Goyim posting. Dude, I can't, like, just the fucking words coming out of my mouth, it just sounds ridiculous. And maybe you're like a new gen, you don't really know the Young Turks. Like, the Young Turks is like very progressive. Granted, in recent years, like, more progressive actors have come up, but like for decades, the Young Turks was like radically progressive. And so I wanted to talk about today, what does this mean for coalitional politics? Something I talk about fairly often. Let's get into it. Now, you guys might remember a week ago when I set Twitter on fire myself. Not as big of a fire, but a fire nonetheless. There was a flame, okay? There was a little sizzle when I posted it. It was 2 videos ago. I talked about how I'm going to give the DNC $50,000 and how like the DNC is going to become the white man's party. Something that like the MAGA shills and that whole crowd, the whole captive dreamer crowd, they did not like. Even John Doyle did a reply to it in his Blaze TV show. What a fucking joke, dude. Just they hit me with the same fucking lines. They were, he's a Democrat plant, he's a communist, he's a tranny, he's this, that, and the other thing, he's a whatever. Which, by the way, can I fucking note, can we talk about, I've had several people send it to me, how John Doyle on Instagram basically like ripped my bit for Black History Month. He did this every day of Black History Month. He debunked Black history and like totally ripped my bit. Like he's talking like he's doing this whole bit of like the alt historical breakdown, because clearly the whole Jew-friendly Fuentes, it didn't work for like obvious reasons. The Jew unfriendliness is literally the driving factor of Fuentes. And so Blaze TV and Glenn Beck and that whole crew of fucking Israel shills, they're clearly trying to like reposition on their people. Cause like, dude, it broke Dick Doyle, man. Like he's never ever going to be taken seriously by young people. He burnt himself because he like made this big stink when Fuentes wasn't popular. Ironically, he didn't trust the plan. That's what it was. He didn't trust the plan. And now he's at the Blaze being forced to trust a clearly fictitious plan. But hey, that's his choice, right? And so they have him doing my bit, but like about black people. Like he's doing the alt history thing, but about black people. Because by the way, that's what that whole fucking racket, that whole circuit, that's what they let them do. They let them talk about black people. They have them get just up to the line of like saying the N-word. They would never cross that line because it'd be bad for advertisers, but they'll talk all day about black people, but they never say anything about Indians and Jews. Never. And there's a reason for that. It's because they're getting money from Indians and Jews, and so they don't talk about them. Basically, the reason I say all of that is because this ties into my statements really about coalitional politics. It's becoming very clear that out of the 2 parties in the 2-party system, you have a better case to say that the DNC, that the Democrats, that the progressives are more America first than the supposed party of America first. You have that argument now. When I look at political pundits, when I look at politicians on either side, one side has Anna Kasparian, Goyim posting on the timeline, and these other like weird runoff new politicians, like the whole clip I did literally yesterday about Kat Abu Ghazaleh, who might go to fucking jail for protesting for Palestine. They're out here tweeting about how we're not gonna go to war. Fucking Ilhan Omar, Somalia's top fucking warrior, is tweeting about no war with Iran. And yet, what does the right have? Here's the other side. What do they have? Ted Cruz, Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, Joel Berry, all these assholes foaming at the mouth. Hello, Goyim. I know the midterms are coming up, Goyim, but our beautiful state of Israel needs you to die. We need you to die in the desert for us. Look at your son, so handsome, so tall. Oh, he'd make a great captain. We need him to die in the Persian Gulf for us. I mean, did you guys see that clip of Ben Shapiro literally saying that if the U.S. doesn't fight for Israel, Israel's going to have to fight for themselves?
I will tell you that everyone else is watching. If the United States backs off of this and cuts some sort of unbelievably weak deal, the consequences will not just be for the Middle East, where Israel will be forced to ramp up its military even more and probably go and attack Iran itself. And he's saying it like, oh, the horror. If the Goyim don't fight for us, we're gonna have to fight for ourselves. As if this is like, this is a fucking imperceivable reality. And it's like, dude, this is why I feel politically homeless. This is why a lot of young people feel politically homeless, is because like, this is the circumstances we're in. The left is being more America first. And granted, I will say, like, let me note, because nuance and like political understanding, you really can't expect that from the internet, especially the internet right. I mean, you people are Goyim. Like, let's be honest. Like, a lot of you are
goys, and it is what it is. Let me make sure I'm very precise here. Books, baby. Folks, you know I love to read. You know I love to review books. I love to talk about books. I like to have books in my shot. I mean, listen, I'm crazy for literature. And folks, there is nothing I love more than alternative, banned, influential, controversial political literature. I mean, all sorts of stuff. The stuff you're not supposed to say. Problem is, it's hard to get. Can't really get a lot of banned literature. It's, banned. But folks, that's where today's sponsor, undergroundcanon.com, comes in. Your #1 retailer for controversial, banned, taboo, political, cultural, fucking whatever type literature, undergroundcanon.com. They've got everything. They've got left-wing books. They got right-wing books. They've got culture books. They've got social, but they got fucking everything, dude. I love the service that they provide. I love what they're doing. It's a small team of really dedicated, really cool people. They offer great prices, and they are overall a company that you absolutely want to support. So if you, or maybe someone you love, someone in your life, a friend, a coworker, maybe not your boss, is into controversial, taboo literature, be sure to go to undergroundcanon.com and use code VRILLIUM for 5% off your order. Get yourself some books, whether you read them, whether you just want to have them, whether you want to take a picture with them, I don't know, whatever. Get them for whatever reason you want, but make sure you get them from undergroundcanon.com. Again, use code VRILLIUM for 5% off your order. Now, folks, let's get back to the video. They come at it from the wrong perspective. You have to understand, it was Postman, ironically enough, who said it best to me. He said, when I interviewed him one time ages ago, he said the difference between the anti-Israel left and the anti-Israel right is whether or not you think Jews are white. And that's it. Like that, whether or not you think Jews are white. Like, yeah, a lot of left-wing people, like this Kat Abu Ghazaleh character, a lot of them are coming from this perspective of, oh, okay, Jews are white. That means that Israel is white supremacy and yada, yada, and they don't like that because they fundamentally hate white people. And so that's bad. But I will note what's interesting here about Kasparian's statements is the ethnic undertone of it. Okay, let me note this. I'm not endorsing the fucking Young Turks. I'm not endorsing progressivism, okay? Let me make that really fucking clear for you people. But I will note her saying Goyim and saying the Goyim are waking up. Like, she clearly knows the ethnic implications of that. She's clearly recognizing that, wait a minute, no, these people, they're not white, they're Jews. And they consider everyone who's not Jewish a goy. They consider all of us goyim. And so when she's speaking like that, she's noting that difference. That difference is there, and she is noting that. Like, this is getting to the root of the issue. And really, if you think about it, this has been the main issue between the left and the right. This has been the roadblock to a proper anti-Israel coalition, which is finding the problem at the root. The reason why the right-wing perspective, the nationalist perspective, the whatever the hell you want to call it, perspective has gotten so popular is because it attacks the root of the issue, that issue being the sheer identity. It's the dissident side of politics that is asking the important question: why would someone like Larry Ellison, who's not an Israeli citizen, who has no business ventures in Israel, is making no money off of the Gaza war, why would that guy, who has no material interest in the state of Israel, why is he literally just buying up American media on behalf of pro-Israel actors and on behalf of a pro-Israel message? It's because he's Jewish. And it's because he sees that as the homeland. He sees the Jewish people as his people. Even though he's not a citizen there, lives in America, does business in US dollars, all that, got rich off of us. He views Israel as his ilk, as his home, as his kin. The left has not touched that. They haven't touched that because the left, they're fundamentally materialist. They don't believe the ethnic side of politics. They don't believe in the supernatural. I mean, this is Marx's materialism to a T. And so if you're a materialist, meaning that you view politics as like a class war, or you view politics from solely the material conditions of history and in modern times, then the Israel thing doesn't make a lot of sense. You have to posit this idea of, oh, okay, well, they're doing it because of capitalism. That doesn't really work because capitalism is the profit motive. It's the profit incentive. And yet Larry Ellison, someone like that, and the countless other examples, they're operating at a deficit here. Ellison's not making money off this war. He's not even making money off the existence of Israel. So the capitalism motive, that's out the door. So then there's the, oh, okay, well, what about it's white supremacy, it's colonialism, right? But then you see the words of the Epstein files and you realize, okay, well, wait a minute, clearly they don't view themselves as part of us. Like, clearly they view a very strong and distinct line between us. It's them and us. They don't see us as one thing. So that goes out the door. And it's not colonialism because they're not benefiting a grander power. If anything, they are fucking wrangling grander powers by the neck via the most immoral means possible in order to gain power. So all of the materialist arguments, all of the leftist arguments, they fall apart when criticizing Israel. And so this has been the roadblock of coalitional politics, because anytime you tried to say these things, anytime you tried to say, hey, I think the fact that Noam Chomsky, Epstein, and the Israeli prime minister, I think them all hanging out, there's one thing all those guys have in common. Well, that's bigoted. That's prejudice. And if there's one thing the progressive left never wants to be, 50 miles near prejudice, 50 miles near an opinion that could be considered bigoted, because this is their religion is basically, you know, suicidal empathy and this idea of, oh, we need to be inclusive and never offend anybody. That seems to be falling away for a lot of political actors. A lot of them are starting to adopt the line of, yeah, no, wait a minute, this is kind of becoming undeniable. So when I say the left is being more America first, really what I'm saying is I hope that the left, that we can start meeting up in the middle on some issues. Because if you really think about it, young people in America, whether left or right, are facing the same super issues, something I spoke about before in another video. Unemployment, housing costs, and foreign subversion. 3 biggest things we're facing right now. And really, nothing else can ever be solved until we tackle those issues. Nothing, absolutely nothing can be solved until we tackle those issues. It's a simple fact. Oh yeah, okay, it's great to talk about the soul of America and oh, what is the founding stock and you know, it's nothing. That doesn't fucking matter until we get rid of the main super issues. And the left, they want to talk about, oh, well, inequality and class and the class struggle. Okay, great. None of that matters until we get rid of the super issues here. None of it matters. You're not going to get your class war. You're not going to get your base Turner Diaries race war. You're not going to get any of this shit until we get rid of the main problem, that being foreign subversion, unemployment, housing costs. Those are the 3. If you can't get rid of the 3, we're never going to be free. That's simple, folks. You could fucking trademark that. That simple. The only way that a left-right anti-Israel coalition could ever form, the only way that an anti-foreign funding, anti-war left-right coalition could ever form, is if it's rooted in a love of America. It's that simple. It's that simple. Any form of left-right coalition, it's going to have to be America first. And we can have totally different definitions on what America is. You could be from the left-wing, you know, internationalist camp that America is about as good as a sheet of paper you can get at the DMV. Or you can be like us and believe in heritage, culture, believe in, you know, the ethnic ties, whatever. Okay, the more right-wing, the more nationalist stuff. Either way, you need to have a fundamental and overpowering love of America. If you have that, if you have a desire to see the continuation of our union and the continuation of our people as a collective whole, if you have that, we can have that conversation. But if you're coming at it from this perspective of, oh, well, I'm like a migroid with this stupid low IQ perspective of America as, oh, America and Israel are the same thing, and that means we need to like set all the white people on fire, it's not going to work, obviously. But if you come from the perspective of, no, they're different, that's not American, that is not America, this is America, this is American, that isn't. Okay, like Israel isn't America. When fucking AIPAC and Kufi and all the Adelsons, all this shit, when they come into our government, that's not American, that's not patriotic. If you recognize that, then coalitional politics is possible. But if you're from this third worldist line of, oh, I want to set America on fire, then okay, we can't have that debate. Because think about it like this. Left-wing and right-wing debates, from a patriotic perspective, it's a debate over how we're going to fix the light bulb that broke. One side is saying, let's go grab a ladder. The other side is saying, no, I think it's an issue with the wiring. Let's go fix that. But at the end of the day, you're both trying to solve the same issue for everyone's betterment. You want the house to be lit for everybody. That is coalitional politics from a patriotic standpoint. Left-wing, right-wing politics between people who love America and people who like hate America, it becomes a debate over one side wants to get a ladder and fix the light. The other side wants to find out how many more lights can they break. Do you see the difference? Like, you're not arguing for the betterment of everyone. One is attempting the betterment of everyone, and the other one is attempting the destruction of the state for the betterment of whoever, whether it be the third world or fucking minorities, whatever. If we can have the former, not the latter, we can have a coalitional talk. And then when everything's solved and we can fucking uproot these very unified foreign actors from our government, then we can have the debate on how we're going to change the light. We can have the debate. And really, that's kind of what our founding fathers intended. Granted, not nearly in the fucking way they intended. It's a lot more brown than they intended. That's just false. But that is like the fundamental idea, is that we're going to have we're going to have discussions about how to solve problems we're all having. I take it as a good sign. I'm Vrillium. I'm not a partisan for any organization. I'm not even a fucking partisan for any specific ideology. I'm Vrillium. I'm just speaking to what young people are going through out here. And in a time when young people are going through so
Welcome back, everybody.
What will gonna happen if you will unite all countries in world together and you will play 100 years without wars, without revolutions, without anything? So let's select Britain because it's the most easy country to play, because it has very developed technology. And right now what we need to do, we need just in debug mode click Ctrl-Alt and just capturing annexation. I mean, like, it's literally annexation of provinces, and we need capture whole provinces in the whole world. Annex whole world. And if you look to GDP, our GDP is 400 million. Our population is 1 billion people. Population and GDP is quite connected. Probably we don't need this army. It's like 1.5 million. So we need just disassemble our whole army and disassemble also flotillas. And we also have, if you see here, a very big problem with isolated regions. So we finish it with our flotillas also, which is very nice, because right now we have big problem, I think, of taxation. So we need build a couple of ports in isolated regions for solve problem with market. This is some kind of normal value. So we have minus 330. And why it's happened? Mostly it's happened because of very high government buildings, government wages, very, very expensive. So we have right now a big problem because we have not sufficient amount of money, and probably we need increased taxes. Let's try to solve this problem. Boo taxation, maybe service, or even, I know, opium, like the most expensive as possible. And what we're gonna do, we wanna lower government wages, lower military wages also, and probably put even more high taxes to simple organization, which will significantly decrease our money spending, even surplus, which is nice. So we have left some bureaucracy, which we're gonna spend on incorporating our buildings, our states. So if you see, it's really will be tough because all of these provinces which I captured, we need to incorporate, and right now I need to spend time on that. Point of the game, I can't switch to multiculturalism, but we have very a lot different races and different people. I mean, races, well, probably not correct word, ethnicities, right? So we want to have multiculturalism as soon as possible, but right now we can't, so we need to switch to cultural exclusion, because national supremacy increase discrimination, and it causes very a lot of problems as low wages and others. So we want to switch to cultural exclusion at least. And just because I switched method production to the most advanced one, my GDP fall by 30 millions, which is very big difference. Well, but it's happened mostly because new method of production require education, but we don't have any education. We very, very, very uneducated world. So for that reason, a lot of people cannot work in these factories, and that's caused huge GDP drop. But I hope in couple years it will recover. Okay, guys, my port starts falling below zero, so I was forced to again switch to a modern method of production, which requires ships. But what happened is my GDP dropped almost to 100 millions, and right now I'm thinking that maybe I need to switch my construction to more primitive one method for just save money. The most surprising thing about start of the game, despite I have super high taxes, amount of radicals are growing a lot more slowly than amount of loyalists, so all fine, technically all fine. As we finish it to build our government buildings, we lower our taxes right now and we have surplus, which is very nice, and maybe we will come back to our normal taxes for not allow radicals growing. And probably right now I will not build maybe nothing, I will just let my private sector build everything for save money. Yeah, it will decrease our economy, but problem that we have very lot unincorporated states, so because we are not building right now nothing, it's only our private sector, so I just switch to iron frame buildings because it's not my money anyway, so, and it's more efficient, so we're slowly but surely solving our government problems. Also, for decrease cost of incorporating each state, like I need decrease my education. As less institution you have, more cheap incorporation of each state. For that reason, we will cancel education until we will incorporate whole world at least. Okay, my situation become a little even more worse. Like some communists trying to like labor move into revolution, so I need to try to solve this problem. Probably put in prison this guy. Yeah. 10 years. let's do it. I worry if they will start this revolution, so probably I will cancel my law because I don't want to have this problem.
Everybody, I'm Pascal Lotta, an associate professor at Kyoto University, and today I am joined again by Dr. Michael Brenner, an emeritus professor of international affairs at the University of Pittsburgh. Michael, welcome back to the channel.
Well, I'm very pleased to be back with you, Pascal. I'm somewhat envious of you. I mean, living in Japan and enjoying the cherry blossoms very soon. We don't have any of them here in Texas.
Well, the cherry blossoms will bloom soon, but before that, we unfortunately have had now this tragedy with Iran. And by tragedy, I mean an open violation of international law and a war of aggression by the United States. And you and I, we talked about this before. You gave me a wonderful rundown of the history of the neoconservative movement. And it seems that the neocons, again, won the day in the United States. Can you maybe give me your analysis of where this war is coming from and what your analysis of the situation is?
Look, there are some cardinal truths which unfortunately get obscured, in this cacophony of voices obviously both spoken and written, which focus for the most part on immediate matters of detail or idle speculation. I think the first thing to say is that the United States, under Donald Trump, has not really altered the fundamental direction of American foreign policy. What he does is change the mode, making it more audacious, more ready to take risks, more aggressive, and with an even greater emphasis on the use of coercive means, whether those coercive means are military, as is occurring now in Iran, or whether they are commercial and financial. And his great sort of tariff war against all trading partners began within, 45 days of his taking office. And that gave us a very clear indication of both the thinking of the president, such as it is, and his senior associates, as well as the extreme measures to which he was prepared to resort. That said, I think we should bear in mind that there is a remarkably comprehensive underlying consensus in the United States among, well, let's say, members of the foreign policy community or the political elites and political class generally, which was first really articulated more than 30 years ago, right at the end of the Cold War, in that famous, you might say infamous, memorandum that was written indicating and laying out in detail a strategy for the United States that would enable it to establish its dominance, in fact, its hegemony in a literal sense, at relatively little cost, and the means and the methods, in fact, to institutionalize it. And that included taking preemptive action against any other power, any other estate, which one could even imagine acquiring the strength to challenge the United States. And this was global. That was expressed in the phrase used by the Pentagon and various strategic documents, talking about maintaining escalation dominance in every region of the world. And by which they meant not just literal military dominance, but that American views and interests should hold sway wherever they were identified as such. Now, that document, 1992, in effect, would express views that were held by relatively few people. It was repudiated, in fact, by President Bush, the elder, by his administration. But it did represent the thinking of a willful core of individuals, officials, former officials, think tankers, academics. And what has happened over the ensuing, well, now 35 years, but I think the die we cast early and I'll explain exactly when and why in a moment, that the essential precepts and the assumptions, right, of that Wolfowitz, it was Paul Wolfowitz who authored that memo, crystallized and became the foundational and consensual view of let's call it the American political elite, because of 9/11. When 9/11 had some very basic and serious and enduring effects. One, it exposed for the first time, maybe Pearl Harbor, if you like, American vulnerability at a time when it was almost universally believed that the United States had acquired almost total invulnerability with the collapse of the Soviet Union. And don't forget, back in the 90s, or let's say 2001, China did not as yet loom as a kind of systemic challenger to the United States that it became 10, 15, 20 years, later. So it was a real shock to the American people, to the American system. And one of the effects that it had is that it refocused and re-energized interest and concern about how the United States could use its overwhelming vectors of force to, in effect, achieve the Wolfowitz objective of institutionalizing American dominance and control of all the most essentials of international affairs. It also justified a very high level of intervention that was explained and presented in terms of the war on terror. And of course, there was a war on terror, but what should have been, in effect, a police and intelligence series of missions and operations became instead an endorsement for the Americans for the United States to flex its muscle, right, in regions of interest to it. And that's how we got the Iraq War, as we all know. I mean, that was a based on a crude set of lies that Saddam had absolutely nothing to do with 9/11. And in fact, the jihadi groups were his bitter enemies. And he was an enemy, of them. He and Osama bin Laden had a interpersonal hatred relationship.
Saddam Hussein and bin Laden.
Yeah. And so I think we have to understand this background and the context that it created. And it gave the impetus. You might think of it as the deistic impetus to a policy of increasingly expanding, extended, and intense applications of American power around the world.
Hey, very brief intermission because I was recently banned from YouTube. And although I'm back, this can happen anytime again. So please consider subscribing not only here, but to my mailing list on Substack. That's pascalotta.substack.com. The link's going to be in the description below. And now back to the video.
Don't forget it was under Barack Obama, to whom the torch of American leadership was passed by George W. Bush, the younger, who sent American troops into Syria. It was Obama who introduced the idea of drone strikes against individuals identified as enemies of the United States, supposedly terrorist leaders, the definition of which was expanded greatly. It was Barack Obama who involved the United States in the Saudi Arabian assault on Yemen. Without direct American involvement, not just in terms of intelligence, but in terms of aircraft to refuel Saudi attack aircraft, the assault, which went on for 4 or 5 years against the Houthis in Yemen, would have been technically, physically impossible. The casualties from that exercise, which have never gotten very much attention, were in the hundreds of thousands. And that's been attested to by various independent agencies, organizations, the United Nations, etc. That includes a couple of 100,000 children who died from disease and starvation because of the blockade in which we participated. So I mentioned that, less because of its inherent strategic importance, but because it demonstrated the extent to which American leaders of all stripes were prepared to act aggressively on the international scene. So that's the content. That helps to, let me make an important point here. If one were to extract from the original Wolfowitz memorandum a set of propositions, I've done that on a paper I wrote some time ago, and then set them alongside what appear to be manifestly the propositions accepted manifestly but implicitly by Donald Trump, because Donald Trump's incapable of fashioning a doctrine, of organizing his thoughts coherently, etc. But if you were to place one set of basic propositions against they're identical, which is why all of the optimistic views that are expressed when he first in 2017 and then when he returned to office a year ago about Trump being opposed to deep state interventionism, that there was a streak in the man that was conciliatory and wanted to present himself as a peacemaker, et cetera, was never based on any firm foundation or firm evidence. except a few rhetorical remarks he made in the campaign, which people took at face value, even though they ran contrary to everything the man had done and said, and his personality over the course of a lifetime.
Yes,
and that's the background. It's also the context, which also explains the passivity with which the American political class and the media have reacted or not reacted to the increasingly sort of, aggressive moves by Trump, or which have occurred, to line ourselves, within a short period of 13 months. And let's sort of underscore and highlight the extremity of those actions, right? Some beginning under Biden, some initiated by Trump himself. There was the participation in the Gaza genocide, no small thing.
Yes.
There was the commercial war against everyone, the tariff war against everyone from Lesotho to China, which was not ill ill-considered, wasn't really even considered or thought through. It was impulsive. Right? It came out of Trump's gut and the warped minds of some of his advisors, like Mr. Besson and Navarro, and a few others. And then we've gone on at an accelerated pace. The Anschluss in Venezuela, the all-out economic war against Cuba, the Greenland land grab aborted. And on Ukraine, despite much ballyhoo talk and broadcasting of Trump's supposed inclination desire to mediate a peace. How can you mediate a peace, by the way, in which you, in effect, are one of the protagonists, right?
Yeah.
But as has been shown, Trump was unwilling, unable to do the most elementary things necessary to come up with terms of a settlement that would even minimally satisfy the concerns and the interest laid out by the Russians and stated repeatedly. For example, in its most coherent and distinct form by Vladimir Putin in his June 14th, 2024 speech. Right. Now, none of these bellicose actions and declarations elicited any serious opposition in the United States at any level. And this is a reflection of two things. One, as we said a moment ago, the fact that the fundamental premises which underlay it, although not visible through the fog of Trump's rhetoric, was held by nearly the whole of the American political class. So the fundamentals were in place and agreed upon. And that, of course, held for the media to do it. And a second factor, which explains how all of these things could be done without really stirring it very much of a debate or even serious discussion, was Trump's ability to intimidate compliant parties, whether it be allies in Europe, whether it be the feeble political opposition, the Democratic Party, which shared, again, as I said, most of the aims and purposes that Trump was following, that motivated him, and certainly the media, who have gone along with about everything that he's done. Which brings us back to the current time and the assault on Iran, right? There is hardly a newspaper, much less a television newsroom, which has not, in a way, deferred to the president, and in most cases, not just most, a very, very large majority of cases, just treated as something that had to be done, and we hope that it's going to succeed. Now, there is some criticism because it is seen that this action is not popular among the American public. 67% of Americans polled opposed the attack on Iran. That's sort of dropped to 60% now, a very mild, rally around the flag phenomenon. And so political opponents saw some opportunity and advantage. And for that reason, principally, although some did have some conviction about the dangers and the risks of a war, but that encouraged politicians to express criticism. That's a rather, you might say, cynical explanation, but I think it provides a good part of the explanation. I've gone on a bit long-winded, Pascal, for which I beg your pardon, and perhaps we together can begin to narrow this and focus on what's going on in Iran and the Persian Gulf.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is very, very important. I think the point you're making is essential, right? You're saying this is not just Donald Trump's war. This is not the action of one man. This is the action. This is the outcome of many, many decades of consistent foreign policy agreement within the elite circles of U.S. foreign policy, of the U.S. foreign policy club, right? It's not just a crazy president that now uses extraordinary powers. It's although he also does kind of flout the Constitution and so on, and the particular case is unique. It's part of a string of actions that has not only been predicted, but that has been planned for, and that is very much in character. Yeah. Can you tell me then, because there's currently two broad schools of thought out there. One is the one that says this is basically the United States is at the strings of Israel, of Benjamin Netanyahu, who's basically playing Donald Trump and has been playing the United States for the longest time, like a fiddle. And on the other hand, there are people who are saying, especially Brian Berletic, that is not true. The United States is using Israel as a convenient excuse in order to implement exactly that, to implement Wolfowitz, in order to implement what's coming out of the Rand Corporation and so on, to implement these hegemonic designs. And Israel is just the linchpin of like one of 3 or 4 theaters, in this case, of course, the Middle East, West Asia, right? Which one of these schools do you see is the most...
Well, I think that's an excellent point, Pascal, and an essential question to ask. I think from the perspective we have now, there's definitely a convergence of Israel's own mad ambitions, to create a greater Israel, and an American desire to control, nominate, an area that was considered both economically and strategically vital. Why strategically? Well, that's a bit of a slippery question because nobody else was in a position to control it and to use their dominance against the U.S. I mean, that's a Cold War notion which has no roots in reality over the past 30 years. But from, the Wolfowitz framework, which has been assimilated by American political elites, it made sense because this is a very important region, sort of central to an American global strategy of complete dominance and control. The perverse relationship between Israel and the United States, between Israeli elites and American elites, the strength of the Israeli lobby in the United States, the personal relations between Netanyahu and Trump, it was add a very distinctive sort of flavor to this. And it's quite important in the overall picture, but I think underlying that relationship was the convergence, as I said, of the ambitions of both parties, and both countries were led by very willful people who had a grandiose, each of them had a grandiose and inflated view of, well, it's a grandiose goals and ambitions and objectives. And in the case of Trump, sort of a primitive optimism that whatever he willed, he could accomplish. So, in a historical perspective, I don't think the particular occurrences and events of the last 3 or 4 years, going back to the Biden era and Gaza and so forth, were absolutely unavoidable. You did have 9/11, which provided this great spur to Netanyahu to achieve his own dreams, and which had a tremendous impact in the United States. Similarly, an American president other than Trump might not as cavalierly commit the United States to such drastic things as, well, it's come up to the present as launching an attack on Iran was utterly senseless and extremely dangerous. But that said, even though there's no inevitability in that, the strategic logic was in place and therefore sort of permissive of this, even if the sufficient immediate factors were provided by the character and personalities of Netanyahu and Trump.
So in a way, you would say that the goals of these two entities, Israel and the United States, are different ones, but the means are the same. Hence, they create a symbiosis, very much like the Jewish Zionists and the Christian Zionists have different goals in mind. The Jewish Zionists, they want the rule of Jews over the rest, and the Christian Zionists, they want Armageddon, and the Jews go to hell, and the Christians go to heaven. Different goals, but it's going to be achieved through the same means. Hence, they cooperate, as John Mearsheimer would say, joined by the hip.
Yes, I mean, that's true. I mean, these are intangibles that are difficult to pin down. But in my view, they are extremely important. Because the psychology or the psychopathologies at work do deviate at acute angles.
Mm-hmm.
Probably should say obtuse angles, right? From standard historical practice, from the norms of international behavior. It's only mad men, mad regimes that have followed the course which Netanyahu and Trump have taken. It's hard to find historical precedents among states, governments, leaders, who we might we see as more conventional, more normal in their conduct. It's always dangerous to look into psychology of individuals and try to explain major events strictly in those terms, but it's also dangerous to ignore them.
Yeah, I mean, this comes back
And
to
after all, whoever went and abducted the president of a sovereign country who posed no threat, who's not engaged in any serious conflict with, in this case, the United States, like President Maduro, who would expect to turn a blind eye to genocide when there is no historical basis and experience for the United States and for Americans to act as accomplices in it. The Israelis, given the history and the indoctrination which Israelis have received in school and elsewhere, is different, creates a different socio-psychological, political setting than the United States. After all, these primordial passions don't exist in the United States. Even among, the Jewish population, which for the most part supported Israel and supported the Zionist lobby. But, most American Jews have been secular, and certainly were not inflamed with the kinds of passions that Israelis. So there is really no precedent to many of these literally world-changing events, decisions, and developments, which really forces us to stretch our minds in search of explanations.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we are trying to do, right? We're trying to wrap our minds around the mechanisms through which this travesties over the past decades have been happening, right? These large scale wars, and not only the wars, but also, let's not forget, we have a recent Lancet study that showed that US and EU sanctions every single year kill 500,000 people. 500,000 people die just of sanctions. I mean, the mass violence unleashed by the West, not only the United States, but the way that the entire system works is tremendous, right? So why and how does it happen? And when we ask about the culpability of individual leaders, we ask this old question, right? Would the Second World War have happened had Hitler not been there? Had he been shot in the First World War, would it have happened? So but the answer seems to be more and more no. It's a system. The system produces then the figureheads that carry out the things that the system is geared toward. Now, the question of how this system works is, of course, then how closely or how the integration between Israel and the United States are working, because we clearly have influence in both directions. We see it every single time Netanyahu visits the United States. We see it in the utterances of the U.S. Ambassador to Israel, who's also a very strong Christian Zionist. And the question, or like the framing, what kind of framing is the most useful to understand it? I've had previously I've had somebody who argued that, or we came to the conclusion that Israel is maybe best understood as an unshackled version of the United States without the shackles of the Constitution.
Yeah.
And it allows for implementation of things that wouldn't be possible without it. And hence the synergy between these two entities, and also the political integration through lobbying and so on. How do you best try to understand this interaction?
Well, Pascal, maybe it's helpful. We're concentrating on the United States, and there are some uniquely American elements. The privileges that Americans accord themselves as a country, anyway, and American leaders accord the U.S. government, are rooted in, the native belief, which in some form or other permeates American culture, generally, in society, that the United States was born in a condition of original virtue.
Yeah, right.
That there's some teleology at work in the world, and the United States was put here, for some by providence, for others by history, to be the beacon. It's supposed to show the path towards a better, more enlightened world, and increasingly as an agent, taking initiatives to move along that. But that's very deep-seated. And it was first pointed out by Alexei de Tocqueville, which is now almost 200 years ago. And let's forget, I mean, Americans, United States as a country, the two other distinctive features historically, well, not distinctive, one, it always had ambition to expand, manifest destiny.
Right.
I mean, after all, the United States started a war with Mexico. It was a war of aggression designed to seize vast amounts of Mexican territory. We started with lies and misrepresentations, the Spanish-American War, which taking us colonial territories was as far away as Philippines. You think about it. I mean, what did the original American founding fathers ever think about such an enterprise? But it's there and fits a certain pattern of history. The second thing uniquely American is that the United States was never occupied or suffered the ravages of war.
Yes.
It suffered casualties. World War I, World War II, of substantial type in Korea, which was 50,000, Vietnam, 60,000, but it never suffered the kind of humiliation and just the kind of suffering that most every other country in the world had, which is also the American belief that it can do and can succeed at enterprises that nobody else can even contemplate. But let's widen our scope and consider America's allies, our Western, the collective West, which means Europe, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and pragmatic allies of the West, South Japan and South Korea. There's some features which they have in common. Let's not remember that after October 9th and down to this day, European governments and European societies endorsed the atrocities of the Israelis in Gaza and throughout occupied Palestine. You know, leaders all raced to Jerusalem.
Yes.
Not only to embrace Netanyahu, but to give him a green light to do whatever he wanted to do. You know, it was if, to use a crude analogy, like a bunch of Hell's Angels, racing to get in on a group rape. And it's been sustained to this day, which is very, very odd given the post-war history of Europe, usually Western Europe, and the kind of seeming institutionalization of enlightened values.
Yeah.
Even today, the Europeans, talk about promoting and exporting its values. Just today, or yesterday, the European Parliament issued the first of its awards of merit to those who promote European values. And among the recipients was Zelensky, who received the highest order of award, right? Bono from the rock group U2, a number of other dubious persons. So there's a certain pathology here and a certain deviance from what really understood about post-war Europe that has to be placed alongside the psychopathologies and psychopathic behavior of the United States. But what explains as well, again, it's not easy to say. Certain things they do have in common, and which again I think are permissive factors. One is a subtle and not so subtle form of racism. Racism is a very, again, a nebulous and elusive concept. Right? It has multiple dimensions and can take a wide range of diverse forms. But there is no doubt on the basis of the evidence of the last few years, that the Western countries still have a deep-seated sense of superiority and righteous superiority compared to other races.
Yes.
And there are elements of religion mixed in as well. We know what we need.
May I just
add? I don't think you can explain the attitude and behavior towards the atrocities committed against the Palestinians and the universal acceptance of them without taking that into account. No. Or just one other point on another sense. The American growing obsession with China as a rival for the number one spot, as if there were a number one spot in the world, a throne that has to be occupied by somebody, and that the United States believed, as we said, providentially destined to be seated on that throne. That obsession with China is not just pragmatic and practical. I think it's reasonable to say that there's a racial element as well. Mm-hmm. You know, these were not Germans. The Chinese are not Germans, not even Russians. They're a different race. And that subconsciously, I think for most, consciously for some, gives this particular point in underscored to the sense of hostility towards China, which has done nothing to provoke the U.S. or the West, but we have done much to provoke them, since going back on a half-century agreement agreed between Mao and Nixon and Kissinger on the fundamental truth that Taiwan is an integral part of China. And you're just like, almost like overnight, we say no. We want this island 8,000 miles away from us, not to be part of China, to be independent and under American tutelage. I mean, that's really quite extraordinary.
It is.
And very few precedents, if any, to that. And there is an element of race, I think, associated with that.
It is.
And we should, acknowledge it. Of course, in the United States and in Europe, for somewhat different reasons, there is this sort of deep-seated animosity and discriminatory thinking about Muslims.
Yeah, and may I just add,
The United States goes back to those small terrorist incidents of the 80s and 90s, and then, of course, 9/11. In Europe, has much to do with the assimilation issues of large Muslim populations from distant parts of the world, in Germany, France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Britain, and so forth. In the United States, of course, these days is more prone than anybody else to go to extremes. I'll give you one example, one local example here in Texas, which I'm a resident for my sins of a lifetime. And the state government, whose senior officials and governor can be rightly be called quasi-fascist, have tried to undermine the public school system by creating a system of vouchers. In other words, and this is a outgrowth of the charter school, private school movement. We can't go into that thicket. Anyway, the voucher system was any family can take some public money and use it to pay tuition at a private school system, no matter what. And criteria, Christian fundamentalists, of course, have been very keen on that and pushing it in Texas. Now, and it also, on grounds that are dubiously constitutional, can be used to pay tuition at sectarian religious schools, whether it be Catholic, Protestant, Jewish yeshivas, or whatever. But the executive order that was issued by our governor and now confirmed by his deputies is that private schools which have any association with Islam in any form whatsoever are excluded and precluded from even applying for certification and eligibility for those grants. You can't get more racist than that. Is this characteristic of all of America, most Americans? No. But I think the point to consider that many things are now done in the United States by states, as governments, and as well as the federal government, which would have been utterly unthinkable when 30, 40 years ago. I mean, nobody could have done this at that time. And really, of course, it's probably eventually going to be declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, despite its leanings towards and sympathies for Trump and the rightists and the Christian right. But meanwhile, it's going to be enforced, and the judicial review and procedure is going to take years.
Yes. And
there are many things like that happening. I mean, which are singular and unique in American experience.
And when we talk about international relations, of course, what we are trying to understand.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, when we talk about international relations, what we're trying to understand is not necessarily the racism or the violence of violent inclinations of individuals. We try to understand this on the systemic level, right? And what you're pointing out is that there is inherent systemic racism, not in the liberal woke sense, but in a sense of serious discrimination across centuries. Actually, let's not forget the United States wouldn't exist if it wasn't for a genocide on the indigenous population in North America. The Hawaii wouldn't be part of the United States and so on. And Europe, as sorry as I'm to say, but, you know, rape, plunder, war are European values. The only thing we don't like is when they are turned against ourselves. So the only sin that has been acknowledged over the last 100 years is that the genocide on the Jews was not a good one because they were part of our own society. But whenever a new war starts, we usually see these blatant racist statements, be it in Ukraine, when a CNN reporter says, but these are not real Ukrainian refugees are not real refugees. They're blonde and blue-eyed. These are normal people, and he used that kind of wording, right? We see it with Gaza when the 7th of October was described as a genocide several times all over the place in the media, the biggest dying of the Jews since the Holocaust, and then 100,000 dead in Gaza. There is still a debate if this may be called a genocide or not, and people who use the word genocide in Germany, some of them are in front of court. they're being prosecuted for this kind of thing. So we see how this extremely violent inclinations of the Europeans, of the Americans, just they manifest themselves, unfortunately, time and again in the way that they approach their near and far abroad. And I wonder now, if we switch for the last 15 minutes or so to Iran, your analysis about what's the latest war with Iran. What is it really about, and how do you see it developing?
I'm going to climb out on a limb and suggest an additional or related explanation or factor and work here. Why is it the question which you put and we've been discussing? Why is it inconceivable that an American president would have launched an attack on Iran? How is it inconceivable that the country, the United States, leave aside West Europe for a moment, would become complicit in a modern-day genocide? These things would not have occurred 30, 40, 50 years ago. Who would have thought that, coming back to Europe, that West Europeans would follow a lead, a path first laid out by Hitler to declare Ukrainians honorary Aryans and collaborated with Ukraine Nazis of the Bandera stripe, right? Even while the Nazi occupation in Ukraine led to the slaughter of many Ukrainians. Why would they turn a blind eye to the fact that the key units of the Ukrainian army wear Nazi insignia on their uniforms, or that the government promotes the putting in place statues to honor Bandera, and then for the European Parliament to declare that Zelensky, who in effect has been, how to put it, domesticated by those far-rightist elements, as a symbolic figure representing European values. So let me add one other ingredient, perhaps, in this, based upon my understanding best of what's happening in the United States, but seems to be spread throughout the Western world. And that is, as our societies have weakened its ties, lost its moral and economic mooring. And in part, due to the fact that we have become cultures that are nihilistic. In a nihilistic society, all kinds of norms, formal rules, one occasion, informal ones, habitual ones. In other words, the assembly of elements that create a collective superego have greatly diminished in their influence over individual behavior. I think that's clearly the case in the United States. Almost everything is permitted, and you can excuse just about everything to oneself or to others is because, in terms of the supreme self, the supreme ego, in the case of Donald Trump, the pathological narcissism, right? And I think that it's part of an explanation or a background factor, which helps to explain not just the initiation of some of these previously unacceptable actions and behaviors occur, because there always has to be a volitional act by some individual or group, but the tolerance for it, the acceptance for it. And that's certainly changed, and I think it's an expression of this much wider cultural phenomenon. But that's slippery stuff, and you shouldn't,
Maybe can you
venture too far unless we take a slip and take a fall into an abyss of some sort.
Let's not. No, let's keep the abyss for another discussion. Let's just the last couple of minutes, your assessment of how the US is approaching its war with Iran and how you think Iran is approaching it from its side.
Well, I mean, the most striking thing, apart from the audaciousness and the craziness of what they've done, the irrationality, is that there's no plan. There wasn't a plan. As Chas Freeman always, points out, and based on his vast experience and actually academic and scholarly work he's done on decision making, is that if you're going to behave logically and reasonably as a head of a government of a state, and particularly if what you're mulling over is the possibility of going to war, you begin by setting, what are your objectives? By setting objectives. If there are multiple objectives, then what's priority scale? 2, do you have the means to achieve them? Military, financial, political, domestically and externally. And what means does your opponent have? And last, on what terms do you expect to end the war? None of this has been thought through or laid out by the Trump people. So they're completely at sea. It's clear that these fantastic ideas about the Iranians rising up against the Islamic regime was always nonsensical, and anybody who knew anything about Iran realized it was nonsensical. It was a world of make-believe. It was a world of make-believe occupied by Trump and his senior advisors. And so understandably, when this fantastical dream gets punctured, as it already has been, you don't know which way to turn. People say now, well, Trump would like an off-ramp. But I mean, Trump wanting it ashore, he'd like it to some out of the water stuff because he's paying a heavy price in terms of popularity, in terms of elections and so forth. But it's a bit like Ukraine. Yeah, he'd like to disentangle the U.S. from it, but he's not prepared to make any kind of concession that would be widely viewed as a failure for the United States and as a personal loss. I mean, what is most intolerable for someone of Trump's narcissistic personality is to be branded, to be seen as a loser.
Right.
So it's very hard to see how he extricates himself from the Iran debacle. When any reasonable path out of it, invariably, not invariably, inescapably, is going to reflect what most people and states and governments will see as a failure. And the United States and Trump personally as a loser, which I think is one reason why I suspect, because I have no inside knowledge about these things, that there is going to be no off-ramp or that the administration is not going to consider any feasible off-ramp anytime soon. That they'll continue to prosecute the war by one means or another, and not even excluding the possibility of sending ground troops, not to occupy Iran, but you can't do that, but perhaps on the impractical, McNeil idea that you seize the coast and you open, the Straits of Hormuz and blah, 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 by American infantry and the Marines and so forth, which most people, military backgrounds, and that was almost an impossibility. They might very well go, Trump and his associates might very well go down that road, because in simply personal terms and in terms of the grandiose vision of the United States in the world, losing or admitting failure is worse. So I don't see any reason for even muted or qualified, optimism. When a society or a ruling camarilla or class or whatever begins to unravel, and when their attitudes and emotion and thoughts, such as they are, begin to diverge sharply from reality, then anything is possible.
Yes.
Anything. And I think as far as Israel is concerned, it's not impossible that they would consider at least using nuclear weapons.
Yes.
Or what they could do is, if things continue to go badly, and if in Washington and begin to take seriously the idea of trying to disengage, and then Netanyahu would go to Mar-a-Lago and tell Trump, hey, look, we can't accept that, and we're going to use nuclear weapons if we have to, unless you commit yourself fully and are prepared to escalate in the war. And that leaves how he'd react, I don't know, and that leaves aside the possibility that Netanyahu might be in a position to blackmail Trump through those Epstein tapes.
Yeah.
Because Epstein taped everyone and doubtless stashed away somewhere are videotapes that involve Trump. And since the whole Epstein escapade was only a Mossad brainchild, no doubt some of them, at least, are in a vault in Israel. Now, I'm not saying definitely that's the case. It is it's a very real possibility.
It is a real possibility. And, this is one of the things that we will still need to explore in the future. Because, the Trump presidency, number one, was a lot of things. But one thing it was not, or he was not, he wasn't bloodthirsty. He wasn't the kind of type of person who would say, like, we will all kill them and slaughter them and whatnot. Now he does. With the announcement of this war, he did. And this change of hearts, to me, is one of the things that would be explainable with outright blackmail. But this is all speculation. Michael, we are already we are at the hour. So I would like to thank you very much for all the explanations.
Well, I thank you, Pascal. I always very much enjoy engaging in these discussions with you. But I must admit, I do envy spring in Tokyo and the cherry blossoms. And after all, living here on the plains in Comanche country of Texas, the most exciting thing I can anticipate is seeing the spring wind sending the tumbleweed rolling down Main Street.
We talked about tumbleweed before, and I still imagine it to be something peaceful. But maybe I miss it. Maybe I have too much of a romantic image of the tumbleweed. But I'll send you pictures from the cherry blossoms once they bloom. Michael Brenner, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Pascal.
The ineptitude of Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth, and Marco Rubio is turning the war against Iran into a very lethal version of the gang that couldn't shoot straight. The excuses for the war and the goals shift by the hour. Is it to take out the nuclear program Trump insisted was obliterated last June? Or is it to, as Steve Witkoff says, go after Iran because they are a week away from producing industrial-grade, weapons-usable nuclear material, a claim that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and proponents of the war with Iran have been repeating for about 3 decades? Is it about regime change? Or is it, as Rubio said, being fought because the U.S. had to join Israel, which was determined to attack, to prevent preemptive attacks on U.S. assets? The U.S. killed the top leaders of Iran, including the supreme leader, and then killed the second tier of Iranian leaders it said it hoped to negotiate with. Most of the people we had in mind are dead, Trump admitted, and now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports. Trump demands the Iranian army surrender or face absolute guaranteed death. He says he will order the U.S. Navy to escort tankers and ships through the narrow Strait of Hormuz, a move that would line up U.S. ships in what would become an Iranian-Turkey shoot. Hegseth insists Trump will decide who will rule Iran, while our ally in Kuwait shot down 3 U.S. fighter jets. The U.S. or Israel or both, we don't know yet, obliterated an elementary school, killing 175 schoolgirls, and over 1,000 Iranian civilians have already been killed. Tehran is being pummeled with thousands of bombs, and yet Trump and his vile counterpart in Israel claim this is a war of liberation. Meanwhile, the CIA, which has spent decades fueling one debacle after another in the Middle East, has embraced arming Kurdish militias to bring down the Iranian regime. If one thing is clear, it is that Trump and his coterie of misfits and buffoons have no idea what they are doing. Joining me to discuss the war in Iran and its consequences is Alistair Crook, a former British diplomat and member of the British negotiating teams. He served for many years in the Middle East as a security advisor to the EU, special envoy to the Middle East, as well as helping lead efforts to set up negotiations and truces between Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and other Palestinian resistance groups with Israel. He was instrumental in establishing the 2002 ceasefire between Hamas and Israel. He's also the author of Resistance, the Essence of the Islamist Revolution, which analyzes the ascendancy of Islamic movements in the Middle East. Well, I don't know where to begin. I'll let you begin with this utter fiasco, which is rapidly, of course, spreading throughout the region. Give us, I guess, in your view, a kind of overview of where we are and what's happening.
Well, you listed some of the options for what the war was about just now at the start. But actually, it wasn't really like that because, and we've seen it very clearly because it was reported extensively in the Hebrew press, not in the English language press, but in the Hebrew press, which we monitor quite carefully. When Netanyahu went at the end of the year, 28th, 29th of December, to Mar-a-Lago for his summit with Trump. At that summit, he said some things which were a little bit surprising, but are relevant to today. He said to him, listen, the nuclear issue isn't the issue. I'm not going to tell you they're a month away from a nuclear weapon. No, actually, what I'm going to tell you is you've got to change the priorities. The first priority is the Iranian missile system. We have to destroy that because what is happening is the system is becoming much more sophisticated. It is not just that after the June war they replaced it. They have created a completely new defense paradigm in the interim. And it has several layers to it. And I'm telling you that if you do not destroy the missile system, even if Iran got a nuclear weapon, or we knew that it was going to move to a nuclear weapon, we could do nothing about it because we wouldn't be able to penetrate that umbrella. And he said, so this is what you have to do. And Trump agreed at that point, gave the green light for an attack on Iran. This is reported in various Hebrew accounts of this meeting that took place, that he agreed to do an attack, and even the date was more or less set. In fact, the date changed a little bit, but it was set for a certain week, as we've seen at this time. And Netanyahu also in these accounts was very clear in saying to Trump, listen, you have to do this. And furthermore, if you try and do a nuclear agreement, if you try and come up with some nuclear way through, look, I'm the one who gives this a kosher certificate. He used those words, kosher certificate. You're not going to get a kosher certificate for a nuclear agreement anyway. And, you know that the right wing in America will take their lead from me. No certificate, you will be seen to fail. And what's more, if you don't do it still, we will do the first attack and let's see you not join us. Of course you have no choice. You have to join us. So really, in some respects, you could say that Trump had no option. He was not given an option but to attack Iran. And then the actual pretext, the peg to hang it on, has changed several times since that time. The nuclear issue or weapons, searching around for, if you like, the pretext to really hide the fact that this was compelled on him by Netanyahu.
Which is what Rubio admitted.
Which is what Rubio admitted. I mean, and the compulsion was probably somewhat greater than just that, and maybe, he was told very clearly he had no choice.
Let's talk about the missiles. What kinds of missiles are these? Iranian-made missiles? Are these Chinese missiles? You talked about an upgrade. Explain what that upgrade was. Also, explain what's happening now, because they're sending fleets of drones. My supposition is they're not sending their most sophisticated weaponry one would expect so that they can deplete the interceptors.
You're absolutely correct. In fact, what they're using is the missile inventory from 2012, 2013 at the moment. Very old missiles and simple drones. And their purpose is to deplete or to force Israel and the Gulf states to deplete their intercept capacities, which they are doing. And what we see now is that the Gulf ability to intercept even drones is almost zero. I think Qatar still have some intercept capabilities in Al Udeid, American base there. But otherwise, drones are flying freely. Iranian drones are flying freely over Doha and Dubai. And they are attacking bases right across the Gulf, particularly in Bahrain. Very focused on Bahrain, which hosts the Fifth Fleet, the port, but it hosts an array of intelligence and other areas. So they've used these drones and missiles to take out the eyes of the United States. So they have destroyed these very expensive radar capabilities. About 4 or 5 of them, sometimes they cost more than $1 billion each. But all of these are being systematically destroyed. The only radar capability probably is in Israel at this moment. But the Gulf has lost all its radar capabilities. They weren't Gulf. These were big radars that could see 500 miles. They were part of the most sophisticated element of the American, if you like, ability to project a battlescape digitally and through their satellites and through their radar systems in a joint approach. So that was what they were using those drones for to begin with. And they'd said, and they'd warned, although it seems to have taken the West by surprise, but Iran was very explicit and said, the first focus will be on American bases in the Gulf, in the Persian Gulf. And subsequently, they have started. And they've been moving carefully, still using mainly older missiles. These ones that were made 20 years ago, some of them 2012, 2013, using these older missiles. But now they've just moved to the later ones. And the later ones are devastating. I'm talking about the Khorram Shah 4, for example, which is a hypersonic missile. It flies at Mach 14. It has multiple submunitions, 80 submunition warheads in it, which are steerable, and like it's a multiple arrival of 80 of these small, if you like, warheads. But each of these has a warhead of about nearly 20 kilos. So they're not huge bombs, but they're really significant. But if you have 80 of these arriving together, they come more or less bunched, but they come bunched within, say, a radius of about 15 to 16 kilometers total, so wide area. And it's like being shelled, artillery shelled, by 80 guns at the same time. So it's devastating. And the Israelis, it seems from all the evidence we see, that they cannot down missiles that are traveling at a speed above Mach 4. So they are not being able to destroy those. They can take down some of the slower missiles, but those slower missiles were fired precisely to draw on the intervening, the ability to fire intervention missiles to try and bring down those. And it's also very evident that Israel is now using those in prodigious quantities. You can see from some of the videos that get through the censorship that as the Iranian missiles come in, Israel is firing perhaps 8, 10, 12 intercept missiles to try and bring it down. That cannot go on for very long. Their stocks of these intercept missiles was low after the 12-day war in June. It hasn't been fully restored because America doesn't have many of these intercept missiles. And so there will come a time when they will run out. And this is why you see now Iran using fewer missiles, because they say, we don't have to use more because we fire one missile now, and it takes down what remains of the intercept capacity of Israel. So that is why, that is what the missiles are. And the Iranians say they also have newer missiles, which they will show and unfold at a later stage. They haven't reached that stage yet, but that is waiting to be used and deployed at the right moment. They're quite comfortable that they have huge missile stocks that they can continue for a long war.
Let me ask, what about the consequences of taking out those radar stations? What does that mean in terms of deterrence capacity on the part of Israel and the United States?
It's enormously important because these radars and the satellites are interconnected. This is what in the Ukrainian context is known as the ISR. This was, the great this was the deciding sort of factor of NATO's support for Ukraine. Intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, which took the data from radars, the data from AWACS, whatever it was flying, put it together and created, if you like, a virtual battle map. And that could be fed directly into a pilot. He didn't even have to see the enemy plane or the missile defense on the ground. They didn't even have to see it. They just get the data coming in securely, and then they can attack. Well, now it was in the, if you like, Iran context, in the Ukraine context, this was the sort of the prize. You always hear, oh yes, when it comes to firing missiles into Russia, well, that comes from the American data, and it's highly classified, so it has to be done by the Americans, because this is the battlescape map that is being provided, the precise targeting and the adjustments to it being provided to the Ukrainians. Well, now what's happened is that it seems that some state has now provided Iran with the same ISR capabilities, and that is hugely important.
And the loss of those radar stations, in essence, is that rendering Israel and the United States, in essence, blind to what's coming in?
Yes, but it's blinding them. Precisely, it blinds them. And what we're seeing, and this is what, you know, I don't know precisely, but I think they have some advanced radars that can detect and lock on to stealth aircraft to a considerable distance, perhaps 500 kilometers distance. And certainly the Iranians are now able to lock on that. And when I talk about lock on, I'm talking about a defense missile system whose radar is locked on to an enemy aircraft, and that is a very severe warning sign to that aircraft that they're about to get a missile arriving on them.
So we're seeing Israel and the United States target what they're saying are ballistic missile depots, launch sites. Do you have any sense of how successful those attacks are?
Yes, well, I have a good idea that they are not successful. And I say that because the Iranians have adopted a very decentralized command system and a decentralized, if you like, control of missiles system. So that the missiles, I'm talking about the long-range missiles, are buried in silos across 57 districts of Iran. And Iran is the size of Western Europe. I mean, this is not a small area. And they are buried deeply, and the big missiles, the serious missiles, can be fired from underground. Through an underground silo, they come straight out. It's not a moving there's not a moving launcher. They come straight out of the ground, and they are fired from there, and they can continue to be fired from there, even if command and control is lost. They were set up with that sort of dead hand capacity. I do know about this because I did at one time try and explain this to the American Defense Secretary then, and also that there were shore-to-ship missiles buried deeply into the cliffs around the sea, because this is their deterrence, is that these missiles will not be destroyed and will be able to go on firing because they are autonomously controlled by each district with a plan that is given to them in advance of what they would do if the center and the command and control was destroyed. that they would continue to fight the war even if they had lost control. It was trialed, I remember, when I was there in 2006 in Lebanon with Hezbollah. But this is now the fuller version, which has been under preparation for many years. And their deterrence essentially is, even if you destroy us, you take out Tehran, you take out the command, the army, the IRGC, the war would still go on, and Israel would be destroyed. That is what they warn.
I worked in Iran, as you did, and one of the things that was a reality of the power structure in Iran is that power was decentralized into at least three factions. There wasn't a central power structure that was set up because they didn't want another Shah, so I could get a visa from the Ministry of Guidance while the Foreign Ministry had banned me, or vice versa. I mean, there was a multipolarity in terms of power systems, and I have other questions, but let's just begin with the assassination, the killing of the supreme leader, and the hierarchy of the Iranian government, and according to Trump, the second tier. What does that mean?
Well, the killing of the supreme leader. I mean, you know the details. I mean, he was at home, and his family was with him because they opted to look after him, and they knew what was likely to happen. I mean, he was at his desk. I've seen, not inside his home, but I've seen the home, which is in North Tehran. It's a very humble, straightforward building, and he was working there. And he had said just before it, he said, I'm 86, I'm semi-crippled, I have my dignity, but that's all that I have, but which it was something that you gave to me, and I'm happy to give my life for the Iranian people. Whether we find that strange or not, or whether we find it, irrational, that is how he thinks and he thought. And it is part of the culture of Iran, the idea of sacrifice and being willing to pay that sacrifice for the interests of your people, for your civilization, for your religion. He was very popular. He had a big following. In Shia Islam, as you know, they have a thing called, I suppose you call them the guides, Majayya. This is the senior clerics. They don't give instructions, but you choose which one you follow, and you get their teaching, moral teaching, ethical teaching, teaching about marriage, as well as everything else. And he had one of the biggest followings, not just in Iran, but across the whole region. The Supreme Leader had a huge following. And so his death has really fired up Shia Islam, not just in Iran, but in Iraq particularly, but across the region and in Bahrain. Bahrain is probably closer to regime change than any other state at this point. It's 70 to 80% Shia, and it is ruled by a Sunni king who has an all Sunni protection force surrounding him. And there are huge protests and there are huge demonstrations. And there's, if you like, at this time there is an uprising to remove him. And there've been support coming in, forces coming in from Saudi Arabia across the bridge, but I'm not sure if the bridge still exists to Saudi Arabia to try and rescue him. So it's had a big effect, and there've been attempts to besiege the U.S. embassy in Baghdad. Huge numbers of protesters outside the Baghdad. There were protesters in Pakistan besieging the consulate, and 2 or 3 of these senior Shia leaders, religious leaders, have issued fatwas for jihad, global jihad against the United States and Israel. And these are being followed up, and it is having a marked influence on particularly the Iraqi militias, the Hashad groups, who are attacking in Erbil, and they are also attacking American air defense systems and American radar systems throughout Iraq, which are probably amongst the most important, because it's from Iraq that Israel has been doing its standoff, firing its standoff cruise missiles into Iran.
And we should note that at least 60%, maybe more, of the Iraqi population are Shia. And when you talk about attacks on Erbil, that is the Kurdish area in the north, controlled by the Kurds. Perhaps no ethnic group in the Middle East has been used and discarded as much as the Kurds, and it looks like they're about to be used and discarded once again. So since you mentioned Erbil, why don't you talk about this idea of arming Kurdish militias to go into Iran?
I don't think it'll happen at all. I don't think it's... First of all, there was in June when there was an attempt. Let me just paint the background because it's important. This is part of the Israeli, if you like, ultimate plan for the future of Iran is to fire up separatist elements, Kurdish, Baluchis, Azeris, all of these. They've actually written separate constitutions, prepared separate constitutions, so that separate, if you like, self-sufficient states could be constructed in Iran to divide Iran into sort of ethnic divisions. And then the aim for Israel is then to have sectarian conflict between these states, to leave Iran weakened, in chaos, and unable in any way to threaten Israel, rather like we see in Syria. That is not the American objective, which is regime change. Just to be clear, the American at the moment is simply to copy the Venezuela model and to, if you like, get rid of the leader, and that it was assumed there'd be a popular uprising and there would be a popular, if you like, takeover of the government, and that Trump would do some sort of deal with a more amenable person and declare victory. And that's why it was supposed to be a quick operation. He keeps saying and talking about, but I mean, Maduro, it was the perfect operation. Quick, clean, short. We did that. So we just have to kill the Ayatollah, and then we'll be in the same position, and we can declare a victory, and we can do that before the markets open on Monday. And of course, it hasn't worked out like that, instead of which there have been millions coming onto the streets in Tehran. I mean, it's Ramadan there, but after the feast, which marks the end of the day of fasting in Ramadan, I mean, the Tehran is just packed with pro-state support for the Islamic State.
Would it be too much of a stretch to say that this has ignited, in the eyes of the Shia world, a war against Shiism?
Yes. This is seen as, if you like, there is an overtone, not with all of them, but there is a tone of jihad, of holy war. And this is being, of course, this is being amplified by the fact that in the United States, some of the instructions for commanders to brief their troops, saying this is, a God's war, and that Trump is the instrument of God pursuing this war, and that it was written in the Bible. There have been, I believe, you know more than me, but there have been many protests amongst the military at these instructions that they've received, calling it. I mean, so, you know, in a sense, this is a sort of eschatological element within the US, and of course, each is feeding the others eschatological sentiments.
So there's heavy military censorship imposed in Israel. You work there, I've worked there. It's hard from a distance to get a read as to how effective the strikes have been. What are your impressions?
What you say is absolutely correct. The censorship, I mean, it's absolutely tight. Anyone trying to film is immediately arrested or stopped. It's very hard to get facts. But I was listening to Colonel Wilkinson just recently, who was Colin Powell's chief of staff in that time, a military man with much experience. And he said he had witnessed some real videos coming out of Tel Aviv. And he said, you know, this is not AI, this is the real stuff that has come through. And he saw watching a 15-minute video. And he said, it is absolutely devastating what is coming there. It is relentless and it is continuous. And you see at the end of it, you know, there aren't even any intercept missiles firing at that point. So I think, you know, we don't know the extent. This was Tel Aviv, but we know that missiles are being fired across Israel. But it seems that the damage is huge. What the consequences will be in Israel is not clear. We get very contradictory messages. You probably heard them. Some people, you know, in these things, as in every war, you can be in one part and you say, well, nothing's happening. Everything seems normal. And then, you know, you go 500 meters in another direction and it's mayhem and it is a disaster. So it's difficult to get an overall, a concerted picture, but I would say the damage far exceeds that of the 12-day war, even to date. And the Iranians intend to slowly increase the number of these Khorramshahr and these hypersonic missiles, which will be very difficult for either the United States or for Israel to shoot them down and to stop them. So big damage is happening there. Across the Gulf, it has been huge for American bases. There's no doubt they've been destroyed. I think the intent of Iran in the Gulf, it's particularly focused on the ports.
Yeah.
Across it. And I think the reason for that is because the Fifth Fleet, which is based in Bahrain, has created a sort of a whole area around right up to Hormuz and the Persian Gulf, and even down to, if you like, off Yemen, there is a very small choke point, naval choke point in the south, in order to control the corridors of energy, to control the corridors of economic business through this process. And I think the Iranians are in the process of flipping this from Beit HaMamduk right through to Hormuz, to reestablish more of Iranian, if you like, hegemony across these areas, and to stop the American plan, which was, I think, foreshadowed in the national security statement. The NSS released not so long ago, 3 months ago, something. Colby Eldridge was supposed to be the author of most of it. But one of the things it contained in it was the idea that China had to be coerced to change its economic model away from exporting to consuming more. And you could do this by tariffs, or you could do this by what we've seen in Venezuela, naval blockades, sanctioning of ships, attempt to create a siege. But also Russia increasingly is finding it's been under the same sort of things. Its so-called shadow fleet being sanctioned, sometimes seized. And so there's an impression, I think, in both Moscow and China that America is intent on trying to inflict hurt on China through these means, through taking control and establishing a sort of hegemony over the sea lanes and the choke points. The same, of course, in China with that first island continuum, which is being militarized by the United States, presumably to eventually, if needed, be a siege condition on China for vessels passing through that narrow, if you like, seaway by Indonesia into the China Sea. And for Russia, it's important too, because they, in the reverse way of China, but they want to export their oil and gas and do not want that to be under siege and curtailed and squeezed. So we're seeing a sort of, I believe, a really major geopolitical shift taking place. And so, although the focus, we all talk about, what's happening to the military and to the hotels where the military are staying, but I think Iran's primary interest is to change the whole situation, the whole paradigm of the Gulf and the Red Sea and the sea lanes adjacent to it, and to take those out of the American dominance, which they've been under for all this period.
Let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz. It's a very narrow waterway. Iran has shut it down. You know more than I do, but my understanding is not only with the flick of a switch can they mine, and these mines are kind of autonomous. You can explain how they work. They also have missile batteries. One of the most amazing comments on the part of Trump was the idea that he would send U.S. naval forces, which is just asking for every single ship to be blown out of the water. And then also comment why, in your view, the United States has made such a priority of destroying the Iranian Navy.
Well, yes, I think to answer your second question first, that is absolutely what I'm talking about. The America's aim to create a dominance in the field of energy and to be able to control China's economic evolution and its development, and at the same time reduce Russia's economic prospects by controlling not just oil and gas, and of course Iran has both of those in abundance, but not just control that, but to control, go back to the old system, the 19th century system of controlling the waterways and controlling the checkpoints so that they can impose blockades and sieges on China and on Russia to further, as part of their economic, if you like, vision. So, I mean, Iran is a pawn in the bigger vision, which is about, if you like, how to take out the BRICS and how to, if you like, they can't, I think, militarily defeat China, but simply to weaken it by withholding technology, withholding oil and raw materials from China, and China is returning the compliment to the United States. But nonetheless, this is what I think they're trying to do. So the Navy, the Iranian Navy, it has a few sort of legacy ships, frigates and things like that. And America has just sunk a couple that were in harbor, but very elderly things. The main thing that Iran has are these fast vessels, these speedboat vessels that have shorter ship missiles. They're equipped with shorter ship missiles. And they have about, I think, 25 submarines, mini submarines. But they can fire anti-ship missiles from submerged state. And these are much more dangerous to shipping than the old classic big naval vessels. But now it's been opened up because, as you probably saw, the Iranians had sent an unarmed ship to a courtesy call in India, a naval exercise that they'd been invited by the Indian government to participate in. And that vessel was there, and America sank it. The submarine torpedoed it and sank it. I think well over 100 sailors were killed. Bodies are still washing up into Sri Lanka, and some were saved, but most of them have died. So I think, it's quite clear. I don't think that Iran is going to be particularly lenient about American naval ships trying to guard a tanker or a vessel going through Hormuz after they sank, as I say, a ship, a courtesy visit by a Iranian naval vessel at the invitation of the Indians. And then someone passed on the details, and it was sunk off Sri Lanka by a torpedo, an American torpedo. So I think that is going to be much, much, much tougher. By the way, the width of the Hormuz is 21 kilometers, so we don't even need to mine it. That is within sufficient range for artillery, so they can just sit there and select a vessel and fire artillery and let it catch fire, and it's that easy.
When I heard Trump propose that, I thought of the Russian 1905 naval attack on the Japanese, where it was the same kind of imperial disdain for the lesser race, and the entire fleet was sunk, which is what I would expect if they're foolish enough to go into the Strait of Hormuz. One has to assume that the naval commanders will talk Trump out of that folly. I want to talk about where this is going. It's spread very quickly throughout the region. Obviously, this will impact the markets and prices of oil and gas, but just what are the consequences you see of what's happened?
Well, I would say that the consequences are going to be felt very soon, in particular in energy markets, are already being seen, because a huge amount of oil and gas, of global oil and gas, passes through Hormuz. Particularly for Europe, the gas that comes from Qatar passes through Hormuz, and that has stopped, and Putin has said, oh, and by the way, we're looking at it, but possibly we'll decide we're not going to give Europe any of our gas, since you've turned your back on it anyway, so we will stop off. This will be very serious economic consequences for Europe, with their reserves of gas at an all-time low. Their big underground reserves at an all-time low. But it's already starting to affect the oil price. But also, I think it's going to affect many other things. I mean, first of all, there is the change that's taking place in the Gulf. I mean, the Gulf used to be known and thought of as a safe place for businessmen, for investors and others, and that AI, holidays, airliners, tourism, etc. I think that's not completely, but largely that's over. That finished. But already you're seeing, and I've seen this, that particularly Asian investors are taking all their money out of Dubai and the UAE and other centres in Qatar and repatriating them to Asia. I think, of course, I don't know what they will take them to, but I imagine it won't be the US dollar. I think it's very unlikely. They will take advantage of either it will be the yen or it will be in the Shanghai gold market, for which there are subsidiary markets which are not controlled by China's capital control system in Hong Kong. And they will probably, China's introduced a system of warrants that you can buy warrants on physical gold, not paper gold, but physical gold, and hold those as an alternative to US treasuries, which is much more attractive anyway. So I think we're going to see an effect on the dollar. We're going to certainly see an effect on energy markets. For Europe, it is going to be an incredibly dangerous period for their economies. And the consequence of all of this is, I think, that the markets, which are usually so complacent, to any geopolitical event, it'll be over. I mean, they were being briefed by the intelligence services, told, because I know that from some of the fund managers, they were being briefed, 5 days. It'll be 5 days, it'll be done in 5 days. So you don't have to worry. Keep the markets up, we want markets high, and you'll be fine. Don't sell. So I think then we will see the consequences there. What does it mean? This is going to be, there was a heavy military investment in these bases in the Gulf. Trillions. And is America going to come back? I think probably that's doubtful. And in any case, that sort of the sort of security that the Gulf had felt, which now turns out to be perhaps not the wisest judgment. That security is gone because the bases are gone. The United States is taking care of itself. It's not really taking much care of Saudi Arabia, and they are feeling that, and they are saying, when it comes to it, they're saying, they want all the intercept missiles to go to Israel. They're not sending any intercept missiles to us. So I think the atmospherics are going to affect that economic paradigm. That economic situation is going to affect the energy situation, and in terms of the United States. And I don't want to trespass because you know 10 times more than me about this, but I think it's going to have consequences in the midterm elections. We can already
I grew the economy. through governance. He's going to rule it through economies. And so even though he'll have control of the governments too, but the Antichrist would actually, when he appears, there has to be a unification of the worldwide economy in order for him to a degree that's a little bit farther down the road than ours is at this point. So I don't think that he's just immediately around the corner, but I could be wrong. And that the other way that it can actually happen is there's been numerous prophecies by saints, apparitions where Our Lady's appeared, like at Fatima, where 3 children saw her, but then there was a miracle of the sun where 70,000 people saw this miracle that actually happened there. Where, so there's some of those apparitions, she actually talks about the fact that one of them is La Salette, where she said there's going to be a chastisement that's going to come. And that chastisement will be a minor chastisement, but it's going to be the type of thing where, excuse me, we're going to see infrastructure. God's going to basically allow some type of war or something that's going to happen to such a degree that, it's going to be brutal even for us who are good and who are prepped and ready for it and all of that. It's going to be brutal for everybody.
When you say, I can't remember how you said it, but you said it sounded like you were saying the stage is kind of set. Yeah. Almost everything that's happened needs to happen. What has happened that needed to happen, and what still needs to happen?
Well, before the Antichrist comes, one of the things that we know from the fathers of the church is that there will be a worldwide implosion of people's morality. So, which we've seen, right? So that's happened since the 1950s. There's been an implosion where people just aren't following the laws of God or the natural law in any sense of the term. So we have that. The other part of it is, again, is the unification of the worldwide economies, because he has to be able to basically control people en masse. The other thing is it has to be something that the people that are alive, that in order to survive, you have to be able to plug into that economy in some fashion. That's why they talk about the mark of the beast. Well, we're almost there, where they could literally just decide, look, unless you're going to sign off on certain things, you're not going to have access to the digital currency that we're going to enact worldwide, and therefore, because that's how he could rule it. At least that's my opinion. I think that's one of the ways how he's going to control people is through digital currencies, and he's going to just shut people off, and that's how they'll be able to basically starve people out if they're unwilling to sign off on the Antichrist's rules. So it's going to be those kinds of things have, as I mentioned, have come into play.
We're talking like social credit score.
Yeah, that's right. Among other things. The other thing is we also know that the Catholic Church specifically will have to be at a state where it would have to have gone through a prior weakening crisis, and then it will resurge, and then right before the Antichrist comes, the morals of people will implode, they say, in such a rapid fashion to where this last 50 years will make our heads spin. It'll be that much more rapid. So there's some prophecies that have been fulfilled and some of them that haven't quite been.
When you say good people, I mean, is that everybody? Everybody will be under the influence?
Well, they say that the Antichrist will be so charismatic, and it will be that unless a person has specific graces from God, you're going to easily get sucked into into what he teaches and what he professes, which of course is going to be a rejection of Christ, and he will set himself up as the Messiah, but it'll be a political type of a thing. The other thing that has to happen too once he shows up, of course, the 2 prophets that are in heaven, the Elijah and Enoch have to return. They're put to death. Because they actually return and preach against him. So those types of things have to happen before Christ actually returns and finally puts him to death.
Do we know what names they'll use?
We don't. You mean as Elijah and Enoch? It'll be clear who they are.
What about the temple?
According to the fathers of the church, at least the ones that I've read, they said the temple will never be rebuilt. And
It will never be
rebuilt. And the reason being is because First of all, Julian the Apostate tried to rebuild it, and it was destroyed in the process. Christ actually put an end to the Jewish sacrifice on purpose, because the Jewish sacrifice in the Old Testament was a lead-up or a prefigurement of Christ. And so he gave them one generation in order for them to convert to Christianity. And when they didn't, he put an end to their sacrifice. So technically speaking, there hasn't been practicing Jews in 2,000 years, because the temple hasn't been around. They haven't been able to offer sacrifice. Doesn't mean that they don't pray and things of that sort, but they haven't been able to enact their primary religious duties, which is to offer sacrifice. Plus, their Levitic line, which is their priestly line, was destroyed. So, but then, and the difficulty is people tend to misinterpret the book of Daniel, which says, when the abomination of desolation takes its seat in the temple. What they don't realize is that is not a reference to the Jewish temple. That's where the Protestants are getting it wrong. So a lot of the Protestants are thinking, oh, well, let's help the Jews rebuild the temple, and then that will usher in, because Christ is going to return, after they think the temple is going to be rebuilt. And then as a result of that, the temple has to be rebuilt in order for the Antichrist to put himself in there. So let's do that so that the Antichrist will come, and then that means that Christ will come, and that's kind of their reasoning behind it. Well, first of all, just getting through the years of the Antichrist is going to be brutal, so I wouldn't be pushing that. But the fathers of the church are very clear that it'll never be rebuilt, and that the reference to the abomination of desolation taking its seat in the temple is actually a reference to the Catholic Church. That's what the fathers say it's a reference to. That there's going to be some way in which the situation in the church will become compromised to such a degree. It doesn't mean people have to know it, but its essential elements will still remain intact. But that the Catholic Church itself would become compromised in that process.
Jeez. When we're talking about the social critics, the ruling through the economy.
Yeah.
And, you had mentioned the mark of the beast. It's just in the past, 6 years, I've heard lots of different things that could be the mark of the beast. The first one being the COVID shot.
Yeah.
The next one I've always heard is digital currency. Another one could be Neuralink.
Yeah.
And so what I want to ask is, this is, what are people supposed to do? Let's say that they do usher in the new digital currency, and I'm sure it won't appear to be the mark of the beast. But maybe it becomes more obvious, as time goes on with people holding out. I think about this all the time. Right. I have kids, they're small. I have a wife, I have people that depend on me. What are we supposed to do if we can't eat, take care of ourselves, provide for our families? What are we supposed to do?
Well, I think there's
if that's the only way you can survive, what are we supposed to do? Is the head of the family?
Yeah, the way the fathers of the church talk about, though, is they say that the mark of the beast, you can't receive the mark of the beast. So it's supposed to be something that's well, first of all, the mark of the beast is the inversion of what they call the mark of baptism. So when a person's baptized, God infuses a quality in the person's soul, which is a mark. And that's actually why, for example, in the baptism in the Catholic Church, there's a sign in which you actually take chrism and you sign it on the forehead as an indicator of that this person has been consecrated to Christ through his baptism. The mark of the beast is going to be the inversion of that. So it's going to be something in our bodies that is going to be that will give us access to these particular things. Okay.
Like Neuralink.
Like it would be something similar to that, or it could just be something like an RFID chip, which then you just be able to walk in and they can scan it. They know who you are and they know that you can have access to the food and things of that sort. It could be the type of thing that they'll get to the point where you just don't even have to carry credit cards, or even that your bank account will just be linked to this chip that's in you. And because that's how they could actually do it. The thing, though, is that the fathers of the church say that you're not going to be able to get that chip without some type of renunciation of Christ. There's going to have to be some religious thing you're going to have to accept that you know is contrary to the will of God and contrary to Christ. And so the moral of the story is that you have to be willing to sacrifice the lesser good in order to achieve the greater good. You have to be willing to, I have to follow Christ regardless of the personal cost. Now, God will also very often provide for people. If it's his holy will that people survive that time frame, he'll make it possible for them to do it. The other thing is I've learned, which in the military you've probably seen this too, the tighter you put your grip on a group of people, the more stuff slips through your fingers. And so I think that type of thing, there will be ways in which people will be able to survive. But I think they also have to be smart about it and actually learn just basic survival skills, learn how to fend for themselves just based on nature and things of that sort. But I think it's going to become extraordinarily difficult, especially with the way the technology is getting, to be able to even evade detection.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I think about this all the time.
Yeah.
One more question. I've always heard about the golden calf.
Mm-hmm.
How does that play into the end?
Well, obviously the difficulty with the golden calf in the Old Testament is that they basically created a god of their own making, and so this is the same type of thing that you're going to see in relationship to the Antichrist. He will basically ensconce himself as the one to whom we are to worship. The difficulty with the Antichrist, of course, is he's going to be perfectly possessed by Satan. And he will be endowed with by perfect possession, Satan will be the one in the driver's seat, so that we'll be dealing with somebody who will be endowed with Satan's intelligence. And as a result of that, it's going to be extraordinarily difficult intellectually to combat this guy without specific graces from God.
Okay. Thank you. Let's move into the outline here.
All right.
So let's start with the 7 forms of diabolic activity.
Yeah. So I propose that as a kind of a topic in the sense that I think a lot of people are unaware of the fact that there's 7 different kinds of diabolic influence. The first is infestation, where they infest houses or locations, inanimate objects, animals, as we see in Scripture, where they...
Animals?
Yeah, and we see that where Christ is about to kick them out of the demoniac, and they said, let us go into the pigs. And so they go in, they possess the pigs, and then they run the pigs. Of course, they can't help but destroy them. They run them into the sea there. So they can actually possess inanimate objects and things, and so that's pretty common. Not a whole lot, but a fair amount of my work is actually going and cleaning up places where evil things have occurred and the demons have gotten their foot in the door, and so we have to exercise the place and clean it out. So there's a fair amount of that we actually have to do. And then the next one is ordinary diabolic influence. This is what everybody suffers. It's ordinary temptation. And the primary way that they tempt us is by putting stuff in our imaginations. So they'll put not just the image, but they can also put the perspective on the image. So an example I often use is, a wife wants to make her husband breakfast in bed because it's his birthday. And so she comes in, he's laying in bed, it's 7 o'clock in the morning, she comes in and says, "Dear, what time are you going to get up?" Because she's trying to time it in order to get this. And then what the demons do is, once he hears that, what time are you going to get up, the demons can then they can skew the perspective on the thing. They can jade our perceptions of people and of things, and they do that, and then what he hears or thinks he hears, what he judges in that situation by their skewing his perceptions is, she just thinks you're lazy. Right. Rather than, and this is how they can actually destroy relationships. This is how they, and that in fact in marriage, this is one of the ways that we're seeing as we're talking about families. That's always their first attack. They have to separate people psychologically first before they're ever going to get them to divorce. They have to separate them psychologically, and the way they do that is by skewing their perceptions. And then they can also move our emotions too. So they can kind of increase our emotional responses to things or cause emotions, and then as a result, it affects our judgment. So that's ordinary temptation.
Just go back to diabolic infestation. I mean, we talked about demonic influence on animals and humans. What about houses and buildings?
Yeah, houses. So I do a fair amount of exorcism of buildings. A lot of Office buildings more recently, especially buildings where charitable activities are being done, people are just getting hammered. So like places that are working against abortion, or like there's one that I've been working with from time to time. They're actually trying to do a Catholic version of hospice where they're just not offing people, that overdosing and killing them to get rid of them. They're actually letting them go through a normal process of death. They're getting attacked. So, but houses too, usually there's, evil that's occurred in the location or in the house itself, which has resulted in the demons getting into the house. And then that's when you start seeing, stuff moving around and things like that in the house.
So the opening for a demon to enter a human, a building, a house, an animal, maybe not an animal, is sin, correct?
That's correct. So it's either the particular person's sin. So a lot of people, about 50% of the people that come to us that are possessed is because of the sin that they committed. Or the other 50% is because sin has been committed against them. In locations, it's because somebody has done something particularly evil in a location, and as a result, the demons have gotten their foot in the door there. And so you have to go in. Sometimes finding out the history of the house can be very helpful, but you'll have to exorcise the place in order to get the demons out.
What are the most common sins they enter through?
Primarily occult activity, which we're starting to see a rise in. People engaging in witchcraft and Satanism, things of that in a particular location. Sometimes it can be something just as simple as one location that I had to address or deal with was it was a former lockdown for teenagers who had literally lost their minds. And so they would drug them up and put them in this place. And what got in there was, because of the things that were being done in that particular location, was a demon of flight. So you would walk in there and you'd get attacked like, I got to get out of here, was what people would explain. I just got to get out of here. And but the local bishop cleaned that place up pretty quick and without too much fuss. There was another building where it was a demon of anger had gotten in there, but it was connected to heavy pornography use in that particular location. But it was a demon of anger that got in. And so that took a little bit. And actually that case was the first time I ran across what we call temporary possession, where the demon, the infestation in the location was so, at such a level that he could actually attack people and actually quasi-manifest through individuals. And so you could literally stand, if everybody in the building was sitting in the same room, you could just look around the room and actually see there he is. And then, 10 minutes later, you see it's attacking this person over here. And it was just anger. You could just see the anger, their complexion would change and everything. So you could see him going from location to location, or from person to person. And that's actually one of the ways that we detected him, and we were actually able to, I don't know if I never was actually put on that case. I just noticed the detection and knew about it. I did a quasi-diagnostic of it, but it was, I don't know if it was ever gotten out of there. I don't know if they ever addressed it. So they get into buildings and stuff. I was actually in a hotel once where didn't notice it when I first walked in, but then when I went to get to bed, the level of attack in that particular case was on the same level that it was in that building where the demon of anger and flights were. It was on that same level where the attack was so strong. And so I did do some prayers and some stuff to kind of keep my own particular room protected. I was able to sleep through the night. But because I don't know who the owners are, I could have done an exorcism over the whole place. But the problem with that is that the more stout the demon is, usually you have to go from room to room and exorcise every single nook and cranny of the place to make sure you get him out. So, which I've also had to do even in rectories, where bad things have happened in the rectories, and so you have to go in and clean it out.
Are there any specific sins you see them go through more than others?
The demons?
Demons.
Well, the sins they like to gravitate towards the most, because they're easiest to get human beings to fall into, are the sins against the sixth commandment, like fornication, masturbation, pornography, those types of things. Those are the ones that they tend to like to use because they're so easy to get us to fall into. And then from there, they'll graduate people to other sins and get them into stuff that's even more disordered.
What about lies? I mean, see people that lie. I've lied. I think everybody's lied at some point. But, I always wind up coming clean. And I always feel better when
Right.
But I do it right here on my show. I'll tell people all kinds of ridiculous, horrible shit that I've done. But to me, it feels like a confession.
Yeah.
In some ways, it feels better than confession because nobody can hold that against me because I've already confessed. That's the way I feel, at least.
Yeah.
I've confessed publicly.
Yeah.
I did this. I'm fucked up. And now I feel better.
Right.
I see people who maybe I'm not necessarily friends with, but I know I'm associated with, who are living a lie. And some of these people have enormous audiences, just huge audiences. Lots of people know them, and they just continue to live the lie.
Right.
And you can feel the misery.
Yes.
You can see it, you can feel it, you know that their entire life is miserable.
Yep, that's right. Demons do actually drive that type of thing. There's a line in scripture, I said in my excess, all men lie. Okay, well, not all men lie, but we're seeing it in our world and our culture now, which I'm sure you're experiencing this too, or just in the observation. You can't watch 5 minutes of the mainstream news media without knowing I'm being lied to here, right? I mean, in fact, I've told people that the mainstream news media lies so habitually, you can't even trust literally anything they say, good, bad, or ugly. And so, so when they report on something, okay, maybe something's happening there, but it may not be the way they're reporting it, etc. But it's in all the years I've been an exorcist, having a possession where it's authentically Satan is pretty rare. Now, there's demons that call themselves Satan, and they'll refer to themselves as that, but they're not actually Satan. I've only had one case where I actually thought, no, this guy is this guy's Satan, because I beat this guy ruthlessly during a session for 3 days, and he didn't tell the truth once, even when it would go better for him. And we see this even in human beings. They'll lie even when the truth sounds better, right? So you just tell the truth. But this guy, no, he was so wed to actually lying. And of course, Christ said he was a liar and a murderer from the beginning. He was a liar from the beginning because of the fact that he basically lied to all the other angels that if you follow me, I will give you X, Y, and Z. He knew he could never give them X, Y, and Z. He couldn't give them anything. And so that was the lying part. And then, of course, the murder part was he wanted to murder our Lord and our Lady because he wanted to subvert God's plan of our redemption. So... but you're seeing, as the world becomes more diabolic, you see people becoming more mendacious. They just lie they're just on a consistent basis. I think we see that type of thing too with, we see it like with stolen valor and things like that, where guys claiming they've had this, that, or that experience when they haven't.
How do you get rid of them though? If you're lying, if you're living a lie, and a demon enters through that, or you're addicted to pornography or masturbation or whatever, right, and that's how the demon enters. Yeah. If you stop that, if you come clean on the lie and you confess, if you stop masturbation, if you stop pornography, if you stop addiction,
right,
does that clean yourself out?
So there's different levels. So how much influence a demon has is by degree. So that's why there's different kinds of possession. You can have possession where it's very deep and it's going to be a long grind. And then you have stuff that the demon does possess him, but it's pretty light and you can kick him out pretty quick. Well, it's the same thing in relationship to this. So you can, sometimes if people just stop the activity, then what you'll find is that then the demon just doesn't have anything to use or use against you. And this is something that we actually find very consistently, like in families. So for example, if we tell the guy, quit being effeminate and man up and actually be the head of your household, and tell the wife, submit in a rightly ordered and a loving fashion in relationship to what Christ intended for you. Do that. Just establish that right order. So stop the sinning of usurpation on her part, and you stop the sinning of capitulating your authority. You guys just stop that. Then what we find is that 80% of the time that just clears the demons out because they have nothing to use with. It's the same thing in our own personal lives. So in relationship to things like lying, that type, if you just stop, That's going to help. The other thing that can be very helpful is just making a renunciation. I renounce the demon of lying. I renounce the demon of X. And when people do that, and in fact, if a demon still has an influence in that area, they'll very often find that they'll either be blocked in being able to make the renunciation, or they'll find making the renunciation very difficult. But once they make the renunciation, it will break the back of his power in relationship to them, and so then they can combat him just by growing in the virtue of truthfulness, and then eventually get him out.
Do people come to this realization themselves, or are they guided to renunciation?
The renunciation, usually they have to be guided. Rarely do you find people. Once in a great while, you'll see people say, "I just said I'm sick of this. I don't want this in my life anymore," or something to that effect, and so then then it'll kind of stop. There's a couple of other areas. Sometimes demons can get so far into a person's life because of their sinfulness that they have to come to an exorcist to get it cleaned up. It just depends on the level. Sometimes too, if people just develop a certain kind of discipline in that particular area, that will break the demon's back. In the Catholic sphere, what we have is when people go to confession, if they confess the particular sin that the demon has a hold on them, when the priest gives absolution, the legal binding force of the sin over the individual is absolved. That's why Christ said, whoever sins you retain, they shall be retained. Whoever sins you forgive, they shall be forgiven. So when they go to confession, what it does is that it breaks the legal bond that the demon has in relationship to the person by the absolution of the priest. And so we've actually had people liberated from possession just by going to confession and giving them absolution. We've also had cases where it protracts and we can't seem to get the demon out, and then eventually you'll get out of the demon, what is keeping you here? And they'll say, it's this one unconfessed sin over there. And so the person's like, I totally forgot about that. They go to confession, and once the priest gives absolution, boom, then they're freed. So it just depends on the level or the degree of the diabolic influence.
Okay. I used to carry one of those bulky leather wallets that felt like I was sitting on a brick all day. Cards falling out, receipts stuffed everywhere, it was a mess. Switching to Ridge completely changed that for me. The design is slim, modern, and it holds up to 12 cards, plus cash without stretching out or getting bulky. It's made from premium materials like aluminum, titanium, and carbon fiber, so it actually feels solid, not flimsy. And they've got over 50 colorways, so you can really pick something that fits your style. All Ridge wallets come with RFID blocking technology, which gives me peace of mind knowing I'm protected from digital pickpocketers. Plus, they have over 100,000 five-star reviews and a lifetime warranty. This is literally the last wallet you'll ever have to buy. Right now, Ridge is having their once-a-year anniversary sale. Get up to 40% off at ridge.com to see their huge sale. After you purchase, they'll ask where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them our show sent you. Again, that's their once-a-year anniversary sale. Get up to 40% off at ridge.com. Don't miss it. Dolor.
So that is, it's a Latin word which means basically pain. And so basically this is where demons attack people physically. Now there's two kinds of people that get attacked physically. There's those who are possessed or have oppression, which we'll talk about here in just a minute. And that's because there's something in their life that needs to get cleaned up. But then the dolor only happens to people who are very saintly, very holy. So like Padre Pio would get physically beaten by Satan and drug around the room and things of that sort. You'd also see the Saint John Vianney, the same thing happened to him. Paul of the Cross. That's some of the authors in the past say that that's actually what St. Paul was referring to when he prayed to God 3 times to take away this demon, and Christ said, my grace is enough for you, which is important because people who suffer that, exorcism isn't going to help. All they have to do is pray and rely on God's grace to get through those particular moments, and God allows it for the humiliation of the demon, even though the demon just wants to take it out on the person because they hate people who are holy. But he'll allow it so that the demon gets humiliated by the person's faithfulness. And then he also uses it for the person themselves to advance in holiness and self-detachment and things of that sort. So it's rare. I've never seen an authentic case of it myself. I've only read about them.
Oppression.
So oppression is attacking people from in relationship to their externals. It's an attack from the outside. So this includes things like destroying their finances, both their inflows. They can block people's, getting paid when they're supposed to be getting paid. They can block or they can cause damage to their property and things like that. So they're just hemorrhaging money all over the place, even though they shouldn't be. They can also attack their property to where, like one family that I've worked with in the past, it wasn't until we discovered that there was this demon in the actual property, we found out who was getting him there, that he actually, that it was the demon in the property that was causing them all their appliances. They would just go through appliances and get a brand new refrigerator. Within a month, boom, it's shot. Their stove would go out. The washing machines and stuff like that, they would just destroy. He was destroying everything. That can also affect their relationships. So this is, this is why we'll see people all of a sudden, they might have a fantastic marriage, and then they might be cursed by somebody, and then all of a sudden, boom, the oppression sets in, and then all of a sudden, things are just miserable between the two, and a lot of times they can't necessarily pin it on what either one of them actually did, but they'll destroy people's relationships.
What do you mean cursed by somebody?
So somebody can actually do a ritual, which is like basically an offering to Satan, or do something to empower the demons to come and afflict a particular individual.
A human being can do that?
Yes, they can.
Is that common?
It's common enough to where I see it about 3 or 4 times a year where people have been cursed. It's becoming more common now because more people are getting involved in Satanism and witchcraft. So as that tends to get worse, oppression, and that's one of the, because we keep statistics, the amount of oppression is drastically on the rise because of the increase in the involvement in the occult.
And how do you defend against that? Would you know? Is there any way to know if somebody on Earth is cursing you?
Well, the way that you're going to usually know it is that it's probably a curse, is that nobody in the family has done anything sinful to bring the oppression on, because oppression can also be caused by sinful behavior. One of the primary ways that we see an increase in oppression is guys watching pornography that's been cursed, and then they bring that into their family, and then because and then they suffer the oppression for having watched this stuff that's been cursed. But the way you should
hold on. Sorry. Yeah. You mean they actually curse the content that they're watching?
Yeah. So what happens is it was the Satanists in the 30s, 40s, and 50s that taught the people in Hollywood that if you curse the master copy, all of the subsequent copies made from that will bear the curse, and it can influence people. That was then also taught to the people in the music industry, and the reason they were doing it is to boost the addictive effect of the music. This is why, I don't know if you've ever experienced this, you'll walk into some like Walmart or something, not that I would recommend it, but you go into Walmart and there's playing some tune, and you come out and you can't get that tune out of your head. So then what I would do is when I would notice that, I would just say a short binding prayer against any demon causing that in, and boom, it would stop. So they also taught this, though, that gets the Hollywood people then talking to the people, because one of the epicenters of pornography production is in California. So they taught them to curse this as well. They taught the Satanists taught them to curse this, and it'll make the pornography more addictive, and so that's why you see that. It's one of the reasons why it's more, there's an uptick in it. The curse, depending on the particular individual, can have varying degrees of the influence as a result of that. So we see a lot of people that have oppression as a result of watching this cursed pornography. We're also seeing obsession, which we'll talk about here in a minute. But once in a while, you'll see people actually become possessed. So I knew one case, it wasn't my particular case, because I do a lot of consultation with exorcists, where this guy had watched a piece of pornography and became possessed as a result of it. When this exorcist got him into the session and got the demon to tell him what was the cause of the possession, he said pornography. So then he asked the guy, did you watch pornography? He said, yeah, I did. And he said, well, what happened? He said, I don't know. I said, all I know is that once I watched that piece of pornography, I became completely obsessed with the woman that was in the pornography. And so I spent all my time trying to find her in all the other forms of pornography that I could find where she had acted in it. And so, and he'd become possessed as a result of it. So the curse can actually have its effect. Now, the way curses normally work is there has to be a vulnerability on our part for the curse to actually take place. And that can be anything from, you're committing some seriously sinful act and that's your opening door and the demon gets in from the curse. Or it can also be some minor defect that we particularly have, like, or some failing that we did. I actually, speaking of curses, I actually had one of the exorcists that trained me asked me to take a look at this one case, and he said, she's possessed. And I said, okay, well, I'll go talk to her, because he said he couldn't get to her. So I went, and when I saw her, I said, yeah, she's possessed. It's pretty clear. She's getting occult knowledge, but she likes it. So I told her, look, I can't help you. Unless you're willing to cut bait with these demons, I can't help you. So she says, no, I still want him. So I said, okay, well, if you change your mind, I'll be willing to help. Well, I left. The next day I came down with the worst case of gout I've ever come down with in my entire life. I could not. A week later, usually if I got gout when I was younger, I would just cut out dairy and then boom, it would go away. Well, there was no change in this thing. I even took those pills that take out the uric acid, no change. Then it just dawned on me, I wonder if this woman, a week later, if this woman didn't curse me. So I did a minor exorcism over myself and boom, it was gone. So I called the exorcist that had trained me, and he didn't answer. 2 weeks later, he calls me, he says, oh, I would have gotten back to you, but I have had the worst case of gout I've ever had in my entire life. I said, let me guess, right foot, big toe. He said, yeah, how did you know? I said, dude, you were cursed. And so what was the vulnerability? The vulnerability is anytime I do this work, I always make sure that there's a prayer of protection I say before I do that. And I had failed to do that when I went in to talk to this lady. And that left me unprotected when I walked in. I just walked in thinking, well, I can talk to her and size this up without having to depend on Christ for my protection. Not that was consciously going on, but that was the upshot of it. A year later, another priest called me and says, I think she's had a change of mind. Would you talk to her? I said, yeah, I'll talk to her. But this time when I went in, I said a prayer of protection. I asked St. Michael to protect me. And then I said a prayer which was taught to me by an exorcist, which was, Jesus, if this person tries to curse me, I ask you that if it's your holy will, it be sent back from whence it came. But in either case, keep me protected. So I said that prayer. Walk in, talk to her. She still wants the occult knowledge that she was getting. I gave her the same story. Can't help you. If you change your mind, let me know. I left. A week later, nothing had happened. And then I asked, so I called up the priest and said, well, what happened? And he said, well, just after you left, she ended up in the hospital. Which tells you two things. This is one of the reasons why people who are very high up in the occult arts, generally speaking, do not like getting involved in cursing other people because they know they can become subject to the curse that they do. The second part of it is that that Christ hears our prayer. He honored that prayer.
Would you say the occult, is there a difference between the occult and Satanism?
Well, occult is more of a genus. The species would be like specific kinds of witchcraft or specific kinds of Satanism.
Okay. And when we're talking about, you had brought up the 30s, 40s, and 50s in Hollywood.
Yeah.
And then that cursing the content. And then they taught the music industry and they taught the porn industry.
Right.
I mean, that just makes me think of Disney.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, as we know.
Just about every kid in the country watches Disney.
Yeah.
Watched Disney. I grew up watching Disney.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know it's real. I mean, I remember, I don't know, probably in my 20s, everybody started talking about the cover of The Little Mermaid and how there was a penis as one of the towers.
Right,
and there was something in Aladdin that spelled sex, and one of the guys got an erection, and there's all these little parts in these movies that have some type of perversion to them.
Yes.
Is that a curse? What is that?
Well, actually, the technical term that we tend to use for that is called the revealing of the method. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
I have.
Basically, it basically means that it can be connected to a curse. They could curse this so that it has a more, so that its distribution becomes more extensive and more people watch the thing. But a lot of times what that is that the thing about Satanists, and also even though it's occult in the fact that it's hidden, there's a side to diabolic psychology that even when they remain hidden, they still want to show themselves in some way. They're still going to reveal themselves in something. They can't help it. And it's the same thing you see. It's the same thing you see with Satanists. It's the same thing you see with Freemasons when they're involved in certain things. It's the same stuff you see across the board in these particular groups. And so they just tend to reveal stuff. But their hope is to, even in the revealing, that you don't know. There's a sadistic delight they get out of basically putting it to you without you even knowing it.
How much of the country or the world, I mean, is this affecting? So many people watch.
Oh yeah, I think it's
listen.
Yeah, I think it's affecting just large percentage of the population. Somebody once asked me, what percentage of the adult population is diabolically obsessed, and I had to think about it a little bit. And then the number that came to me was about 25% of the adult population in this country, at least, is diabolically obsessed. So I asked several other exorcists without giving them my number, and they all came up with the same number. About 25% of the adult population is diabolically obsessed in our culture. So it's having a huge impact. Part of the other difficulty is that most people don't realize is that if something's been cursed, or if there is something evil in a particular movie, or in a video or something of that sort, or even in an audio, each time it's played, it's offensive to God. And as a result, the demons gain empowerment through it. So if you have a sex scene in a movie, if it's replicated on 1 million screens, God's offended every single time that thing appears on any screen. And so that really does gain the demon's power. And this is one of the reasons why the demons will do everything they can to maintain immorality in certain areas, usually in the areas of the Sixth Commandment, or as we were talking about pedophilia, which is really empowering to the demons, especially when the pedophilia involves killing a child in ritualistic sacrifice. The demons they really gain a certain amount of power of that. And then the other, we also gain power just out of, our sinfulness and things of that sort. But this is how they become empowered through those particular things.
You had mentioned the woman that you were talking about earlier. She had occult knowledge.
Yeah.
That the way you made it sound, it just appeared in her mind.
Yeah, that's right.
Like a download or something.
Right.
What is occult knowledge?
It's basically demons can feed people two kinds of information. So occult knowledge is of two kinds. The first is they can just put an image in your imagination about what's happening in another location. If a demon is putting a thought in someone's head, they can actually put the thought in someone else's head and tell this person, this is what this guy's thinking. So they can, you see that somewhat commonly. So they can give us particular knowledge about things that are actually happening. Then this can be even through a person's history. So they can, you walk in and all of a sudden, if the person is possessed, they can start, the demons will just, if they're manifested, they'll start telling you about things that have happened in your history and you've never even met this person. So it deals with particular knowledge. The other kind is,
could that be the other side as well?
In what sense?
Could the good side, could God send somebody to read your mind?
Yes, they can. It's called divine revelation. That can happen, but it's extraordinarily rare. And just as the demons can put stuff in our minds, our guardian angels and angels can put stuff in our minds as well for the good, to kind of clue us in and things of that sort. The other form is kind of a generalized knowledge of just like a science. So demons can actually teach people things about how like physical things work. I'm personally convinced that even though I'm kind of a fan of a lot of his work, is Tesla. You know, when Tesla was coming up with all these ideas, I'm like, how would this guy come up? And he actually describes how his inventions would come into his mind the design all complete at once, instantaneously. It wasn't that he thought, okay, if I do this and I put this together and it wasn't that. It was just the whole thing comes together in his mind. That's how demons actually communicate the knowledge to him. And there is some report, I'm still trying to track down the veracity of it, but there's a report that he was actually involved in spiritualism, which is a form of the occult. So, but anyway, so they can give us those kinds of knowledge. And you see this like in cases in session, people who have not had any serious theological training, when the demons are talking, they're making theological distinctions that, you know, someone who has my level of study knows, but the person who's possessed has no clue what it means. In fact, sometimes they'll come out of the session and they're like, what does that mean? They don't even know what it means, but it's actually very, you know, it's at a level that and it's very clear and it's very precise, and their distinctions, their wording is done in such a way that you realize, okay, this is somebody who knows something occultly. This is not a human being.
Obsession.
So obsession is when they attack our interior faculties, specifically the imagination and emotions again. But unlike ordinary temptation, this is extraordinary, where it's very powerful and very strong. And the pattern that you'll tend to see with that is the person it'll just switch on and it just switches off. If it's a psychological condition, it will tend to be, it'll switch on because something external happens and the person just reacts to it. Or it'll be because psychological illnesses involved intellectual and other kinds of habits, it's consistent and it tends to act that way. So the person's always thinking about this. Whereas when it's diabolic obsession, all of a sudden, boom, they're thinking about something. They can't get their mind off of it. And then, you know, they might pray or they might do something else, and then boom, it shuts off. And so that's kind of the pattern that you tend to see. It'll switch on and it switches off. But it's the demon sees the person's imagination and they can't think outside the box. It's like they get tunnel vision and everything they see is seen in that light. Then they can also move people's emotions independently of what's in our imagination, because the way we're designed psychologically is our emotions are moved by the perspective of the image that we have in our imagination. So, for example, in a guy's first marriage, his perspective on his wife is she's lovable, she's nice, she's kind to me. It's a good perspective, right? She's just, look, she brought me my beer, she's such a great wife, etc. 10 years later, after they've had a lot of knockdown, drag-out fights, the perspective, she hasn't changed, but the perspective has changed. And so he has a different emotional reaction when she walks into the room. So and that's how we can actually change our emotional states just by what the perspective we take on it. Well, the demons can put that perspective on it, but what they can, and they can do that in diabolic obsession, which they often do. We call it running commentary, where it doesn't matter what the person tries to reason in relationship to, oh, this person's not like that way. Yeah, but then there's the demon just keeps dragging it back to that perspective. But the other thing is they can move the emotions without anything in the imagination. So a person just all of a sudden, boom, they're just angry. And you're like, why are you angry? I don't know why I'm mad, right? And then it shuts off just as quickly. So sometimes like you pray over people who are diabolically obsessed. When you pray over them, all of a sudden they feel this lifting of that perspective and that emotional state. They just feel it lift. And then they seem liberated. And then eventually they're kind of set back in. In most cases, once in a while, it'll stop altogether. But how entrenched the obsession is or how strong it is going to determine how long of a period of lucidity they're going to have. So if you pray over them and then, for a half a day, they're like, man, I feel great. I'm not thinking about this anymore, and they can engage in normal things. And then it starts to slowly slip back in. Well, then that tells you it's pretty strong. Whereas if it goes a week or two and then it sits back in, then that means it's pretty light. And you just have to do certain things to get it blown out.
Does that mean it leaves and comes back, or is it still in there?
So the way obsession works is that there's what they call a period of crisis and a period of lucidity. So once a person is diabolically obsessed, unless they do specific spiritual things to get rid of it, it's going to persist where they're going to go through periods of crisis where they're obsessing about these particular things. They can't get their mind off. It can be anger or fear, or it can be anything, self-loathing. It can be all sorts of things. Or even, that's why self-hatred, I tell people, look, that's what demons do. You got to stop it. But then there's also, then they go through a period of lucidity where they might have a day or two where they feel fine again and they seem okay, and then it sets back in. And so that's the general pattern you're going to see. The longer it goes on, they're going to spiral downwards, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse. And eventually it gets to the point where they don't have hardly any periods of lucidity. And it's usually at that point that the demons will drive them to do something in that obsession. And the person's become weaker through that process. Of giving into it and ruminating about it, because each time they give into the thought, they're empowering the demon to stay there. So over the course of time, it gets to the point where the person, spirals downward, and then demons will convince them to do something that's gravely sinful, and that opens the door to possession, and that's their goal.
Possession.
Okay, so possession is where demons actually take possession of a part of the body or the whole. And so there's two kinds of possession. There's perfect possession, where the person has given themselves over to the demon entirely, and then the demon possesses the whole body, and the demon is manifested all the time. Now, we don't necessarily notice that, and we can't necessarily tell. The way you're going to know it is by what we call secondary signs of possession, like malice, mendacity, animus delendi. It doesn't matter. Every time this person there was a politician who, every time I saw this guy, I said, this guy's got to be possessed, because every single thing he did maximized damage within his capacity to do so, right? And so you'll see those kinds of things, even though they don't preternaturally manifest, like they're not going to morph into something, or to show occult knowledge or any type of thing. Everywhere and in each situation they're in, they just cause damage or cause difficulties. Mendacity, just a variety. So there's a number of different secondary signs. But that's perfect possession, which is rare. And the exorcists never see those, because those people are not interested in getting liberated, because they actually like the possession, because the demon's giving them something as a result of a little perk for it.
So they realize they're possessed. They understand that they're...
Yes. They know, because at a certain point he reveals himself to him and says, if you give me possession, or give me your soul, or whatever the case is, then I will give you X in return for it. And then the person, by that time though, perfect possessions don't happen until the person has gotten to the point where they've given into the normal possession for some time. So that's perfect possession. Then there's partial possession, and that's where the demons only possess a part of the body, and they'll only manifest during part of the time. And so the demon's not necessarily in the driver's seat all the time, and so they go through periods of crisis and lucidity as well. And so those are the different kinds of possession. And possession is, you can have a number of different possessors in a case. Sometimes you get just one demon possessing. Sometimes you'll get legion. I've had a case where it was actually legion. I'm like, yeah, I can see it, because this woman was a walking vacuum cleaner. It didn't matter who she was around. She picked up that person's diabolic baggage. But then it can also be, as I mentioned, they're all different kinds of possessors. It can be Satan, Lucifer, Beelzebub, Baal, the generals, which we talked about or mentioned. It can be just a number of different ones of them. And then also possession is by degree. And so you can have somebody who might be possessed by a fair number of demons, but you can get them out pretty quickly. Others might just be one or two possessors, but you have to grind on it for a long period of time.
When we're talking about the occult and satanic rituals and worshiping, are these people, are they possessed? Are they hoping to be possessed? Do they want to be possessed? Are they inviting demons into their soul, into their mind, into their body?
Yeah. Okay. So there's varying degrees. Some of them are not actually. They're actually not possessed. They're just involved in it because the demons do reward them, like by obsession or by giving them pleasure in doing sadistic things, and so they're not necessarily possessed. Some of them are possessed, and that's why they're actually involved in it, and they know they're possessed. Some of them, as I mentioned too, there's like the family histories where it's in the family line. So the possession, actually, the father will actually have children and then do a ritual to get the demon that's possessing him into the child, so that it passes from generation to generation. So they'll have generational possession that's been going on for, literally hundreds of years in some cases. And so those people, they know they're possessed, and they like it.
So is that like generational trauma?
Well, it's distinct from generational trauma in the sense that generational trauma is something that gets passed from generation to generation, but it's more of a psychological thing, even though demons can be involved in it. But you can have generational trauma without it being possession. But the possession can be the result of the trauma.
So when you're saying a father does a ritual on his offspring to carry on the possession,
right?
What would that look like?
Well, very often it's just some type of either like a black mass or some type of other satanic ritual that they actually have, because they have a variety of different ones that they do. Sometimes it just involves satanic ritual abuse of their own child. They'll abuse the child sexually or some other fashion. So you'll see that they'll do specific things to rituals that are somewhat designed for it. But it's usually some type of black mass or satanic ritual abuse that occurs.
Did you say black mask?
Black mass.
Black mass. Black mass. And so if it's sexual in nature or something horrific like that, I would imagine that creates a hatred between the father and the son, or the father and the daughter.
Yes, it does, Jeremy. Yeah.
And so how would that get carried on? Do they teach them later in life, this is what you have to do to your kids? How does it get paid forward?
Oh yeah, they do. Just as you would teach your kids about Christ and give them catechesis about this is how this is what we believe about Christ, this is how you behave. They do the same thing, except in relationship to their occult practices and Satan. So they do the same thing.
Why would that person want to carry it forward, though?
Because of the fact that usually during that process, they'll teach them rituals which empower them in relationship to other people or other things, or especially with the boys, not so much with the girls. Very often what will happen is that they'll teach the boys how to engage in satanic ritual abuse, which is sexual in nature, and the boys physically enjoy it, and so they'll have that motivation. So there can be natural motivations. Two, once the possession occurs, the demons will drive the person to want to know more about it.
Okay. And then the last one, subjugation.
So subjugation is when people make a pact with the devil, which, if I remember right, when Dan said, demons can't make a pact, technically speaking. A pact is a contract. In order to validly enter into a contract, you have to be able to have assurance that the other person, that both parties can fulfill the terms of the contract. Well, demons can't guarantee that they can actually give you the terms of the contract, because of the fact that even though we can do something sinful and that opens the door, only God, Christ, is the one who determines whether they can step across the threshold. And the way we know this is actually, again, going back to that where the demoniac has legion and they ask to go into the pigs. The demons know Christ, because Christ himself said, all authority has been given to me on heaven and earth, right? They know that they can't do anything without his permission. And that's why the demons approach him and say, let us go into the pigs. Because if they could do whatever they wanted, they would have just went into the pigs. They wouldn't even have asked him. But they didn't. They knew that he determines anything that they can do. Their spiritual warfare, the battle, the complexion of spiritual warfare is entirely determined by Christ. How much, who can possess somebody, the degree of the possession, what kinds of manifestations they can do, all those things, Christ completely determines. Even in relationship to ourselves, the types of temptations that we undergo and that type of thing, Christ is the one who determines what the temptation can be, the degree of the temptation, how long it's going to go on, etc. So they can't step across the threshold unless he gives them permission. It's the same. So in a pact with the devil, they know that they don't know if Christ is going to give them permission. Now, sometimes he does give them permission to fulfill the terms of the contract. Sometimes he doesn't. And so one case I had, the possessor was the noonday devil, which is mentioned in Psalm 91. So that you have this guy was possessing this particular person. And so at a certain point, I asked the guy, well, how did you, what was how do you think you became possessed? He said, oh, I made a pact with the devil. I said, well, what was promised you? He said, money and fame. And I said, well, did you get it? No. I said, well, that's because they can't necessarily give it to you. Whereas other people have made pacts with the devil and have become famous and have become rich, etc. And so that subjugation, though, is when that person enters into a pact with the devil, and in order to end the subjugation, not the effects of the subjugation, but the subjugation itself, they just have to renounce the pact. But the effects can continue, because you can have people who renounce the pact, but then the effects of the pact continue. So the possession continues, or the diabolic influence in their family continue. This is the thing that we tend to see quite a bit in relationship to the Freemasonic curse. They'll move up the ranks of the Freemasonry, but the effects, even after they leave Freemasonry and renounce it, the effects, unless they do it in a very structured way, which will break the effects, the children, and very often the wife and stuff, will start to still suffer those effects.
This is the stuff that I really want to talk to you about. The voluntarily making a pact with the devil. These contracts. I mean, how does it happen? Where's the approach? Is it in your mind? Is it from somebody in the occult? How does this happen?
The way it normally happens with most people is that they'll hear about it, that certain people gain fame and power, as a result, or wealth, as a result of being involved in the occult. And so if they make a pact with the devil, the demons can actually provide these particular things. And so they'll actually just, they might do a little bit of research on the internet or something like that, but they'll actually just, pronounce that I make a pact with the devil for X in relationship to, so that, X and I get Y. Okay. Now, that's kind of one of the lower level kinds of things. Sometimes the demons will suggest it to the person, why don't you make a pact with the devil, so that, because they can tempt people in relationship to that. That's going from partial possession to full possession. There's always a pact that's made, so the demons are always going to be the ones that suggest that. There are historical cases where the demons will actually even appear if the person's particularly bad, or if they really want this person and they've been working on him for a while to gain some type of psychological compatibility with the demons with the person. The demons themselves will actually appear to the person and suggest the pact. One case I actually dealt with, a woman basically made a pact with the devil, and he showed up to fulfill his side of the pact. There are also instances, very rare historically, where the demons will actually appear with a handwritten note in the person's own blood. And then, because they can sometimes extract a person's blood from them in a variety of different accidents and things like that, or they'll just tell the person, here, sign this with your own blood, and the person actually does it, and then the contract disappears. There's actually a ritual which is designed to force the demon to return the contract so that it can be destroyed. Because as long as the contract is in existence, the effects will continue.
So these are conversations that could be inside of your head. These are conversations that could literally be right in front of you.
That's right.
And you're fully aware of what's happening. This isn't deception. This is you do X for Y.
Y. Yeah. The reason they know is because they know the pact isn't binding legally in some fashion, even though technically speaking it's against the natural law, so it doesn't have any binding force. But they know it doesn't bind a person unless the person voluntarily knows what's going on and actually says yes. If they're ignorant about it in any degree whatsoever, the pact isn't fully binding. And so that's why they'll spend a lot of time massaging the person psychologically in their sin and in a variety of other ways to get them to the point where they're be open to, that's that psychological compatibility, open to the pact. They'll work on the person first before they do that.
How many people do you think are doing this? I mean, we saw the P. Diddy stuff, the Epstein stuff is going crazy. It has been going crazy for years. I mean, you see politicians just consistently lying, like knowingly lying. I couldn't accomplish that. And it's it's a straight up fucking lie.
Yeah, I'm astounded, frankly, that they can just look straight in your eye and just tell you something that's completely false, and they don't bat an eye, nothing. And for all intents and purposes, you look like they look like they're convinced of it. As far as I think in some of the upper levels, I think there's a fair number of people that are doing that. Percentage-wise, I would have no idea. But it's drastically on the rise. That's the thing that we've noticed, because when I first started doing this work 18 years ago, the number of people that had been involved in that was there was not a whole lot of people that were involved in that. But as time goes on, we're seeing more and more of that, where we're having to clean people up because of those kinds of things that are happening. And the occult activity among the youth, especially those under the age of 25, is drastically on the rise. And so I think we're seeing much more of that type of thing happen.
What do you think about the stuff with for example, the latest Olympics opening ceremony, this big pentagram in the middle of it, or the one prior to that, also the Winter Olympics, the mockery of the Last Supper? I mean,
right.
What is this? What is this?
Well, did you ever see the ceremony for the opening of the tunnel in Switzerland? It was a full-blown ritual to Baphomet. So I think that's just part of the revealing.
What tunnel in Switzerland?
There's a tunnel that they had cut. I think it was like a 23-mile long tunnel that they cut. And when they did the opening ceremonies for it, it was supposed to cut down on this travel significantly for people in between countries. And you can actually find it online, but when you watch it, it's a full-blown ritual to Baphomet. And so I think that's all part of the revealing of the method, that the people that are at the top of these, the political elite, the financial elite, even people that are in charge of, stuff like the ceremonies that are the actual Olympics and that type of thing, these people that are at the very top of it. I don't know about specific individuals, but the people at the top, they're doing this stuff because they're revealing their belief. They're revealing the method.
They just want everybody to see it. They want us all to know that it's real. I mean, what is the point?
The point is that demons are showmen, and so they get a certain amount of glory by their stuff being manifest in this life. And so that's why they like those two things being shown. But then also a lot of it is just to normalize people's exposure to it, so people have seen it enough to where they become comfortable with it, and then from there, then they can start opening up the avenue a lot more towards getting people to actually believe it. Once it becomes normalized and they've seen it enough, they're like, oh, okay, maybe I do believe that. Whereas if the first time you see something like that, ritual to Baphomet, you're just like, that's just sick. That's just weird. Whereas if they just keep doing it, eventually it becomes normalized, and then people get used to it.
Do you think pedophilia will become normalized? Massive display of that happening right now.
Yeah, there is. I think what's happening, I don't think it's going to be normalized in the sense that your average guy on the street's going to be doing it, because it's against the natural law, right? We have natural inclinations, and God inclines us towards certain things, and if a guy has just natural virtue, he's going to find that stuff repulsive, right? So I think a vast percentage or majority of the people in their culture aren't going to ever do that type of thing. But I can see it getting to the point where, especially if they start the psychological approach, which is what they're trying to do now, they're trying to remove pedophilia from the DSM, so that they because once it's removed from the DSM, then you can decriminalize it, and then you can go from there, which is actually what they did with homosexuality. And so they want to do that, and so eventually I could see it getting to the point where people just think, yeah, that's normal, that's what Joe does, or whatever the case is, rather than, I like this, but he likes that. I can see it becoming normalized in that fashion if they keep maintaining it. Because right now the Epstein thing is to expose people to it in such a degree, and at the high level people being involved in it is done in such a manner that it gets people to realize that they want to give people the impression that it's more ubiquitous, that it's everywhere, everybody's doing it, or that people who reach this, it's normal for the people who get to the top to do this kind of a thing.
Do you think that's why that was actually my next question? Why do you think this is all being revealed right now?
I think part of it's the revealing of the method. I think part of it is
it showmanship?
Showmanship. I think a lot of it's that.
Is there any good coming from it being revealed?
Yeah, I think what's the good that's coming from it is that a majority of the population, at least in this country, is starting to realize that, we have some sick people that are running things. So I think that's a good thing that people actually know, because this stuff has been around for a while. These people have been doing this for a while. Part of it is I think God is forcing it to the surface so that we see how evil of a people we've become.
What do you think comes next?
I think we're going to get a divine spanking. I think we're going to have some type of war, some type of thing that he's just going to, because it says right in the scripture, it says that the wages of sin is death. I just don't see how we're not going to get out of this situation without mass death.
Well, let's take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll get into some exorcisms. As a husband and a dad, I think a lot about responsibility. We train for the unexpected in so many areas of life, but a lot of people don't prepare financially for the one thing none of us can control. If something happens to me tomorrow, I want to know my family isn't scrambling. That peace of mind matters. Fabric by Gerber Life is term life insurance you can get done today. Made for busy parents like you, all online, on your schedule, right from your couch. You could be covered in under 10 minutes with no health exam required. If you've got kids, especially if you're young and healthy, the time to lock in low rates is now. And even if you have coverage through work, it might not be enough. And it usually doesn't follow you if you leave your job. Fabric has flexible, high-quality policies that fit your family and your budget, like $1 million in coverage for less than $1 a day. They've also partnered with Gerber Life, trusted by millions of families for over 50 years. Join the thousands of parents who trust Fabric to help protect their family. Apply today in just minutes at meetfabric.com/Sean. That's meetfabric.com/Sean, MEET fabric.com/Sean. Policies issued by Western Southern Life Assurance Company, not available in certain states. Prices subject to underwriting and health questions. Want more from The Sean Ryan Show? Join our Patreon today for more clips and exclusive content. You'll get an exclusive look behind the scenes where you can watch the guests interact with the team and explore the studio before every episode. Plus, unlock bonus content like our extra intel segments where we ask our guests additional questions. Our new SRS on-site specials and access to an entire tactical training library you will not find anywhere else. And the best part? Patreon members can ask our guests questions directly. Your insights can help shape the show. Join us on Patreon now, support the mission, and become part of the Sean Ryan Show's story. All right, Father, I want to move into kind of what happens, what's the process like, what goes on inside the room when an exorcism's happening.
Depending on what the stage of the case is. So if we were just starting out, that's one thing. But if you're talking about just your average, where we already know the person's possessed, the demon's manifested in the past, basically what will happen is it's a very structured approach. So in many cases, if the person who's possessed can tolerate it, we'll actually offer Mass so that the person can receive Holy Communion, which then weakens the demon significantly during the session. So then we'll say Mass. We also encourage the person beforehand to have gone to confession before they get to the session. So then at the session, we'll say Mass, and when the session begins, there's a series of prayers that we actually start before we start the formal ritual. And basically, the reason those are done is to provide everybody protection that's in the room, and it's also done to make sure that we clamp down on the demon from doing things that are just distractions or bad behavior. Because usually by the time you get a month or two in, you kind of know what their patterns are going to be and what they're likely to do. And this is also to keep people physically protected so the demons don't do anything physically to harm anybody. So we do a series of prayers, binding prayers, which bind the demon from being able to do certain things. And then we'll actually start the formal ritual. So the ritual is it's a Latin ritual. It usually starts out with the Litany of the Saints. And that is also diagnostic, because a lot of times when the demons During different phases of the possession, they'll react to different saints at different times and usually you'll start finding out why you're reacting to this saint, and it's usually because it has something to do with the demon's particular sin, or the saint is going to be instrumental in interceding for this person that's possessed, etc., or the saint actually might be the nemesis of the particular demon that you're actually dealing with. For example, Saint Joan of Arc is the nemesis of Satan under the aspect of treason through ambition, and so which was in a case where that was what was the reason for the possession cases, that we'd actually come to knowledge about certain things going on in the world and in the church about how people were advancing themselves in political sphere and even in the church through by committing treason, and the ambition part was because they wanted positions of power and things of that sort. And the reason Joan of Arc was the nemesis in that particular case was because of the fact that she had been put to death by a bishop who was committing treason because he was siding with the English when he was French, so that he would get a bigger diocese. And so he was committing treason through ambition. And so she became the nemesis of Satan, who was driving that whole process. She became the nemesis of Satan under that particular aspect. So it's diagnostic, so you can actually find out and you afflict the demons by that process too. Just for them to hear the names of people who are faithful afflicts them. Then you actually go, it kind of alternates between what we call deprecatory and imprecatory prayers. So you say a prayer and asking Christ for specific things, and then you go into imprecatory prayers, which is a commanding of the demons. And then that's where the bulk of the ritual is done, where you're commanding the demons to consider specific things. Because the way the demons are weakened is they hear everything you say. Because I mentioned, their knowledge, they got this infused knowledge in the beginning. But all the particular things that happen as they occur is infused in the demon's intellect as it happens. And so as you're saying these things, he sees it in his intellect. And so what happens is in that process, you're basically forcing him to consider truths which are painful to his will, because they only have intellect and will. And so, and it causes pain in their will, and over the course of time, their will, just like ours, when we become fatigued, it gets to the point where it can't sustain the pain anymore, and then it gives in. And so you keep forcing him to consider certain truths and do certain things. So and we're also, the prayer of the church is being applied to him to try and cast him out. We're commanding him to leave. Because the demons know the authority structure perfectly. And so they know when the priest has received the faculties from the bishop that he has the authority to command him to leave. And so this is, we even saw this with Christ. So Christ said, he said, by my name you will cast out demons. What he did not say is, by my name you will cast out all demons. And how do we know that? Because he also says later to the apostles, these types of demons can only be cast out by prayer and fasting. Okay, you still use Christ's name, but there's other things. Well, the authority of the church, so when Christ said to the apostles, all authority has been given to me, go therefore and baptize all nations, he deputized the apostles and gave them an authority which then is passed on to us as exorcists when we're doing that. That's how the fathers talk about this lineage of authority being passed. That authority, then the demons know that you have that authority. And if you first start out, doing a diagnostic and you're praying over somebody, if the demon manifests, he might take your beating for a little while, but then at a certain point he's just going to say, "Where's your authority?" This is one of the reasons why Protestants have a certain degree of efficacy by using Christ's name, because it has a force of its own. And they might even do prayer and fasting and that type of thing. But there are certain kinds of possession or certain levels of possession where they end up on our doorstep because they can't seem to get them liberated. And so that's when, once a priest has jurisdiction, then the demons, they don't ask where your authority is because they already know where it's from, because it's been infused in their knowledge that the bishop told you that you could do this. So you do a series of prayers which causes them pain because they have to think about those particular things, and it's against their will, contrary to their will. So what's happening is the pain in their will is starting to build. That's the whole goal, is to get it to build to where they finally give you what you need to know in order to get them out. So you go between that and then praying and asking Christ for certain things and back into that. Once the ritual's done, if you know what the particular weaknesses are of the demon, then what you'll do is you'll switch to a set of prayers or make him pray. That's one of the things I'll do is I'll force the demon, okay, this is what you're going to do. You're going to say, for example, one particular case, you're going to say the litany of the precious blood. And so he was forced to talk about the litany of the precious blood as a series of invocations to Christ through his precious blood about specific things like burning furnace of charity and things of that sort. So we forced him to say those particular prayers, or we'll force them to praise like Our Lady or something like that. And them having to do that, it causes them their pain to increase. And then once they get to a certain level of pain, then they're likely to give you the information. Once the session...
What information?
So the church tells you that there's essentially 5 things that you want to know. You need to know how many possessors there are, because you need to make sure that when the person's liberated, they're fully cleaned out.
So there might be multiple demons.
Yes, they have. Yeah.
What's the most you've seen?
Well, I said that this one had Legion, and I believe it was Legion. But outside that context, the one that I've seen the most is 27.
27 demons and one person?
Yeah. And it was a pretty sad case. This guy was a hurting unit, man, from all that. So most of them, though, it's somewhere between 1 to 8, maybe, are the most that you tend to see as a general rule. I actually did see a case where I did one case where I got rid of one demon of fear. The woman went out and did something really stupid, and then when she came back, it was literally like scripture. 1 leaves and 7 come back, and that was literally, she had 7. So, so the number of possessors, the names, because once you know the name, there's 2 aspects to the name. One, it gives you an identity. So, for example, when I had Loki in a case, once the demon revealed what his name was, then I was able to actually go and research historically Loki as a Norse god. Because it says right in scripture, all the gods of Gentiles are demons. And so you can actually just go and look at the worship that they used to give to Loki in the past, and to the Norse god of Loki. And what you'll find out in there is almost a complete description of his personality. He's a god of mischief, and so he was just such a handle to get a hold of. But once you know the name, then you can do some research, or you can ask other exorcists, have you seen this guy, etc. The second thing is the name gives you a power over them. Now, demons will either reveal their name right off the bat if it's not going to help, if it's not going to be mean that much, or they'll hold out and hold out and hold out as long as they possibly can, because once you know their name, then it gives you a certain power over them. We actually experience this as human beings. So if I call your name, hey, Sean, if you're standing over there and I say, hey, Sean, right? When it goes into your faculties and you hear it, it draws your attention. Well, it's the same thing with them. When you're using their name, it draws their attention, and they can't get their mind off of the thing that you're telling them to do. And so it gives you a power actually over them. So the names, how they got in, because a lot of times how they got in is how they're going to get out. Plus, times how they got in is very often, like if it's because they were wounded very badly, like a woman was raped or something of that sort, then you maybe some psychological issues that have to be addressed first before she's going to get liberated. And then the time and date of departure when you're leaving. I don't ask that too often because they usually lie. Now, only about 10% of the time do they actually tell the truth, but they usually lie. They'll say, oh, I'm leaving tomorrow, and then tomorrow comes and goes and they don't leave. And the reason they're doing that is they're trying to discourage the person who's possessed. And then the last piece of information is, what is it going to take to get you out? And usually it's something very simple. So in the last case that the woman was liberated that I was working with, it took us a long time to get out this piece of information. She had to go to a specific altar in a particular church, and I had to say a specific prayer over her, and she would leave, and he would leave. We did it. Boom, he was out. But it took us a long time to get him to that point. That piece of information is what they're going to hold out. And there's 6 stages of liberation. Stage 6 is liberation. Stage 5, that last piece of information is going to come out in stage 5.
Wow. When you're talking about curses, does this play into this as well, curses? Can you ask who the curse came from?
Yes. Well, they'll often reveal it. So if the person's possessed, you'll actually, if they're not possessed, the demons can't talk necessarily. Whereas if the person's possessed, you can beat him to the surface and force him to talk, and he'll talk. And then at that point, they'll, if the person was cursed, you have to break the curse, and that's going to be how you're going to liberate them. And so as a result, the demon's going to have to tell you at some point who cursed them and how it was done. And then there's usually specific things that you can do to invert those or break the curses.
How many demons are there?
Billions, literally. So when God created all the angels, he created the entire hierarchy of angels instantaneously all at once. And so starting from the seraphim, which is at the top, all the way down to just angels at the bottom. Of the class of the angels alone, there's one subset, which is the guardian angels. And every human being that has reached, that has basically been born or basically been conceived has had a guardian angel created specifically for that particular individual. So you're talking billions just in that one subclass. The number of angels that fell, we read, is from Book of Revelation, where Satan took a third of the stars and with his tail and swept them down. So that's, the fathers say that means that a third of the angels actually fell. Now, not a third get to possess or have much to do with us in this life. Most of the possessions that we see are from the top rank, which is the top three choirs, the thrones, the cherubim, and the seraphim. So, it'd be Satan, Lucifer, and Beelzebub, but then would also be Baal, Asmodeus, Leviathan, Lilith, Baphomet, and then also Moloch. Those are the ones in the middle. There's also other ones like Abaddon, who are kind of in the middle. You don't see too many in the middle tier very often. And then you'll see a lot of the lower grunt guys at the bottom, whose job is to just kind of do the bidding of the guys at the top. And so those are where you see most of the possessed and demons coming from.
And so when they name themselves, is this all recorded? I mean, when you're talking about billions of demons and you get one to name itself during an exorcism, you go do some research. I mean, how many times has it been where it wasn't recorded?
Most of it, actually.
Most of it.
Yeah, because historically, to be an exorcist was done by mentorship. So what would happen is if you were chosen to be an exorcist, you would go and study under some guy for like a year to 2 years, and then he would teach you all these things, that we're talking about. And so you would learn those things, and you'd learn the names of demons, and you'd see them in session and get a sense for them before you started out on your own. But because of the number of exorcists collapsed in the church, and then now they're just trying to get it back up off the ground. We teach classes, actually. My community and I, we actually teach classes, and then there's also a place in Mundelein that teaches courses on this particular topic. And so, but then we encourage people to come and sit on session, because it's one thing for me to tell you that, people should change shape during session, and it's another thing to actually see it and see what you're actually looking at. So, because anytime demons preternaturally manifest, there's a real revelation, something about the demon. It's called the cause is always some way in the effect. It's a philosophical principle. The cause is always some way in the effect. And so they're revealing it. So when they do those types of things, those things don't, the only thing I'm really interested in is, what am I seeing? What can I learn from what is going on in this guy? Because that information is going to tell me something about him, and it's going to be helpful for me to get him out.
Before we move into shape-shifting and that kind of stuff, I'm just curious. So would that be your responsibility to record a new name with a new personality?
So we don't necessarily record it, but we are actually in the process of building a database. So that exorcists would have access to the database, because some of the common ones like Satan, Lucifer, and those things, or even some of the more common ones like Abaddon is the demon of destruction. You'll get, you can find out a fair amount of information about these guys. We'll put those in the database, but there's a lot of ones that are less known, and so exorcists come across them. I've come across demons that other exorcists haven't. They've come across demons that I've never even heard of, or nobody's ever even heard of. And it seems authentic, etc. So we want to get a database so that going forward, exorcists, if they come across somebody, They don't have to spend all the time doing the research. They can just quickly go take a look at the database and get a sense of, this is what the guy's weaknesses are. This is what he got out in these particular these cases. This is what got him out. This is his history. Because like the god of Isis or Osiris, those are Egyptian gods, but those are also demons. So if you know what those are, then you can actually don't have to go and read a bunch of Egyptian in order to know what these guys are.
Can a demon possess multiple people at one time?
Yeah, you can. I actually had a case of that, well, 2 cases, where the same possessor was possessing 2 sisters who were blood related. And so when we would do sessions with one, the other one would manifest from time to time outside of the session.
Holy shit.
So we had to do a lot of stuff to keep them, from what we call cross animation, which is where, when they're around each other, the demons are going to manifest. So you see that from time to time where someone who's possessed, they'll get around someone else who's possessed, and whoever has the lower demons in them will be the one where the lowest demon will manifest in the presence of the bigger demon. But they can possess more than one. They generally can only act on one thing at a time.
Okay.
But Thomas Aquinas says that they can act on a number of different things at the same time if it all falls under the same conceptual idea. So, for example, someone can juggle where they're keeping several things in the air at once. The demons can act on, I'm going to act on these 3 people that I'm possessing because I'm, my access to them is the same, and so they can act on 3 people at the same time. But normally they don't do that.
And it sounds like all of these demons were false gods at some point. You said god of a Norse god, Egyptian gods, Baal, Moloch.
Yeah. Not
Baphomet.
Yeah, so all the gods of the Gentiles are demons, which is true. I mean, the only ones I haven't come across are ones like for the Romans. Like, I haven't come across Mars or Jupiter or something like that. But the Egyptian gods come across, several of those. The Norse ones are taking them. They're rising up because of they're being introduced or being used in video games and things of that sort that the young men are doing. So you're starting to see more of those. But not all the demons made themselves out to be a god to someone else. So Satan never really did, even though he wants people to worship him. He doesn't have a specific religion. He wants his own.
And they all fall under him.
They do, yeah.
What about Greek gods?
Yeah, it's the same. Some I've seen exorcists seeing, some we haven't. So, I suspect at some point some exorcist has come across, Venus or whatever, but we just don't hear about it too often.
And so when we get into, looking back through time, when we're talking about Norse gods, Baal, Moloch, Greek god, any gods that, throughout history, does that mean that those gods were introduced by a demon?
Very often. So what will happen is, historically, either the demon will possess somebody in a particular culture, and then from there, the person kind of becomes like this oracle from which the rituals and the worship is designed, and the people are swayed into doing it. You're not going to have a case where they're actually going to appear as a general rule, although that has happened historically, where demons will appear as angels of light and claim to be, from God, and then say this is what you're supposed to do, and getting the person to start their own religion. We've seen that happen a couple of times, actually. One in more modern history, and one year 600. So we've seen those particular things happen.
What was the one in modern history?
The Mormons. So, I'm sure there's a lot of the Mormons out there who are not going to be happy that I said that, but the angel that appeared to him, it actually gets to the line from St. Paul, which is actually on the outside of the cathedral in Salt Lake, if I'm not mistaken, but out in the outside of it, it's, even if an angel were to preach to you another gospel. So you have those particular things that are actually, and the other thing is that, at least in the relationship with the Mormons, I don't want to get too deep into it, but that it's actually, it's a modified form of Freemasonry anyway.
I mean, that sounds like the ultimate deception. If they come to you in a light, to appear to be angelic, I mean, how does that look in God's eyes? Fall into that deception.
Well, God's allowing it, obviously, because they literally, like I said, the battlefield is completely determined by Christ. So Christ is allowing it. And I once asked this one colleague of mine, I said, well, what do you think is the reason for the Muslims? He said, to afflict the West. Right? So God will allow these particular things to afflict us in order for us to get our act together, but also to reveal to us that, look, if you start your own religion, it's just going to go bad and it's just not going to be true. So I think in God's eyes, I think that's part of it. But I think on the side of the human beings, we're just easily deceived. Because demons they can present themselves in a very positive light. Everywhere from anything from actually appearing as an angel of light, when people actually see this bright figure appear in front of them, all the way down to giving people amorous feelings. To where so the person says, oh, it must be from God because, it's helping me to love people more. No, that's not necessarily the case.
Will we be judged for that? I mean, that it just sounds like the ultimate deception, almost, and he allowed it.
Yeah.
So can we be blamed? If we're that, earlier you had mentioned, we're stupid, but we are stupid.
We are stupid. On the other hand, we're not that stupid. So, what degree of deception, ultimately God would be able to judge the particular individual soul. So it might be possible that someone started their own religion not knowing that they were completely deceived. But my experience in reading about these people's history is there's often points that after they've had these experiences that it becomes clear to them, or they start having the thoughts, maybe I'm possessed, or maybe this isn't from God. And so they don't take the necessary steps to properly discern it. The other thing is it's kind of that line in scripture, I was duped and I let myself be duped. People, the demons appeal to people's pride of God has chosen you to start this religion. And so that's one of the signs you always see in the people who start the religion. It's always a pride element. So they let themselves be deceived.
And then it continues because of pride.
Yeah, that's right. Well, and then plus they get all the attention, fanfare, etc.
Which plays under the pride.
Yeah.
What are some of the things you've seen during an exorcism? Levitation, you had mentioned shape-shifting.
Yeah. If you've seen it on Hollywood, I've seen it. But it's only in about 7% of the cases are you going to see things that are really out there. Most of the cases, the thing that you're going to see the most of is morphing. That's our technical name for it. You're mentioning shape-shifting. We call it morphing, which is basically where the person changes form or shape. And that's about, in the cases that you have, that's about 80 to 90% of what you're going to see, where the person will actually change shape. And so they'll, for example, the women will change, all of a sudden their facial structure changes and it looks like a man. So,
like a skinwalker.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's also certain kind of complexion changes, but the morphing can be everything from just all of a sudden that women kind of look like a man, all the way down to they'll change into the shape of animals.
Have you personally seen this?
Most of the ones that I've been knowledgeable about is what exorcists who trained me have seen, or in the cases that they've seen. So I did assist a priest in a case where anytime the priest would put his stole on the back of the person's head, the front of the person's face would just go whoo, and change into the shape of a wolf. The guys would just come out. If he'd take it back off, it'd go back. And so, things of that. Usually, like I said, if you're seeing the change of shape, it's telling you something about them. And that's why, when it comes to a lot of this stuff, they tend to be showmen, and so a lot of it's just parlor tricks. You have to know when you're just being played with and just ignore it. Which is with levitation, I just don't tolerate it. I've seen it, and
how many times have you seen it?
Personally, I've only seen it twice, but that's only because I tend to see other things like extreme forms of occult knowledge where people know stuff that there's no way this person could ever know this. Exorcists, so like if you go to Italy, there's one exorcist, he sees levitation almost all the time. Other exorcists who have done it as long as I have never even seen it. So it changes based upon the particular exorcist. He'll tend to see more things other than once. Seen a lot of morphing, that type of thing. But the one I tend to see the most is occult knowledge or language, speaking languages that there's no way. In fact, I kind of laughed because when they put out the movie Nefarious, they were doing interviews afterwards, and they said, "Oh yeah, we consulted Father Ripperger." And I'm like, I don't remember talking to these guys. So I contacted my, they seemed straightforward enough, and their movie was actually pretty decent as far as it goes. And I'm like, so I asked my assistant, do we have any interaction with these guys? No, we got none. Well, then later they said, oh no, we just listened to all these videos, right? But in there they got something wrong though, because there was an actual case where this guy that was possessed started speaking a form of Phoenician that had been defunct for 3,500 years. We didn't even know what he was speaking. We had to write it down phonetically, and then somebody who studies languages took a look at it and said, we think that's how this particular form of Phoenician was spoken. This kid didn't even finish high school. So you'll see, they'll see different things, but yeah, I've seen levitation twice.
What are you thinking when you see levitation?
I get annoyed by it, frankly.
That's it? You just get annoyed?
Yeah, because of the fact that usually they're doing it like the case that I had, one of them was Ball. He likes levitating. So I just don't tolerate it because he's trying to distract you and get you focusing on, well, that's kind of weird, never seen that before. That's what he's trying to get you to do, when you should be focusing on other things and just hammering him, and it's just his way to try and gain control over the particular sessions. So that's why I just don't tolerate it. That's why in the beginning I said those set of prayers we say before we start the formal rite, to clamp down on any of that type of thing from happening.
Do you ever worry that you'll be the one that's deceived?
Well, you get deceived from time to time as an exorcist anyway, because you'll ask them, not necessarily about the broader picture like in theology or things like that, but they're going to deceive you about the particulars of the case. They'll say things like, oh, well, the way you're going to get me out of here is you have to say this prayer, over her 3 times or something like that. And then so you're like, all right, that could be the case. So then you say it 3 times and then nothing happens. And then they'll laugh at you, and you just work on your humility, knowing that that's going to happen, and Christ lets it happen for the sake of your own sanctification and for your own recognition that ultimately they only have to tell you what they tell you when he tells them they have to tell you. And so even though you're commanding them, and sometimes they'll give you information because Christ tells them, okay, you can tell them this stuff, but you can't talk about this stuff yet, or what have you. And so there's times when you're hammering them for weeks on end, and they say, I'll tell you, I can't, he won't let me tell you. Now sometimes they're lying even about that, but usually you can kind of tell. Because the way that when they're telling you the truth about something when they're under duress is they'll give you a flat-panned answer, like, no, it's this. Whereas they're bad liars, so when they're lying to you, it's like listening to a 16-year-old girl who got caught being outside the house by her father. Like, what are you doing outside? No, it wasn't this, that kind of a thing. So they're really bad liars as a general, and the stuff that they propose is just silly. But the other thing is it's coherent. It's called the principle of coherence. It fits the possession case, or what you know theologically to be the case. And so that this particular, so for one case, the demons kept saying she has to go to Lourdes. Well, God had been giving her grace to want to go to Lourdes and go into the waters, and so she went to Lourdes, went into the waters, and came out, and then was partially liberated. So there's a lot of times you can kind of ferret out, but you do get deceived. It's just part of the humiliation. The other thing is they'll make a fool of you. They have from time to time, because they know we're just not that bright compared to them. And they also have, they know the structure and dynamics of the spiritual realities that we're dealing with, which we don't necessarily know them. And so they know we don't know them. But that's why, as an exorcist, you have to stay in your lane. You have to stay. There's a set of principles and ways in which you proceed, and you just stay there, and eventually you'll get him out. Just don't go outside that, because they'll try and entice you outside those lanes.
What are some of the other things that you've seen? I mean, have you seen somebody that can turn their head 360 degrees, the spider walk?
Yeah, I haven't seen the 360 degree head turning, but I have seen, like where the fingers just are like completely turned back on the thing, or they'll be like this instead of like this. So you'll see things that you actually see like and that's actually part of the morphing in relationship to the thing. They, like I said, the thing I tend to see the most is the demons manifesting in their characteristics in a full-blown manner. So once the demons get to a certain point where the threshold, their pain is such, they can't hide from you they're in the manifestation, because they're controlling the manifestation and they're controlling what you see. But when they reach a certain level, they start breaking down. And so, just seeing full-blown manifestations where they, for example, with Beelzebub, he would always, he looks the same in every case I've ever had him in, where the jaw extends out, the eyes narrow, and then the eyes become bloodshot and they narrow, and the top of the head narrows, and the complexion becomes looks like someone who's had super bad acne. So you get that kind of complexion change, color changes. I've seen a lot of color changes that you see in people. Saw a woman. She was possessed by a demon who responded to the title Vitae Raptor, which is robber of life. So the first time we got him to manifest, it was in front of the Blessed Sacrament. It's a ritual that's done in front of the Blessed Sacrament. When he finally manifested, literally her face just like caved in, and she literally turned completely jet black like a corpse. And so I'm like, well, there he is. So you'll see things like that.
Do any of these demons intimidate you? Any specific ones?
No. Part of the reason is because I know that if I stay in my lane, and as long as I'm doing what Christ is asking me to do, and I stay under his protection, that I'm going to be safe. Doesn't mean that I'm not going to get beat around a little bit. You're stepping into a boxing ring, so you're going to get beat around a little bit. That I get. But if you stay in your lane, you're going to be able to handle it, and God's going to give you the grace and be able to use it. When demons attack me again, they always say, with a boxer, you can watch all the films you like about the boxer, but it's not until you're in the ring with him that you actually get a sense of what he's really like in the ring. And it's the same thing with them. It's when you're in the boxing ring, anytime they attack you, the cause is always some way in the effect. So they actually reveal something about you. So one time I was attacked by this one demon of fear that was possessing this one woman, and it actually gave me a sense of the species, or the nature of the fear, the quality of it, the degree of it. It gave me a sense of it. And so when we went into the next session, I was able to bind that and hammer it, and then start doing what I call the piñata game. Okay, I've hit the thing. Now you just go around it and you just keep whacking it until you find out from different angles what more information you can get out of that particular thing. And so one demon one time said to me, he said, I'm not talking to you anymore. So I commanded in the name of Jesus Christ, I commanded to tell me why. He says, every time I say something, you use it against me. I almost said to him, well, what do you think this is? So that's the thing. So when they attack you, they don't really intimidate you. I've only been scared twice in a session. One is the first time I did it, and it wasn't about the demon. It was like, I hope I don't do something stupid. But then the only other time was in a case that I worked on where the demon would not obey what I was telling him to do. So I just mentally said to God the Father, I said, punish him in a way he's never been punished before. And all of a sudden, the woman who's possessed just goes down on her knees, completely manifests into literally looks exactly like this demon. And all of a sudden, he just screams out this horrific painful scream, but it wasn't loud. Not much louder than you and I were talking, but it was the type of sound that Hollywood could not recreate. It was the type of sound where it literally reverberated throughout the entire church. We were actually in the basement, and my sacristan, who's all the way on the other side, heard it. It didn't shake the foundation of the church, but it was like just reverberated so strong that when he heard that, he went running out. And when I looked at his face when the demon was screaming, the thought that ran through my mind was, that's what hell looks like. This is what someone in hell looks like. And then the other thing that ran through my mind is the severity and exactitude of God's justice, that God will not be mocked. So people are going to, you have to pay for your sin. And he extracts it from the demons. They'll tell you that he sets them up very often to have to suffer some punishment so that the particular sin that they committed is avenged.
Can you describe what that looks like? When you just talked about the demon manifesting itself in its true form, what did that look like?
So basically, this was Beelzebub. So her face completely morphed. This woman turned into the facial structure of a man. The jaws literally extend out like this. The eyes go narrow. Because Beelzebub's the demon of impurity, the eyes go bloodshot, which is an indicator that people who suffer from lust don't see reality for what it is, but the eyes went completely bloodshot. The head narrowed. And then her complexion, as I mentioned, turns into that. But then there's a change in color to where it's a color that no human being can replicate. The authors refer to it as cherry wood color, which is this brown-red color that looks like someone who is literally in the middle of a fire burning. So that's what you see. And then, of course, there is the burnt look around the various facial features, so that there's this darkness or blackness around the particular facial features. And then, of course, the body gets bulkier in size.
When you talk about, the fingers becoming disjointed, and what's the recovery period look like?
Strangely enough, there's only certain kinds of affliction that the demons, when they manifest, that the person actually has to recover from. Most of the things like that, the person doesn't feel anything, or they don't have to have any recovery. They come out feeling normal, and things turn back to their natural shape, and they just didn't have anything to recover from.
Wow. You had mentioned the thing that you see the most is occult knowledge.
Yeah.
And we chatted a little bit about this before the interview, but we spoke with some of your colleagues, and it sounds like the I don't know how to say it, the church, the hierarchy, somebody doesn't want you doing this.
That's true.
And so when you're talking about occult knowledge, this colleague of yours that told me this, he said that the demons are calling out sins of people very high up in the Catholic Church.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't want those sins to get out.
Yeah.
And it sounds like they want you gone. Why is that? Is that the occult knowledge that you're speaking of?
It's part of it. So in the ritual, there's what they call chapter 1, which is it's a set of rubrics, how to proceed and what's going to happen in the context of a session. And one of them is that the demons will reveal crimes that have occurred. And so in the cases that I have been in, they have not revealed much about the people in the civil authorities, their crimes, so much as they have about the very specific rituals and crimes that people in the hierarchy have committed. And so they've talked about very specific details, given specific details. And it's not just me. Other exorcists are also, they get bits and pieces of this stuff. They don't necessarily have the same full understanding that I have, because the demons have revealed, pretty much the full complexion of what's going on in the church, and it's the fact that the authority structure has been spiritually compromised by some of these people that are in it that are not, they're obviously involved in things that they shouldn't be involved in. And so, but the other exorcists, even the names of the people involved, the demons have said to us, they've actually meant, not just to me, but to other exorcists, they'll actually say, yes, he mentioned this particular person and this particular person, etc. And so we do have a fairly good complexion. By the way, I'm not the first guy that this has happened to. The Father Amorth, who was the head exorcist in Rome for like 40 years, he complained about this very problem that had been going on since he was just starting being an exorcist. The head exorcist in Rome, one of the head exorcists in Rome, I'm not going to mention him because I don't want people calling him out and saying, who are these people, right? But he has also complained about this exact same set of problems, that we have people that are fairly high up. Now, I don't know how much they know me by name specifically. I suspect they know who I am, and they know this. I also know that some of those, I don't know the specific names, but there have been some people that work in the Vatican who just aren't pleased with some of the work that I'm doing, and
how could you not be pleased with casting demons out of society?
Well, if you're involved in particular sins that are particularly egregious, you're not going to want someone like me who is out there trying to teach people about the faith and helping them fight the good fight and become more knowledgeable about their faith. You're not going to want that. And that's the problem that we're actually seeing. We also get a sense too of like how these guys get inducted to that type of stuff. It starts to come out, in the sessions. The demons have talked about how these, and it's not stuff that I've ever asked. It's the demons are compelled sometimes by our Lord to talk about this stuff. So there's times like this one case that I'm working on right now. When I'm saying Mass, which we start the sessions with, very often what will happen is during the Mass, the demon will manifest. And that tells me that God has told him he's had to tell me something. And so during the session, something will come out, and very often it revolves around this stuff that's happened. But I've had more than one case talk about this stuff that's going on in the church, that it's spiritual, that it's leadership, not all of it, but some of its leadership is very morally compromised, and some of it is involved in stuff that's very dark.
This kind of goes along with what I was talking about earlier. How do you know you're not going to be deceived? Yeah. Because if people way up have been deceived, or maybe they haven't been deceived, maybe they just switch teams.
Right, yeah.
What do you think?
I think it's both. I think sometimes it's both. There is a book that was just recently put out by a woman who ended up getting inducted into being a victim of satanic ritual abuse through deception. I think that some of these guys can also but there's, like I said, there comes a certain point where it gets revealed what's going on. And so these guys have to either cut bait or they're going to sign off on it, one of the two. But a lot of these guys went into the priesthood already on the other team. And so they went in specifically to gain the empowerment which comes through being a priest, and then be able to use that power against those of us in the church. Wow. And the world, too, for that matter. Because one of the things that most people don't seem to realize, and this is something that you find out when you're an exorcist for 1 or 2 years, this becomes absolutely clear, that the problems that we're seeing generally in the world is actually the result of the collapse of the authority structure, or actually the collapse of the spiritual state of the people of the members of the Catholic Church. Historically, the theologians always said that all grace comes into the world by means of the Catholic Church. It doesn't mean that only Catholics get grace. Obviously, Protestants get grace to believe in Christ and things of that sort, and to lead good moral lives. That's not the issue. The issue is that the Church had always said that the Catholic Church is the mystical body of Christ, and as a result, Christ is through whom all grace flows. And so as a result, it flows through the Catholic Church, so that when the Catholic Church starts to collapse interiorly with its morality and its spiritual lives, and among its members, you're going to see a concomitant, and there's usually a 10 to 20 year lag time where you're going to see a collapse in the civil authorities and the civil things actually going on. In fact, I actually did a conference once where I talked about that you can actually track it. The specific problems we're seeing here is because there was a commit. So, for example, we're talking a lot about pedophilia and things like that now. That's because the Satanists, the Freemasons, the communists got into the Catholic Church during the 30s, 40s, and 50s, and they were engaging in this stuff, pedophilia. And so the pedophilia problems really, or they had moral problems, so that by the time you get to the 50s and 60s, that's when the clergy are engaging in this stuff because they had infiltrated the church and caused this problem. That meant that because that particular grace of holding strong in that particular area in the moral and spiritual life failed in relationship with the Catholic Church, the normal graces that would flow through the church for that not to happen in the world was absent. And then you have that period where then it ends up happening, then you start seeing it. So there's actually a correspondence. The same thing with homosexuality. You see this huge uptick, and because the communists and the Freemasons were allowing the homosexuals into the seminary. In fact, in 1960, there was a document called the Institutio Religiosorum, which was sent out by the Vatican to all the heads of religious congregations. And in that document, it says, there's three things. Stop ordaining the homosexuals. This is 1960. Stop ordaining the pedophiles, and stop ordaining the men who aren't chaste. This is in 1960, which tells you that the 50s was a particular problem with its infiltration. And then once they got into positions of authority, they allowed men who had these problems to stay in. Well, so then you have this collapse among the morals in the Sixth Commandment among the clergy in the 50s. That's why you see this concomitant problem in the 60s where you have the free love movement. You also see with the homosexuality, you see the same problem. There's a concomitant problem now with homosexuality that starts in the 70s and flourishes in the 80s, and then now we've got just a massive problem with it. And it's because of the fact that the graces aren't coming into the world in the manner that they're supposed to be.
How high up in the church does this go?
Not at the very, very top, but close to the very, very top.
And so I have another question. When we were talking about the demon knows that you have authority because a bishop granted you that authority to conduct an exorcism, correct? So what if the bishop was an occult member? Is that authority the same?
Yes, because it's by virtue of his office as a bishop. However, they're never going to give you those faculties.
Okay.
One that's involved in that. And we have a general idea of who's, at least among the upper levels, who's involved in it. But it's not going to, but the guys at the lower levels, even if he's not a good bishop, the demons know, okay, he's got the authority, so we'll observe it. But so that his moral status doesn't compromise the actual authority.
Do you feel a sense of duty to try to fix that or expose it, or what do you feel? Do you feel any responsibility to act on that?
What I feel the responsibility to is to protect, is to defend my own foxhole. When you're being overrun, you don't be worrying about what's happening in that guy's foxhole. You just make sure yours doesn't get overrun. And so, and by that I mean in the sense that I feel my duty is to continue processing the cases. If God wants to continue to reveal this stuff to me for whatever reason, then so be it. We're actually praying for the amelioration of this situation. There's other people who are knowledgeable about it, and so we're praying. There's only just like 4 or 5 people that actually, other than exorcists, who actually know who these guys are. They're involved. So I don't feel the obligation to correct that problem. In fact, my own particular attitude is, both in civil government and in the church's government, that it's beyond human correction. My job is just to do my part to the degree that I can, and just don't try and bite off more than I can chew.
Do you have some sort of an alliance with other exorcists?
Well, there is the International Association of Exorcists, but ironically, even though I've been doing, at first they wouldn't let me be a member because I was an American. At that time, they were only Italians, right? And I mean, I get it, And then once they open it up, by this time, I'm just like, well, I'm already established. I've been doing exorcisms for 13, 14 years. I don't need it now anyway. But I have a lot of friends. We have a network of a sort where there's a lot of guys we talk to. And we keep track of the exorcists around the country, because even though our society takes caseload from around the world, and a large part of it from the United States, we still keep in contact with exorcists in other areas, because when people approach us, if they were to ask us for, someone, say, in Nashville, we would say, well, here, talk to this priest, one of the guys you've interviewed, just talk to him. You don't need to come see us. So we know we're aware of them, and we talk with them from time to time.
You had mentioned earlier about taking a beating.
Yeah.
Getting attacked. What is that? What has happened to you?
It happens on different levels. So what they'll do is, that description I gave of diabolic obsession, they'll just attack you out of the blue. And so one of the demons I was dealing with a couple of years ago was a demon of anger. And so what he would do is he would put the perspective on just jade your perceptions of other people, that they weren't doing their job, they weren't supposed to be doing what they were supposed to be doing, that people were failing and and that was his angle of attack on me. So he was trying to get me to see the other, because I'm the superior of our community, to see that this guy wasn't doing this guy wasn't doing that, and you'd find out the reality was he was actually doing it. So I realized, and because I know that was the angle that he was using on this particular person who was possessed, I realized, okay, I'm just being messed with. And so you'll go through periods where you have to fight the anger, you have to fight the perceptions. The part of it is that you have to then start resorting to extra prayer. Even though I pray 3 to 4 hours a day, you have to start, okay, I've got to take on this particular kind of prayer to combat this particular set of problems. So they'll attack us interiorly. They'll also attack us by trying to get us to think that, you're not doing a good job. This is that, obviously if you were a better exorcist, this person would have been liberated, those kinds of things. You just have to clear those thoughts out. So you'll get attacked on that level. You'll also get attacked on your externals. So if they can't get to you, I think I might have mentioned this, but they have a general principle, which is if you can't get to the person you want to get to, move laterally. That is, get to the people around them. This is one of the reasons why we see lay people who get a bit too involved in this area, where they're trying to liberate people who are possessed and that type of thing. They may not come under attack because God may be protecting them, but then you just ask them, what's your family life like? And their families are just decimated. But what they'll do is they'll move laterally. So like in my particular case, they'll cause problems with people accusing me of stuff that I don't even know these people. Right? I never even met them. There's no way that this could even be true, right? So they'll do stuff like that. But then the chancery has to do their due diligence and make sure they do an investigation in relationship to it. Excuse me. So they'll attack my externals. And usually that comes in the form of messing with projects I'm working on, trying to block it. So once they try and block the project, I don't know if you've ever had this, where you're working on something that should take 5 minutes. 3 hours later, you're still messing with this thing that should have taken 5 minutes. So this happens to me a fair amount. And so what I found out is one of the most effective thing is they're trying to get a hook into me to prove my attachment to wanting to get it done. And so I'm just like, I walk away from it. So once at 5-10 minutes, it's not getting anywhere. I'm like, okay, I see what's happening. I'll just walk off. Next day I come back, boom, 5 minutes later it's done.
Okay.
So they'll mess with stuff like that. Again, I have a good relationship with my chancery and the diocese, but they're trying to chisel away at that, I think, to some degree, just by, accusations or things that are just silly.
What weapons do you take with you? What do you walk into an exorcism with?
I thought you were asking me what I like to carry.
What do you like to carry?
I have a SIG 9mm.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm a fan of SIG. My other fan is I'm a fan of Walther too. I like Walthers. But anyways, getting back to the weapons, the primary weapon that we carry with us is that the community I'm in, we're semi-contemplative, so we pray 3 to 4 hours a day, and all the prayers are fashioned specifically to deal with all the different kinds of diabolic attacks, which we mentioned in the beginning, those 7. So we pray specific prayers to deal with those specific things. Things like meditation for the obsession. In fact, if you're meditating pretty consistently, the demons usually don't try that angle with you. But then the other weapons is, we say the rosary every day, which is a phenomenally powerful weapon. Padre Pio used to refer to it as a weapon. The other thing is that we, the actual cassock I'm wearing is blessed by a bishop for my protection. And then, when we're going into session, there's sometimes relics of specific saints. There's a place where St. Michael appeared 5 times in Gargano, Italy. It's a cave. It's an astounding place. I was just there about a year ago. And when you walk into it, there's a kind of like a gravitas, but a quiet and a peace to it that you just don't get anywhere else. So we have stones from there, which the demons react to and that type of thing. So we carry stuff like that, relics. But the other weapons are just the Catholic sacramentals, holy water, exorcised oil, which is particularly effective. We have people burn candles because the candles are blessed so that it literally drives demons of the air out, which are mentioned in Scripture several times in Scripture. So it drives the demons out of the air and that type of thing. So just a number of different things.
When it comes to, I can't stop thinking about the hierarchy and the occult within the church. Is there anything else you want people to know about that?
Well, I think the main thing to do is there's 2 parts to it. The first is we need to pray and pray for the church's protection and pray so that God will give us holy leaders, a holy magisterium. We need to pray for it. The second component is you get the leaders you deserve. And I say that by virtue of the fact that a vast majority of the Catholics in the church are leading habitual lives of grave sin. And they've got to stop it, because until we stop that, you can't expect this to get cleaned up. And so really the primary way that we're going to ameliorate that problem, other than God stepping in and correcting the problem, because he'll only tolerate stuff for so long, as I mentioned. But we have to pray and become holy ourselves so that we merit having leaders that we're worthy of.
You want to pray for that right now?
The primary prayer that I would probably pray for that is the Hail Mary, because Our Lady, because she's the one that's going to, I think, convert them in the end. So, in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Mother of divine grace, pray for us. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen.
Well, hopefully we just got a couple million prayers right there.
Hopefully. Yeah, exactly.
You want to take a break?
Yeah, sure.
Let's take a break. We don't bring on new partners often, but sleep is too important to ignore. When you're not sleeping well, everything suffers. Best of all, Beam is an American company that makes clean, science-backed products designed to help people perform at their best. Dream is their sleep formula, and it's loaded with ingredients your body actually needs to recover. Reishi, magnesium, L-theanine, apigenin, and melatonin, but dosed intelligently. Not to mention, it tastes incredible. My favorite flavor is the brownie batter, but they've got plenty of options. I mix it up and drink it about 30 minutes before bed for optimal results. Like I said, it tastes great, it's smooth, and it actually feels like part of my nightly routine now. And for a limited time, I've got my listeners an exclusive discount of up to 50%. Go to shopbeam.com/SRS. Use my code SRS to get up to 50% off. This is the best discount Beam gives out, so tell your friends too. Even if they don't listen to the show, if they want to fix their sleep, they've got to try Beam. So remember, go to shopbeam.com/SRS and use code SRS. With my code SRS, you can grab Dream for 50% off. Try it today.
Hi, I'm Sarah Adams, the host of Vigilance Elite's The Watch Floor, where we highlight what matters. It became a permissive state, explain to you why it matters, and then aim to leave you feeling better informed than you were before you hit play. Terrorists, hostile intelligence agencies, organized crime, not everything is urgent. But this show will focus on what is need to know, not just what is nice to know.
All right, Father, we're back from the break, and I want to get into the demonic hierarchy and spiritual intel and how that all works. In even some of the laws. Like, I've always heard that spiritual warfare, there's a lot of laws involved, and I don't understand that. You were kind of bringing it up earlier that Christ or God allows all of this to happen.
Right.
But it sounds like there's a very specific set of laws.
Yeah, there's a very distinctive structure that the spiritual warfare has, and that structure is based on certain things. I mean, obviously the demons can't do anything that Christ doesn't permit. The second component means that anything that God is going to do in relationship to us as human beings in this life is going to revolve around whether it's going to be good or bad for us spiritually. So he's, generally speaking, the demon's involvement in us, if we respond properly to God's grace, then Christ will use them as instruments of our sanctification and purification. He'll use them to make us more virtuous and things of that sort. So that's kind of the finality or the end goal. It also means, though, that they can't roam or maraud as they please. It does mention in Peter's epistle, it says, going around seeking someone to devour. What that means is that they spend all their time thinking about us and looking at different things and trying to figure things out, but their ability to actually influence us is completely controlled by Christ. And so demons, as far as the mechanics of it, are actually controlled then by a few things. Christ's will ultimately determines everything. The second thing is their own nature. They can't act outside their own nature, so they're going to be inclined to do specific things that pertain to their own nature. But because they've made their choice, it means that then they're also, the second thing is they're going to be inclined to do things that are opposite of that nature. So very often, so for example, if you take the demon Isis, who is actually originally created for, according to the exorcisms that he's been beaten out of, that he was actually created to encourage people to place themselves under the mercy of Christ. Well, because he rejected that task, now he's one of the most cruel and vicious demons to deal with in session. So they're going to be controlled by their will, what they fixed their will in. Once they made that choice, now they're fixed. And it's not just in evil, it's in, which is generally true, but it's also about specific kinds of evil. So certain demons are going to get involved in certain kinds of things. They also, so there's that. Plus then there's the fact that God also meters what they can and cannot do based upon our good, but that has to do with our own levels of toleration and ability to sustain them. He's never going to test us beyond our abilities. So those particular things is what kind of fixes it and determines it and has some of the mechanics. Demons operate under certain principles. So, for example, the overarching principle that every demon functions by is anything but God. And that basically means that you can believe anything you want. You can do anything you want as long as it doesn't lead you to God, or as long as it's not about God. Because and that's why when they get into positions of power, which you've seen this, when they get into positions of power, such as in the civil authorities, you can talk about anything but God in civil context, right? You can't, if you're on the floor of the Congress, they're not going to be talking about God. At least maybe they have started more recently, but historically you just couldn't do it. So that when they gain access, you're not going to be able to talk about God. So anything but God. And that's why they'll even get people involved in, doing all sorts of good things as long as it's detracting them from the relationship with Christ or God. And so that's what they'll focus on. They also have another principle, anything but moderation. So one of the exorcists that trained me, he had a particular fondness for Mountain Dew, which I get. I like Mountain Dew. And so he had this particular fondness for Mountain Dew, and the demons knew it. And so at a certain point, in this 5 stages of liberation, there's what we call the bargaining phase, which is the second part of the 5th phase. And so the demons start bargaining with him. I say, hey, look, let us stay and I'll make sure you get a truckload of Mountain Dew, right? And so he panics, and then he stops drinking Mountain Dew altogether. Well, that's not where the virtue ultimately lies. The virtue lies in being able to drink something at a moderated level, or eat in a moderated fashion, you know. So they'll do anything but moderation, and the reason for that is because the moderation leads to virtue, because virtue is a mean between extremes, and so they'll very often anything but moderation. So there's a whole series of principles, which I mentioned in the book, that they actually operate by, and that's what governs their. One of them is that move laterally. It's the general principle is that it's better to remain hidden than to be out in the open, that type of thing, which you would see in normal warfare. They also are watching us all the time to get reconnaissance, to figure out what they're going to actually do in relationship to us. So it all has a very stark similarity to even physical warfare.
When you think of spiritual warfare, it is going on all around us, but we can't see it. A lot of people say it's another realm, but it's right here. Do you believe that?
Yes, it is. It's everywhere.
What does it look like? If we had a veil that we could lift off and see it, what does the world around us look like that we can't see?
Well, I think, first of all, it'd be very dark, because you would see a lot of the demonic forces that are just, they just seem to be pretty much everywhere, and if I would say, virtually everything. I mean, you still see pockets where people are trying to lead good lives, trying to be good people. They're willing to seek the truth and that type of thing. But what you would see is the degree of influence they have over different people, who's possessed by them, by what demons and that type of thing. One of the there's a dream that St. John Bosco had, because he used to take care of young boys, and during one of the dreams, he saw one of the boys that was acting up during his class and things of that sort. But he sees this boy sleeping, and he sees this demon with his finger inside the kid's head and just stirring it. Right, so you'd see it would be analogous to seeing stuff like that. But I think we would also see. I think we would see a level of depravity that would be extraordinarily hard for us to process. And that's one of the things that, when I mentioned that the demons have told me this about the crimes and that type of thing. A lot of times the person who's possessed will see the thoughts of the demons. The demons, as I mentioned, it kind of breaks down, and so the person actually sees what the demon is actually seeing. And so a lot of times they will see the depravity or the evil or certain things, or they'll actually even see because they can see the thoughts of the demon, they actually get a sense of who he is if he's thinking about himself. And they'll come out of that, and it takes a little bit of counseling for them to process how evil it is. It's almost traumatic how evil that is.
When we're talking about possession, what are guardian angels doing when a demon enters?
So
do they leave?
No,
when we're talking about an occult member. Is there? Yes.
No, they're still there.
They're still there.
They're still there. It's just that how they protect us, the degree they protect us, and the areas of our lives that they protect us, is determined also by Christ. So, to give you an example, Padre Pio one time, he used to, from the time he was 10 years, from the time he was a kid, he could see his guardian angel. And the way they found out is when he was 10 years old, this kid got lost in their village. They couldn't find him. And so they asked him about it, and his guardian angel said, well, he's over here. So he says, well, he's over there. So they go in there, and there's the kid, right? So that's how they found out. Well, during one of the times in which he was suffering dolor, where the demons were attacking him, his guardian angel just kind of like disappeared. And then when he comes back, Padre Pio's a little miffed and chews him out, of course. But basically, what the angel communicates to him is that, look, if God wants something, we're not permitted, because we have to be perfectly obedient to him, and we see his holy will in allowing these things. And so they basically, their causation or activity on us, they retract. with demons, the way that we know that they're there is there's something unnatural happening. It's either beyond nature or it's just not normal or what have you. Whereas when the guardian angels are doing their thing, we function normally because their goal is to guard us so that we can actually function according to the way our nature was designed by God. And then they can also incline certain faculties in our bodies and things like that to function properly. So the way that we know they're active is we have a normal life. Well, these people might have some areas of normal life that the angels are permitted to protect, but other areas God has said, no, you can't protect them there.
Why would he say that?
Because God respects our free will, and so the person making the choice and going in this, God tells the angels you have to respect their free will.
Is there anything else in the realm we would see? Angels, demons?
Yeah, you'd see the angels too. You'd see them both. You'd see a pretty intense battle, I think. Much more than you'd say would in times past. You'd see a pretty intense battle.
What does the battle look like?
It would just look like demons actually attached to people and attacking people. You'd actually see the nature of the demons and what the specific demon is that's attacking people. You'd get a sense of that because each one is its own species, its own nature. So if you could see them, you'd actually see, okay, this guy's getting attacked by impurity. This guy's getting attacked by, anger or fear. This guy's getting attacked by that. You just actually see how they're actually getting attacked.
I think a lot about spiritual warfare, and the thing that comes to my mind is, I've said this several times on this show, but if you were to have a sphere and it was oil and water, and one never fully really takes over the other.
Right.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do, yeah.
Like a marble.
Right.
And so let's say evil is the oil and light is the water.
Yeah.
When the oil takes over the majority of the surface area of the water, or almost all of it, is that when we see the second coming? And is it always just changing? Water starts to take over, oil starts to take over. Water starts to take over.
Yeah, it ebbs and flows. Yeah. As far as the good and the evil in the world is going to ebb and flow, but before the end, it's going to get particularly bad to the point where it'll be almost, the good will appear almost completely eclipsed. I think that's sometimes what people can actually get a sense of now when they're looking about, I tell people, if this isn't the end times, God have mercy on the people in the end times, because it's just going to be brutal. But if you could see the spiritual complexion of things, you could actually see it. You'd also see, the fortresses of where the strength is and where the good is coming from in the world, and who's on the side of the good.
How much do you think of what we know is a lie?
You mean today?
Mm-hmm. I think how much do we think we know is a lie? How much are the elites hiding from us? The people in power?
Obviously this is my own personal opinion, but I think we're being lied to almost habitually.
About everything?
About a vast majority of things. And it's all because it's a matter of social engineering and manipulation. I think that they're just, it's especially when you got certain three-letter agencies that are just chronically doing certain things in order to manipulate the population into a particular, into a particular set of beliefs that they can actually be manipulated. And so, I think one of the advantages of COVID is it's made people to stop and think, believe the science. Well, I do believe it when it's real science. But but the fact that we were lied to so much, what happens is now people are standing back and questioning everything, which is, in one sense, giving them the state of our world is actually good. On the other hand, they're questioning stuff. You're just like, why are you questioning that? I mean, that shouldn't be questioned. So people can be a little bit immoderate. But I think that given what the government's doing, and given what it's, just even what you see on mainstream news media and by corporations, I think we're being manipulated and lied to on a regular basis.
I do too.
Yeah.
I mean, about everything. I mean,
even when the things would go better for them if they just came clean and were transparent, they can't. It's like they got to lie to us about it. And I think what it is, it's really a fear of losing control over us.
I mean, there are people that think the world is flat.
Yeah.
That's how deep the lies.
Well, I have a pilot's license, and I've been high enough to know it ain't.
You know what I mean? No, I mean, how much are they hiding? How much are they hiding?
Yeah.
How much history has been manipulated by institutions?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Well, and I think a large amount of it is. You know, it's so bad. It's so bad that when stuff started happening in the Ukraine, I said, okay, there's probably a war going on, and it's probably Russia that's invaded, and it's probably Ukraine's on the receiving end of it. But that's about all we know, because they lie to you so much. You know, for example, 4 years ago when that thing started, they said that, you know, Russia was almost defeated and their military was crushed. Okay, we're 4 years into it and they're still hammering them, which tells us they weren't telling us the truth in the beginning.
I mean, I think the entire Iraq war was a lie.
Yeah.
The whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
I think it was a big money grab for KBR.
Yeah.
And I mean, we just looked it up. They made 39 point whatever billion dollars off that one war.
Yeah. Well, most wars are that way anyway. I mean, they're really just orchestrated for those because somebody stands to gain either financially or by power.
But I mean, to take the time to build a narrative to tell the people so that you can go in there and enrich yourself. I mean, it makes you wonder how much of every. Look at the Epstein stuff. I mean, it's just everywhere you look now. The COVID stuff, all the fraud.
Yes, exactly. Well, and that's why, you know, it's even like with stuff with Epstein, I tell people, we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg. You know, even when we hear about bad things that are going on in the church, like, that's just the tip of the iceberg. You know, there's the rot underneath it is so bad. I sometimes wonder if if people actually knew what was really going on in our government, they'd probably be hanging these people from lampposts. You know? So, and that's just a general sense of, you know, when you see evil, you see it.
Let's get back to the hierarchy.
Okay.
Can we go through some of the demons by name?
Yeah.
Where do we start?
Well, at the very top, which I think and Dan had mentioned to you, but basically, in one of my cases, it came out that it basically started like this. So I had a session. It was Beelzebub was the possessor, and he said, at one point, just out of the blue, he says, "I'm the mockery of the Holy Ghost," and then he just checks out. I can't get him back to the surface. And then I'm like, what does that even mean? And then, but I knew that the fathers of the church had said that there's, based upon the interpretation of that passage from Scripture where they accused Christ of casting out demons by the power of Beelzebub. He turns it and he says, well, how can Satan cast out Satan? Well, the fathers of the church say that's because Satan, Lucifer, and Beelzebub are the same guy. I'm thinking to myself, well, if they're the same guy, why does an exorcist, even myself, or the other exorcists who dealt with all three, the way they manifest is different. Each one of those is different. So I started asking Our Lady, reveal to me, what is it that's going on here? And then it dawned on me that, I don't know if it was a grace or just whatever it was, it's like, because I deal with people who are highly traumatized, we deal with people who have what used to be called multiple personality disorder, but it is dissociative identity disorder. We deal with a lot of those people. And I'm realized this looks like that this is a bifurcated personality. So when in the next session, when he was there, I referred to him as the third personality of Satan, and he just stopped and looked at me. And it was like 5 things at once on his face. It was like, how did you ever figure that out? And then the other one was, okay, the gloves are coming off. And then the other one was like, oh, this is really bad. So there's various things that were going on in his face at the same time. And it's one of those things, again, you see it, and you're just like, yeah, Hollywood can never reproduce that. But so then I commanded to tell him, so Lucifer is the inversion of Christ, isn't he? Because Lucifer is light bearing, Christ is light from light, yes. And then Satan is the father of lies, who's the inversion of God the Father. He said, yes. So then I asked him, was this trifurcation of your personality the punishment for wanting to be God? And then he said, it took me a little bit of beating. He said, yeah, it is. And then he said something interesting. He said that he's in chronic pain from it. So people who have dissociative identity disorder are in chronic emotional pain. And so he has that. He's in chronic pain from his personality being split. Later we found out that it had to do because in his fall there were specific sins that he wanted to commit, and they pertain to those particular 3. So As I mentioned, I've had all three. I've had Lucifer in about 5 cases, Beelzebub. I've had in 3, but I've got 1 case that's protracted, and that's why I tend to have so much knowledge about him. And then I've had Satan. Underneath him, which is kind of interesting, because if you ask people, if you had to choose which person of the Blessed Trinity you have the most affinity for, people will usually tell you, for me, it's God the Father. Most people say, well, it's Jesus. Some people say it's the Holy Spirit, right? So you have people, well, that same kind of a thing is, and it's the inversion of what you see in the diabolic realm. So underneath this trifurcated personality are all the other demons fall underneath one of those personalities. So underneath that, though, underneath Satan, or the top dog, is then what they call the 5 generals. And the 5 generals are, the first one is Baal, who's a demon of impurity. So the first thing he does, he drives impurity in a culture. And once the culture gives into that, then the thing from St. Paul, what St. Paul mentions, God, they basically gave themselves to unbridled lust, so God gave them over to that, and then now men are sleeping with men. So then after that, you have homosexuality, which arises. And then, so the first one is Asmodeus, which is the demon of homosexuality.
Have you seen the Iranians burning statues of Baal?
Not burning them, no, I haven't seen it.
They're burning statues of Baal, saying that Israel in the West is under a demonic influence.
Well, if you consider the fact that, at least in the United States, we actually shot down the fornication laws and we allow people pornography and everything else, then in a certain sense, I think that's true. I think we are under his... the Supreme Court basically delivered our country over to the 5 generals by all the by the adjudication that they did. So Baal being one of them, which is the shooting down, again, the fornication laws. And I think that's generally true. I think that in the West, there's a serious problem with impurity, just generally. The demon of homosexuality in men is Asmodeus. So if you got a guy who's possessed and he's had any homosexual past, if he's possessed, it's sure bet Asmodeus is one of the possessors. With women, there's 2. There is Lilith, which is the demon of homosexuality of the passive kind, more feminine. You look at these women, you're like, why are you gay? You seem pretty normal as a woman, right? But then there's the one that's the Leviathan, which is the demon of homosexuality in women of the more masculine or more aggressive kind. These are the women, I call them, they're heavy on the heels, right? So this is those women, that's homosexuality in women with them. And then the last one is... whether it's Moloch or Baphomet, and in my experience it tends to be Baphomet, but that doesn't mean that it, because I've had him, but it doesn't mean necessarily that it's not Moloch too, which is the demon of child sacrifice. So if you look at the progression in a culture, and this is actually true of almost every culture that has gone, that their morals have collapsed, it starts with problems with impurity, that is, Baal gets in, then you get a rise of homosexuality, and then you'll end up with child sacrifice, which is what abortion basically is. So you have that progression, so that's underneath them. And then underneath them are then various other demons. Where they're actually at in the hierarchy, we don't necessarily know, other than, as I mentioned, most of them are under the under those one of those 5 too. So the 5 are under the 3, you get the 5, and then you have the other ones. So, for example, the noonday devil, which is mentioned in Psalm 90, he's actually under Asmodeus, which is fascinating because the demon that when he first appeared, the guy said, as I mentioned, I said to him, do you have any homosexual ideation? Once he came out, that this demon, the midday devil, was crying out to Asmodeus for help. I said, do you have any homosexual ideation? He says, yeah, I don't know where it's coming from, because this guy didn't have any of the history that would indicate that he would have the psychological problems that are endemic in relationship to homosexuality, because he was married a man, had beautiful family and kids, the whole bit. I said, well, now you know it. So we did a severing prayer. From that point on, he never had homosexual ideation. But I found it interesting that the demon of sloth is under the demon of homosexuality, because every homosexual I've ever met, they're soft. So you start to see even in people's personality the complexions of the demons that actually attack them. So those are just some of them. As I mentioned, Abaddon is a demon of destruction.
What about Baphomet?
Yeah, he's a demon of child sacrifice. And so he's That's why you see him. That's actually why you see the Satanists trying to erect statues of him in various locations, and the statue is, of course, the horned head and all that. But then it's also surrounded by children, and so that's part of it. And usually, the reason they're trying to get Baphomet ensconced in a location is because they're trying to get pro-abortion legislation passed or maintained.
What is it with child sacrifice that they want?
Well, there's several parts to it, actually. The first is it's the killing of an innocent, and the demons get empowered by that. But the other part, which is actually something which historically was known in the Catholic Church, which wasn't really talked about too much, was elsewhere, which is actually one of the reasons why in the Catholic Church, if you procure abortion or help someone to procure abortion, it's actually an excommunicable offense. And the reason people say, oh, it's because you're killing someone innocent, but that's not true. I mean, that's an element of it, but the real reason is because of the fact that, as I mentioned, the overarching principle for demons is anything but God. And so historically, Alexander VII, the Pope, stated that we know of no other means of their salvation. He's talking about children before they have use of reason. We know of no other means of their salvation other than baptism in re. In re is a technical theological term in Latin that indicates they have to be baptized by water. Otherwise, their salvation cannot be assured. And so historically, the church always considered abortion to be such a heinous crime because it permanently robbed a person of the possibility of the beatific vision. This is why the church considered it so evil, that that basically the demons are creating a situation, and the reason they're so wed to it is because it keeps, they just want to keep even the children from ever seeing God. Jeez. That's why they're so wed to it. That's why they will expend enormous amounts of energy protecting it. That's why it's so difficult to get rooted out in the secular sphere. Once it gets in, it's just almost impossible to get out, because the demons will do everything they can to protect it.
How about the angels' hierarchy?
So the hierarchies are, well, technically speaking, they're the same, because the fallen angels come from the hierarchy that God created, that whole hierarchy, which has the 9 choirs, and so that they're from the fallen angels are from that. But the other ones, so the seraphim, which are at the top, and then you have the cherubim and the thrones, etc. But then, and it goes to principalities and powers and all that, all the way down to archangels and angels. But that hierarchy is still there, and it's still intact. So the top rank, which is the top 3, their primary function their primary tasks deal specifically with God. So the seraphim's job, God gave them, in their nature, a strong inclination to love him. So their primary predominance is on the side of the will, is to love. On the side of the cherubim, their primary predominance is on the side of knowledge. So they have knowledge about God that he communicates to them, and their natures are such that they are able to grasp it because they're more intelligent in that regard. And then the throne's job is to take the information that's communicated to them by God, or from the seraphim to the cherubim, and begin the propagation of God's commands down through the hierarchy. So the middle rank is basically administrative, where they basically oversee and govern the process of the spiritual warfare on our side, but then also just the governance of the universe and how God wants things done, and they're enlightening our minds, etc. And then the lower guys, their job is to actually do the grunt work with us. And they get involved with us. So it's generally, there's a bit of a debate about whether Satan was from the seraphim or from the cherubim. But as time went on, I used to think it was from the seraphim, because the way the other demons would even talk is that he was at the top of the heap. But when you watch his psychological patterns and you learn about what his assigned task was, it all revolves around knowledge. And so I tend to agree with St. Thomas Aquinas that he was the highest of the cherubim. So he would have been 8th in the hierarchy.
Okay. How about Michael?
So Michael, the general belief among the theologians and who have studied this and that type of thing is that he's actually one of the archangels. So he's from the 2nd of the lowest ranks. So which is actually one of the reasons why it's so humiliating for Satan to get kicked out of heaven. by him, is because it was humiliating. But as Thomas Aquinas says, anybody in heaven has what they call prelation over anything below them. And so those in hell, anybody in heaven can cast out any demon in hell, God permitting. But St. Michael is, most people are unaware of that. St. Michael is actually the guardian angel of the elect. So those who are, God has pre-chosen that they're going to go to heaven. And so they're actually...
God has pre-chosen for certain people to go to heaven.
Yeah, because God, if you remember, it's actually part of divine revelation. Christ said, many are called, but few are chosen. And it's God who chooses. It doesn't mean that we don't cooperate in that process. We have to cooperate in the lead up to it. But ultimately, it's God who gives us the final grace to make to bridge the gap between ourselves and Him, right? But so in the Catholic Church, we actually hold, we call it a non-mutual predestination. We believe that God chooses who gets to go to heaven, but and there's indications about that. But if you end up in hell, that's your own fault, because you could have, if you would have cooperated with God, you could have made it to heaven, type of thing. Okay, so He's the guardian angel of the elect. So that meant that when, that's why it was His job to kick out the demons from the company of the angels that remained faithful, who were the elect. And so He's the one that kicked them out of heaven. Because He's the guardian angel of the elect, that also means that He became the guardian angel of the Jews, the Jewish religion, in the beginning, because they were the chosen people. But once, according to the fathers of the church, they apostatized and rejected Christ, they ceased being the chosen religion and the chosen people. And now it's transferred to Christians who believe in Christ. They are now those who are He's the guardian angel of the elect, of those of us who believe in Christ. And so that's actually also why historically the saints have talked about how when a person who is destined to go to heaven dies, it's St. Michael who accompanies them into God's presence.
So we're the chosen people now. Yes. Anybody who believes in Christ is chosen.
That's right. Which is actually the big mistake that people make, is still thinking that they're the Jews are the chosen people. They were, but they rejected their inheritance. They refused to accept Christ, because even the Jewish religion was ultimately a lead up to and a partial revelation in relationship to Christ. So once He came, this is why Christ was so harsh on them. The first time I read this, I was stunned. St. Thomas Aquinas actually makes the observation. He said that the prophets and the patriarchs of the Jews actually knew that God was triune, and they knew He was going to become incarnate. They knew this because we see this in the book of Isaiah. It's revealed in the book of Isaiah, and it's revealed in various parts of Scripture and so the Jews actually knew this. This is why Christ was so harsh on the Jews, that when He came, He said, you guys knew this. You're calling me that make myself equal to the Son of God. You knew that God was going to become incarnate. Is basically what's being taught there. So the point being is that the fact that they apostatized and rejected ultimately God in the end, which is why they ceased being the chosen people, which is why God gives them that, as I mentioned before, He gives them maybe I didn't mention it to you, but He gave them one generation. So after Christ dies, in the year 70 AD, the Romans destroy Jerusalem, and that's why now none of the Jews are practicing their religion, because none of them are offering sacrifice. That doesn't mean that they're not living up according to certain parts of the Old Testament and things of that sort, but they're not actually performing the ceremonial laws.
Interesting.
And that's why they're so driven to rebuild the temple.
Starting something new isn't just hard, it's terrifying. Before I launched the Sean Ryan Show, those what ifs were loud. What if nobody listens? What if this fails? Walking away from what's familiar to build your own thing takes real faith. But it ended up being one of the best decisions I've ever made. Whether you're starting a podcast or launching a store, it helps to have a partner like Shopify on your side to help ease those worries with their expertise and tools. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the US. From household names like Figs to brands that are just getting started today, one of the biggest hurdles is efficiency. And Shopify helps you accelerate that. Whether you're uploading new products or trying to improve existing ones, the platform is packed with helpful AI tools that can write your product descriptions, page headlines, and even enhance your product photography for you. They also allow you to tackle all your important tasks in one place, from inventory to payments to analytics. There's no need to juggle multiple websites. Everything is in one spot to make your operations smoother. And you've definitely seen that iconic purple Shop Pay button is used by millions because Shopify has the best converting checkout on the planet. It helps boost your conversions, which means fewer abandoned carts and more sales for your business. It's time to turn those what ifs into with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial at shopify.com/SRS. Go to shopify.com/SRS. That's shopify.com/SRS. I've heard people say that they think that Michael is Christ himself. Is there any validity to that?
No.
No, nothing.
So Christ, which we know from divine revelation, is God who assumed a human nature. Saint Michael is an angel, which is a different angel, a different nature altogether.
Okay. Is there anything else in the hierarchy we should know?
Other than in my book, I talk about them, go into detail about what each individual rank is actually for. But the main thing is that people need to really start relying on them more because they're here to protect us.
Let's talk about witchcraft for a little bit. What is it?
So basically what witchcraft is it's the inversion of the proper worship that's due to God. And so what they do is they engage in rituals. So it has the same kinds of things like as Catholics we have things such as sacramentals that we use, which are blessed items. They have cursed items that they use. They have rituals. So we have same kind of ritual. They invert our rituals very often. And then also they have like quasi-sacraments and things of that sort. So they basically, it's the inversion, but it's basically a set of rituals and belief systems which use demons as a medium to bring about the effect of their rituals. So different from us, we pray to Christ and then Christ causes these things to happen. They basically do these rituals to empower the demons so that they can do them.
You mentioned the 9 choirs earlier. What is that?
So the 9 choirs are the breakdown. So the choirs are, each angel was created with a specific task, and those tasks are grouped into, they're into groups. So the top group, as I mentioned, the seraphim, that's the top choir. There is about, so it's based in groups based upon what their assigned task is.
Okay. In Black Mass, you had brought that up a couple of times. What is Black Mass?
So a Black Mass is the inversion of the Catholic Mass. So basically what they'll do is, depending on the type of Black Mass, sometimes they'll actually just literally do a Mass, but in reverse. So they'll actually use Latin and they'll talk, but it's spoken backwards. If they happen to have a consecrated host, they'll actually use that during the Black Mass in order to desecrate it. In the context of that, in order to empower themselves. But then they can also, the Black Mass can also be just a Catholic Mass with satanic elements as part of it. For example, one Black Mass, which is mentioned in a book called Windswept House by Malachi Martin, it's in the first two to three chapters, where a particular priest, I won't go into names, but a particular priest performs a Black Mass, but in the context of that, he desecrates a host by raping a young girl during the Mass. So you have, the goal is to desecrate the body and blood of Christ. That's the real goal. Because then in that desecration, then it empowers the demons and it empowers the people.
Where would this, do people attend this, or is this A one-man show.
Well, there's usually a satanic priest who performs the mass. So in that sense, it's a one-man show. But there's always other people involved, because you'll have people whose function is to maintain control over the victims who's going to be used for this, or other people who, like, they're servers, like at a Catholic mass, you have different people doing different kinds of services, serving in relationship to the actual ritual. And then very often there's other people standing around who are chanting and doing other things.
Is this what's going on at the Bohemian Grove?
Well, my understanding at the Bohemian Grove is what, I mean, I studied it to the degree that a person can study it and have verifiable evidence of what's actually happening here. But it seems to me that it's at its root and core just basic Moloch worship, because they have the large statue of Moloch there.
Okay, I want to move into elite darkness and satanic ritual abuse.
Okay.
What have you encountered?
When I first started doing this work, the number of people that were we'd see satanic ritual abuse was fairly few. There you just didn't see a whole lot of it, and the caseload was from the 1980s. So that's when you saw the satanic ritual abuse occurring, was in the 1980s. And it did not tend to be, at least from what we could gather, in relationship to the elite. But then, over the course of the 18 years as I've been doing this work, we kind of went through a time period where there wasn't just a whole lot of stuff, and then it started to really crop up again, where we started to see a significant rise in satanic ritual abuse, but it was across the board. It wasn't necessarily just the elite. It was also people in high positions, because it would come out, who was the satanic ritual abuser, and sometimes they were fairly high. But now what we're seeing is it's pretty much across the board, where we're seeing it in all levels of society, of the people getting involved in it.
All levels of society.
Yeah. So you'll see people who are, involved in satanic ritual abuse. There's actually a book called 22 Faces. It's about a woman who has dissociative identity disorder, but she was basically a victim of satanic ritual abuse. And that's a paradigmatic case, because you can look at it and just realize, yeah, this is how it normally works. But it basically was, to the credit of the Mormons, in fact, they found out that there was a lot of satanic ritual abuse occurring within their ranks, and they cleaned it up. Last I heard, I don't know exactly the details, but she basically, but it was the people that were doing it were people of low level, of the common persons you actually see on the streets. But then you'll also see it from middle tier people who are trying to advance themselves, and then as I mentioned, satanic ritual abuse is some of the stuff that they've talked about in relationship to some of the things that have been happening in the church at the higher levels. But we've also seen, I haven't dealt with these two cases too much, because demons that are higher level in relationship to the civil authorities, other exorcists maybe closer to the area, have come across that type of thing more, because the satanic ritual abuse stuff tends to be somewhat localized, to deal with local cases a lot of times. Part of that has to do with the fact that in my particular experience, and this is not the experience of every exorcist, is that the demons tend to talk more about the power structure within the church and who's involved in that, because they see that as where the real power is, not so much in the context of the civil authorities. Yeah, they have power, but the real spiritual power is in the context of the church.
Where do these rituals, what are some of the rituals? I know this could get very gruesome, but what are some of the rituals? How ancient are they?
Well, they stem almost all the way back. In fact, some of the ritual abuses stem all the way back to the golden calf and some of the stuff even before that. So, but the satanic ritual abuse, there's the black mass where they rape a woman or a girl. Usually it's a virgin. They want a virgin that they rape. So usually it's a girl around 10 years of age or younger. It can also be where, this is in 22 Faces, where you actually have where the satanic ritual abuse is where they take one girl they've kidnapped this one girl, and they basically tie her down so that she can't do anything. And then they took the other girl, which is in the 20 faces, and then they tie her down, and then they make this girl watch them systematically torture and kill the other child.
Holy shit. How many of our elites do you think are involved in this?
It's hard to know, but you know, if you get a chance, you see this even when they have like the opening ceremonies to the Olympics. But when they did that opening ceremonies to that to that tunnel in Switzerland, it was amazing. They had high-profile people there. Like, I think I'm not. Don't quote me on this, but it was like the Japanese Prime Minister. They had several people that were involved in like the German government and Swiss government and stuff like that. That were.
Are you talking about CERN?
No.
Okay.
This was an actual tunnel that they did. That when they opened the tunnel, they did this ritual to Baphomet. When those people were sitting there, these people that were at the top tier in their government, in their various governments, they were watching this like they had seen it 100 times before. There was no reaction. It was almost like, okay, when are we going to get this done? And so I think that when you're talking about the higher levels, I don't think you're able to get that high without being groomed to get to that height at this stage, or that you're part of the cabal, so to speak, that, you know, gets those types of people to the top.
So it would be hard for you to believe that anybody at that level is not into this.
Well, I mean, and I don't mean to be imputing bad will to people, but I'm very suspect of these people. Part of it is because of the fact that everything they do is Marxist or communist in their behavior and their structure and what they're trying to do. So like, and so which I've actually done a series of short videos where I show that diabolic psychology and communism are identical. The psychology is absolutely the same. And so these people, you can pretty much tell that they're driven. There's also these are the same types of people that just make sure that abortion always is maintained. They push abortion everywhere. So I think a large percentage of them at the top, I'm not saying every one of them are, but I mean, this is my own opinion. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm venturing out a bit too much, but it seems to me that a large percentage of them actually are. You know, when Putin said, and I'm not a fan of Putin, but when Putin said, you know, that the world elites or the heads of world governments are basically in the West are just a bunch of satanic pedophiles. I'm like, well, yeah, that's true. So
a lot of people are saying that now.
Yeah,
a lot of people are saying that now. It's it just seems like the veil's coming off, and it scares the shit out of me.
Yeah. The bad part about it is if the veil drops too much and people start rising up to take the power away, that's when it's going to get ugly. Because these people have their levers on their hands on the levers of power, and they're going to use it to take us out if they think that their power is going to be jeopardized at this point. Because with demons, they're stripped of everything except power. That's the only thing that means anything to them. And so as these people become more like their masters, it's just going to be about power.
Damn, you literally see it. You see these people get addicted to their own bullshit, their power.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Especially in politics.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I had one during one session. One of the demons started attacking the woman internally, and I didn't know quite what was going on because I was just doing the ritual. But afterwards, she said when she came out, she said the demon first of all gave her the illusion of having all this power, right? But she said, and then he moved me interiorly to feel the rush that he gives to people when they have that power. And she said it was so intoxicating. She said, if I hadn't had the grace to reject it, I would have gotten sucked into it. So he rewards them, giving them that rush that they get in having that power.
Man, I cannot get through my head how many people are into this, and how they can sacrifice a child, a baby, an infant. I mean, there has to be some. I mean, I guess not, but I mean, it's just zero sense of right and wrong in their head. It's like they feel. I mean, they feel no guilt. I mean, if some of this stuff that's going on right now is true, I mean, these people feel zero shame.
Yeah, that's actually true. I think
they're still out in the public. They're laughing. They're fucking smiling.
Yeah, and the segue to almost all satanic activity is violations of the sixth commandment. These people had impure lives when they were younger, and that was the gateway to them becoming more. And then at a certain point, Satan just leads to, you actually see this among homosexuals who are highly active. Eventually the sex starts to become ritualistic. But these people were, that very often that's the way they got introduced to satanic stuff. And then over the course of time, they liked it. And then at a certain point, their intellectual vision just becomes clouded and they actually like it and they think it's good. That's why whenever you hear, the politicians, they'll say, well, this particular politician or that is trying to destroy democracy. That's just a code phrase for saying they're trying to take away our power, which they want. And then people have to remember along the way, demons can actually block people from thinking about certain things and remembering certain things. But they can also reward people by giving them these intense emotional experiences in relationship to things. And so they really get to liking it and think it's actually a good thing. And they want to get it again.
What does God want us to do? What does Christ want us to do about this? Are we supposed to just sit here and idle? Or are we supposed to challenge it? Are we supposed to expose it? Are we supposed to fight it? Or are we just supposed to live good lives and try to lead by example? I mean, what are we supposed to do?
Well, I think that, I'm fighting it. In the particular work that I actually do, I'm kind of at ground zero in a certain sense. But because what's interesting is as you fight and break possessions in relationship to people, the demons admit that it starts to slowly deteriorate their power in relationship to the rest of the world. But what we have to do is the primary thing that you have to do is you have to lead good and holy lives, because in being holy, then you will be a conduit of grace for other people, and then the primary thing for the people have to realize is that their job is to fight the spiritual warfare in their own life and in the life of their family. So the proper authority has two things. It's to provide and to protect. Your job as a father and as a husband is to provide, not just materially for your family, but to provide spiritually by becoming holy and praying for them on a regular basis, doing prayer, sufferings, good works, fasting, etc., so that they receive the grace necessary to do the right thing. But then it's also to protect. I mean, obviously, if someone tried to break into your house, you're going to get a gun and you're going to take this guy out, right? The same thing has to happen on a spiritual level. You have to be willing to be knowledgeable about spiritual warfare and be willing to fight it in relationship to keeping those things out of your house. And you, as the father, as the authority figure, have to make sure you never allow your own sin to introduce the demons into your own house. And so, but that's the one thing. But you have to be willing to fight, and that means you have to be willing to say binding prayers, say prayers of protection for your children and your wife on a regular basis. So people have to, the real goal is to protect your family and to get that. And then at a certain point, and this is what happens with exorcists. I had no intention of being an exorcist. I still don't want to be an exorcist. The only reason I do it is because of the fact that I was basically asked to do it. And so it's the same kind of a thing. If you get to that point where you're doing what you're supposed to be doing in the context of your family, God will start to bring you people that you can start giving them the instruction and start helping them to come up to speed. It's like training. It's like combat training. You have to make sure you're a good combat soldier first, and then you can help the other guys come up to speed. And it's the same thing in spiritual warfare.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I feel like I'm in the fight. At least I feel like I'm exposing stuff. I don't know how much good it's actually doing, but the shit doesn't come without a toll.
That's correct.
I feel like I take on all that negative energy every time I do an episode like some of the stuff we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna go home, I'm gonna talk about it. We just did an episode on this Camp Kanakuk, the biggest Christian kids camp in the world.
Yeah, I just saw that. I haven't had a chance to watch it, but yeah.
You know, and I mean, they're talking about reading scripture over kids while they sexually abuse them and all kinds of really bad shit. And I take that on, but I don't. I mean, the evil just moves from. I talked about this before too, but I mean, the evil just moves from one institution to the
To
next.
another, yep.
You know, and so, yeah, that's great. We can all hate Camp Kanakuk and it's horrible and all this shit, but and it was horrible what they did. It's an institution that's trying to protect itself from the fucking sins that it's committed. But that evil's, you know, great, cool. We did an episode. It's got a lot of exposure. A lot of people never going to send their kids to that camp. But that evil is not. It doesn't end there.
No,
it just moves.
No,
to the next vertical.
That's correct. But it's just like anything else in warfare. The first thing you need to know is knowledge of your enemy and reconnaissance. You need to know what they're doing, what they're at before you ever go barging in there. Well, that's exactly what this exposure does. This exposure gives other people the knowledge to know the truth and knowing this is what's actually going on, which we need. This is also one of the reasons why you have to keep yourself spiritually protected, because as you expose this stuff, the demons aren't going to be happy that you're drawing attention to these things, and they're going to go after you. And if you keep yourself protected, that's why you have to keep your family protected and also your staff, etc., because they'll move laterally, and if you're not careful. So the exposure is a necessary process in actually knowing the truth. And knowledge plays such a key role in spiritual warfare. As I mentioned, in possession, your goal is to get that one last piece of information that's going to get him out. Well, that also means that the knowledge, if people are armed with the knowledge of the stuff that you're revealing, at least they're not getting sucked into it, and they can keep their families from getting sucked into it. And also, then they'll start arming people to actually start dealing with it in their own lives. So it plays a very important role. But it also means that you're a target.
How do people protect themselves?
Well, if you actually look at the way this plays itself out.
For me, the toll comes in anxieties.
Yes, well,
it's sometimes debilitating.
Okay, yeah, that is. Well,
I'm gonna get killed. I'm gonna get shot. Somebody's gonna run over me on the fucking side of the. I mean, we've exposed a lot of shit.
Yeah,
and and then you have people. Yeah.
The first thing you have to do is make sure that you're always leading a habitual life of grace. And by that I mean that you don't ever commit any grave sin that's offensive to the Lord. If you had, you got to get that off your soul. The second, and then you have to live that life consistently, because God will protect you to the degree that you maintain yourself under His protection. The second thing is then you have to start doing specific prayers to keep yourself protected. This is one of the reasons we started a group called Auxilium Christianorum, which is people just start praying for each other's protection. And there's literally millions of people saying these prayers. So if you plug into that protection. Then you have to start saying prayers for your own protection. And then you also have to, the specific prayers. So like if you're dealing with anxiety, then you need to start doing certain kinds of prayers, binding prayers specifically to bind any demon that's causing the anxiety. Start asking, it's like anything else. You have to ask, like our Lord, our Lady, reveal to me what is at the root of this anxiety. What's the attachment I have? Because all the emotions that we have are rooted in some kind of an attachment. So if you can find out what that is, then you can start letting loose of that interiorly, and the anxiety will begin to decline. Obviously, it has to do with making acts of faith, hope, and charity. Hope that God is, and that He's ultimately going to protect you. But in the end, one of the primary things is you have to start asking our Lord and our Lady to start protecting you every single day from this, from any kind of attacks. Now, that's a relationship to the diabolic, but as I mentioned, they can move laterally, so they can use other people to cause you harm, and so you have to watch your flank. You have to start asking our Lord and our Lady, keep me protected, keep me hidden from the people that would cause me harm or damage, so that because literally I've seen this actually happen where, and this is actually how demons are able to keep things occult for years and decades and generations sometimes, is because the demons can block people from reflecting on what they're seeing. I mean, we saw this in our own culture where there was just this massive evil going on. It's right in your face and people are just not processing it properly. So But the opposite of that is actually the case. You started getting under your guardian angel and ask him to, to protect you, but then ask our Lord and our Lady, keep me hidden from these people so that they can't focus on me or reflect on the right things that would affect me or afflict me. And so you have to build your protection up over the course of time. And so that's, but the main thing is prayer, a very disciplined, regimented prayer life over specific things, and then also discipline in relationship to fasting and developing the virtues. If you have any area that's not a virtue, you got to get rid of that, and you got to build the virtue in that area and get rid of the vice. So that you yourself can't get attacked. But then once you get yourself straightened out, then like I said, you can start protecting other people and those that you work with.
What is so significant about fasting?
It basically, there's two parts about it. If you're in the state of grace and you offer up the fasting for some particular, like your protection or for your children's well-being, what happened, then it's a meritorious act and God will grant the grace that you're petitioning. If you... Sorry about that, I'm a little dry. But if you... but the other part about it is that...
Does it have to be fasting? I'm just curious. So, just as an example, you're going to battle with demons every time you do an exorcism.
Right.
Does that count? Is that a sacrifice that you're making that most people would not make?
Yes, it can count, but it's only in one area of our interior life. We have different inclinations. People have inclinations towards sex. That's why there's a virtue of chastity. People have an inclination towards food that they eat excessively. That's why you fast. Or they eat stuff that they're not supposed to be. That's why there's a virtue of abstinence. And so the goal is to adorn your soul of all of the virtues, and those are part of the virtues. St. Thomas says that the natural law commands all the virtues. Now, and the thing is that the reason why fasting is so important is because it basically, when you fast, you have to use your intellect and will to remain steadfast in, I'm not going to eat, even though the lower faculties are like, let's go eat. Let's go wolf down that 32-ounce steak. Let's just eat. I want to eat. What does you say? No, I'm going to stay. And what that does is it builds strength in the will, which is called continence, and then it slowly subordinates those lower faculties to...
We are the banking kings. We do not mess around, we bank around. It's that simple. All right, we got Tarek. All right, Tarky, you are now mine, bro. Do you have any maps?
This is a short-term disruption for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain be for long-term gain.
We're going to have some short-term pain with long-term gain. Short-term pay for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain, yes, but we've got some long-term gain. Short-term spike for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain for American consumers. We may have to deal with that in the short term. Short-term and temporary.
The wagers of war never actually pay the repercussions of the wars that they start. So I want to get into some of the numbers that we have so far, just under 2 weeks into this disastrous, illegal, and offensive war that the United States and Israel decided to start with Iran. And I want to start with the number one cost of war, which is the human lives. By the way, I'm getting all of this information from Dropsite News. That's Ryan Grimm's outlet. He does amazing reporting on the Middle East. He's where I get a lot of the info about Gaza and the West Bank. So all of these numbers are coming from Dropsite. So first off, human lives. The Iranians have lost over 1,300 civilians since the beginning of this war, and over 3.2 million people have been displaced in Iran so far. That is
The Wall Street Journal is reporting that a Marine Expeditionary Unit consisting, usually, I guess you're the expert here, so I definitely want to ask you about this. 2,500 Marines will be sent to the Middle East. And that begs the question, Scott, how is the war, now that it's 2 weeks in, how is the war going for the United States and for all the aggressor parties right now, given this escalation? And maybe you can talk about what this escalation really means.
Well, I mean, first of all, a Marine Expeditionary Unit is basically a reinforced battalion. So you have a battalion of Marines that have different other attachments put on to give them greater capability intelligence-wise, logistics-wise. They're relatively self-sustaining for a limited period of time. They have an air component, so you have helicopters and fixed wing strike artillery. They used to have tanks, but we don't have tanks anymore. But it's 2,500 Marines that are capable of, conducting expeditionary operations ashore. And in theory, the Marine expeditionary units traditionally will have been deployed in around the world like carrier battle groups, just floating offshore, floating around the world, ready to respond at a moment's notice to any emergencies that might occur. So, I don't know which MU has been given the warning order, and I don't know where they're coming from. Are they already deployed? Are they training off the coast of Australia, or are they currently in the United States or Okinawa or wherever the MU would be generated from, and need to embark and travel? But their forte is assault from the sea, and they tend to operate off of amphibious assault ships. Where you put several hundred Marines on a single ship, and then they either go from ship to shore using LCACs or landing craft, or they go ship to shore using helicopters. When General Berger, former commandant of the Marine Corps, became the commandant a couple years ago, he did a review of the national security strategy and the national defense strategy, and he's supposed to write commandant's guidance. And what he said is that he cannot, in good faith, say that the Marine Corps is capable of implementing the tasks that they've been given by the National Command Authority. And one of the reasons was that we are married to a legacy amphibious assault concept that dates back to, General Lejeune, the man who invented amphibious warfare, in the Second World War, where we perfected the art. He said that modern munitions and such, area denial weapons, make it impractical, because if we close in on a hostile shore in amphibious assault shipping, and they hit one of our ships with a missile, we lost 900 Marines. And that's it. That's the end of the game. We haven't changed our legacy. He tried to, in the Pacific, he tried to come up with a new regimental structure that used smaller ships carrying up to 75 Marines to make it harder to stop the entire assault by sinking one ship. We were looking at long-range strike weapons, etc. It'd be interesting to see that system, by the way, has been declared to be a failure. I don't know if they've disbanded those units, but basically this new structure was supposed to be confronting the Chinese in the South Chinese Sea. And I think the Marine Corps has determined that this has not been a success. I don't know if we still have units configured that, because actually those units would be very more realistically employable in a Strait of Hormuz situation than bringing in a standard amphibious ready group. I just think this is fantasy and pie in the sky, though, because a MU has specific limitations. It can't sustain itself forever. It has limited combat power. And let's say that you engage it. How do you reinforce it? Okay, so you put them in, and they get engaged. Let's say you want to take Karg Island. So we achieved the beachhead. It's just a battalion. It's not more than a battalion. There's only so much a battalion can do. So if you go 3 companies across, now you've secured the beachhead, but where's your follow-on assault forces? You've got to take it from the troops you have, so you got to thin out this and assault forward. What if the enemy puts up concerted resistance? What if they counterattack? Is there reinforcements that come in? Do we have a second MEU coming in? So now we're talking about a brigade, not a battalion. This is insanity. The size of Karg Island, it took us divisions during World War II to take those islands. So this isn't going to be Grenada, where a Marine Expeditionary Unit, or at that time I think it was called a MAU, a Marine Amphibious Unit, was able to run around and rescue students and kill Cubans and kill Grenadians. This will be resisted by Iranian forces that have lived on the island. They've dug into the island. They have their fire support identified. And they're going to make sustainment of this force impossible. Once we land, we'll be shelled the entire time. Wave after wave after drones will be coming in. How much anti-air does the Marine Corps have for a MEU? Not much. We have some handheld man pads, but we have a limited amount of ammunition. And when we burn through it all, the drones will keep coming. This is not going to happen. There will not be a Marine leader who will say, that's a mission we're willing to do. We know that the military's already told Trump to pound sand. Take the ships through the straits, naval escorts. And Navy went, no, we're not doing that. Not going to happen. And we're not going to put boots on the ground. This is a show force because we don't have any capability to put boots on the ground. So for the president to say, oh, well, I may have to, this is just a show of force, but it's not enough. The Marines are good, but they're not that good. And they can't do what the president wants with the forces. And it's very risky because if we go in with an amphibious assault ship and it gets hit by a missile, we could lose 900 Marines plus the embarked sailors who are part of the crew. We could have 1,200 men in the water. No president wants that. And for what? To take an island that isn't going to open up the Strait of Hormuz anyways. But I just think this is basically a propaganda thing. My guess is that this war will be over before those Marines are on station. Again, I don't know where they're coming from. So if they're close, they could be on station. But my guess is that Trump is desperately looking for an off-ramp, but in the meanwhile, he's going to be posturing because the whole Trump thing is peace through strength, and you have to be looking strong. So he's going to continue to drop bombs on empty buildings and allow Pete Hegseth to say psychopathic things and such. But he knows this war is lost. I mean, there's a general consensus in Washington, D.C. that there will be no regime change. And that the missiles will keep being launched. We can't stop them. And that if Iran wanted to, they could shut the Strait of Hormuz and strangle the global economy. Right now, if you call and coordinate, you can go through. Otherwise, you get sunk. There's nothing we can do to stop it. But Iran is in the driver's seat right now. They're the ones with all of the initiatives. We are reacting to them. The whole concept of boots on the ground is a reaction to the reality of the situation, that we're not winning, and therefore we would have to bring in additional resources to achieve outcomes that can't be achieved right now. That's the definition of losing.
According to the Wall Street Journal, it is going to be the Japan-based USS Tripoli that is going to be bringing in that Marine Expeditionary Unit. So I guess they're moving from Japan. I don't know how long that will be.
Okinawa. It'll be Okinawa-based Marines. The Tripoli might be home ported in Japan, but they're probably going to take the Marine battalion that's in Okinawa. That battalion is traditionally trained in conventional application, but because it's part of the Pacific, they may have some experience in doing the specialized tactics. Again, if you can. To be honest, the way I do it is I take my Marines to land in a port city far away from the Persian Gulf, and then I would assemble them and their resources in the United Arab Emirates, and I would run a shore-to-shore amphibious assault. I wouldn't be bringing the Tripoli anywhere near the Iranian coast. I would have my Marines doing an assault from the shore, helicopter and small boat based. If you go in with small boats, you can afford to lose one or two. Marines in the water. Hopefully we can rescue them. You come in with helicopters, and we should be able to project some power ashore. We should be able to achieve a beachhead. Maybe if we did it as a raid, that is possible. We're very good at raids. So we go in there, element of surprise, extreme violence. Marines are very good at violence and aggression. And you just assault through, blow up some things, blow up a couple buildings, take some prisoners, and then you withdraw. The raid is the only military operation where you design retreating. And normally we don't even consider retreat because retreat is defeat. But a raid, you go in, you do your mission, and then you withdraw. And so we could be looking at a Marine raid on Karg Island. And if they have this MEU that's been configured for small boat operations, that becomes more realistic. But then again, you have to ask yourself politically, is this worth it? Because there's a chance things can go very bad. The Iranians have been preparing for this. It's not like we're going to take them by surprise, and we could be walking into a trap, and next thing you know, you have a company of Marines cut off on Karg Island. People need to start looking up Koh Tang Island. That's another place from Marine Corps history. That's where we went in to rescue the Mayaguez crew when they were taken over by the Khmer Rouge in April, I think, of 1975. We ended up doing a helicopter assault on Koh Tang Island. Almost all the helicopters were shot down. Marines were in the water. Marines were on shore, split in two portions that looked like they could get overrun. We had to run constant air support missions in until we could finally get them out. And it was only through a miracle that we found enough helicopters that hadn't been shot down to come in and get them off the island. And even as well, we left 3 Marines behind. A 3-man M60 gun crew didn't get on the last helicopter and were left behind. Marines don't ever leave anybody behind, but we left these 3 Marines behind, and they were captured and executed by the Khmer Rouge. A huge embarrassing moment for the United States Marine Corps. We could end up, Karg Island could become the next Koh Tang Island. So people need to study their history and understand, what can and can't be done. I remember when I was brought into the ad hoc planning cell put together by General Gray, one of the plans that I promoted and was actively going for, and there was a lot of support for, was a Marine raid on the Azubair logistics facility. We're going to take a reinforced company of light armored vehicles and basically put them on the ground and have them run up the highway and shoot the hell out of this site, blow things up, kill everybody, and then evacuate, leave. And everybody thought it was the sexiest plan ever, except a colonel who had flown helicopters during Desert One, Colonel Seifert. And he looked at it. He was very nice to me. I mean, I give him full credit for this. But he said, there's so many things that could go bad here. And if the Marines are, in a firefight and they start taking casualties and they can't be extracted, they can't be reinforced, we lose this Marine company for what? For a propaganda exercise. Your raid isn't going to change the war. Your raid is designed to have people say, look what we can do. And we don't need to have anybody say, look what we can do. If it doesn't change the war, if it doesn't win the war, we shouldn't be doing it. It doesn't influence the war. It shouldn't be a feel-good exercise. And hopefully we have Colonel Seiferts today that will be saying the same thing about a Karg Island operation. This is not a war-winning exercise. You are not going to seize Karg Island with a MEU and hold it and be able to secure shipping, because the Iranians will still control their coast, and they'll just make life a living hell for the Marines on Karg Island, and they will continue to sink shipping that seeks to transit through the Strait of Hormuz. So this is a political exercise, a feel-good exercise, a propaganda exercise. It has no impact on the overall operation, and there's a really good chance that we go bad and we lose a lot of Marines. So I'm hoping there's enough real Marine leadership that says, I don't need to win a Silver Star. I don't need to get a Purple Heart. I don't need a combat medal. What I need is to keep my Marines alive so that if we ever really need to use them for a war-winning effort, they're available. But who wants to write letters home just so you can say, yeah, I invaded Karg Island. No one.
Brilliant military strategist Pete Hegseth, Scott, recently said that the Strait of Hormuz is actually open so long as Iran does not shoot at any ships. They are just free to go. Donald Trump said the day before that ships just need to be courageous and just go through the strait. Talk about, you said earlier that Iran, maybe we can get to the Iranian side now. Iran has the initiative. Talk about what that looks like now in 2 weeks in, and what do you make of these comments, these genius comments by Pete Hegseth around the Strait of Hormuz closure, which is sending shockwaves through the oil prices and the oil markets?
I mean, some things just speak for themselves. This is a Secretary of War who has tried to impress people. I mean, I listened to him talk. He's literally, there was a period of time when we used to be leaders. The Marine Corps trains leaders. That's what we did. That's what I went through. When I went through a basic school and officer candidate school, and I got into the Fleet Marine Force, we weren't managers. We were leaders. We led. I mean, and leadership is a whole different thing. You don't impress people with your words. You impress people with your actions. You lead by example. You become a tactical expert, not because you can articulate it, but because you can do it. Marines know a leader because a leader stands before them, and Marines say, "I'll follow you to hell." A manager comes forward, and Marines are going, "Yeah, get the hell out of here. I'm not dealing with you." Marines create leaders. I'm not saying they create that this is the best thing in the world for all of society. I'm just saying for combat application, there's no replacement for true leadership, especially at the small unit level. I was trained in that school, and I think I did a pretty good job. But the one thing you didn't do as a leader is get up there and bullshit the troops. And you didn't have to sell them on anything. You just had to tell them, this is your mission, let's get it done. What happened after the Gulf War, though, is we went into a peacetime military, transitioned back into a peacetime military, and we needed to, have a peace dividend. The Cold War was over. We were looking at the consolidation of forces, and instead of leading, we were told to manage. I remember when this happened because the Marine Corps bought into something called TQM, Total Quality Management, and all of the young, captains who won the Gulf War got put into a room, into an auditorium, and said, "You are now managers." And we went, "No, we're not. We're leaders." I mean, we revolted. We literally revolted. We said, "No, we refuse to play this game." And a lot of people ended up leaving the Marine Corps because of it, because we do leadership. We don't manage. Manage is what the Air Force does. Our Army wants to manage, or manage this. But we're not going to do that. But the Marine Corps transition, and as a manager now, you become a salesman. See, leadership isn't about selling anything. I either inspire you or I don't. I either know what I'm doing or I don't. When I stand in front of a team of inspectors and say, today we're going to go to the gates of hell, to the presidential palace, and we'll get out of the vehicles, machine guns are going to be aimed at our face, RPGs aimed at our cars, and they're going to be threatening to blow your arms off. What I need you to do is just relax, because I'm in charge. Look at me. If I panic, you panic. But if I stay calm, you stay calm. I have a plan. This is my plan. I'm going to implement the plan. And the inspectors all went, okay. And we went into the world's worst situations, and things went to hell in the handbasket. And I would get out of the vehicle and be calm. That's leading by example. And my calmness led them to be calm. We stayed focused on our mission, and we accomplished the mission. That's leadership. But if I had to get up there while I'm doing this and sell them, what we're doing here is applying psychological, manipulatory, tactics to get the enemy to over-respond and stimulate the hypothalamus of the. You'd be sitting there going, what? That's Pete Hegseth right now. He's just throwing words out there. He is a guy that doesn't know how to lead. He's a guy that manages and is seeking to impress people with his language. He's a salesman up there selling something. And what he's selling is 100% garbage, pure garbage. And it shows, because a leader is also honest. Look at the letter that Dwight Eisenhower wrote to prepare to give if D-Day went bad. Look at that letter. he didn't sit there and try and deflect and say, this, that, and the other. He said, it's on me. I made the decision, and the failure is all mine. And we are going to learn. We're going to come back, regroup, and we're going to move on and do the next thing. But this has been a failure, my failure. Pete Hegseth doesn't have the courage to stand up there and go, "Yeah, we got it wrong. We made certain assumptions, and I acted on those assumptions, and we were wrong. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to have to hit the pause button and reevaluate. We're going to be meeting with the president to discuss options, and I'll get back to you as soon as we have options. But no, the war isn't going the way we wanted it to go. We're not achieving the results that we thought we needed to achieve at this time, and we're gonna have to make adjustments." That's honesty, and I think people would appreciate honesty instead of saying, "Well, we didn't expect the Iranians to be able to continue to fire their missiles, but we're in control. 95% degradation, bombs on target. We're killing. We're the most lethal force." That's bullshit. That's just and people see right through it. And so you have that kind of man whose brain now is in the business of just selling crap, and what you get is that statement: "The Strait of Hormuz isn't closed. It's open. It's open. Because we say it's open. It's open. It's only closed if the Iranians shoot at you." Well, no shit, Sherlock. I mean, that's the definition of closing the Strait of Hormuz, when the Iranians decide to close it by shooting at you. So it's not open. You haven't succeeded. He can't tell the truth, though. He's so impressed. I mean, this notion that we're winning because we say we're winning. But we haven't achieved any of the metrics of victory. We sank the Iranian Navy. Then why can't you open up the Strait of Hormuz? Because the whole idea of sinking the Iranian Navy, according to Donald Trump, and he says it over and over again, we sank all their ships. I don't know why we can't go through the Strait of Hormuz. Because it was never about the ships, Donnie baby. Never about the ships. When you look at the Arif Brigade, there's 4 battalions of them. Their job is to keep you from crossing through the Strait of Hormuz. What have you done to you? I don't want to hear about you sinking a boat that had nothing to do with anything. I want to know what you've done with the Arif Brigade. Where's the 1st Battalion? Where are their modern cruise missiles? Where's the 2nd Battalion? Where's the 3rd Battalion? We know where the 4th Battalion is. They're on Karg Island. And they're going to kill you if you try and put Marines across the beach, because they've been living on Karg Island for a long time, and they've dug a lot of holes and stuff. You thought it was bad going into Iwo Jima, Mount Suribachi. You thought it was tough going into Tarawa. Try going to Karg Island. They have your Marines assaulting across a terrain that the enemy controls, and they'll be shooting you from the front, the back, the rear, underground, rising up. Hezbollah all over. What Hezbollah is doing to Israel and southern Lebanon, the Iranians will do to the Marines on Karg Island. The Marines will fight bravely, and we may even prevail tactically because we're pretty damn good. But we'll lose a lot of Marines for what? So that Pete Hegseth can say, "We have projected power over shore. American boots are on the ground, and I'm telling you that ground is now free. Those boots are touching free Iranian soil." I mean, that's the kind of crap he would say. Yeah. For what? So no, we're not in charge of anything. The Iranians are directing this war every step of the way. The Iranians got us to strip 5 THAAD batteries from South Korea. The Iranians did that. They got us to strip Patriot batteries from the Pacific. The Iranians did that. The Iranians have got us considering putting boots on the ground. None of these things were things that we thought about when we started this war. We're only doing it because the Iranians are in charge. The Iranians are dictating the pace of operations, and we're reacting. And now I get to John Boyd's OODA loop. The OODA loop was the fighter. You have 2 planes coming in, and John Boyd was using the OODA loop: observe, orient, decide, and take the action. So he's looking, he observes, sees you, looks at your airplane, knows what kind of plane you have. He says, "I want to bleed off some speed." So he's going to pull in a Klein note. He has superior speed. You're going to pull in, but you can't match it. You're going to be slower. Now he's going to keel over. You're going to make a turn. He's going to come in behind you. He's going to shoot you down because you've been reacting to him the entire time. He anticipated your reactions, and he took control of the situation. The Iranians are executing a perfect OODA loop on the United States. They have observed what we're doing. They've oriented on us. They're making decisions, and they are acting, and they are generating this decision-making cycle quicker than we are. They are inside our decision-making cycle, which is the key to victory. So we are reacting to them. We are doing things. They're in control. They're controlling the pace of operations. They're controlling targeting. They're controlling everything that we're doing, and we're losing. There's no aspect of this war where we're winning, none whatsoever, unless you want to say that we win by blowing up empty buildings. And that's what we're doing. We're blowing up empty or schools with children. We're very good at blowing up schools with children, but we're not blowing up military facilities of note. The Iranians have been preparing for this. They're underground, they're dispersed, and it's also misleading. We've been using a lot of standoff weapons. We're not penetrating into Iranian airspace. When we decide to penetrate into Iranian airspace, we will come face to face with Iranian air defense. And that's a whole different level of fighting. I see the mouth breathers in the MAGA world, get very excited about the A-10. A-10's a nice aircraft, but the last several generations, the A-10 has fought in Afghanistan and in Iraq against insurgents. The last time the A-10 went up against a modern military was in the Gulf War. And I'd invite people to take a look at the battle damage suffered by the A-10 and include that, A-10s were being shot down on the last day of the war. We were losing pilots on the last day of the war because modern battlefields aren't friendly to low, slow-flying aircraft like the A-10. Out west, when the A-10 was used in scud hunting, we didn't allow it to go below, I forget what the cap was. I was going to say 10,000. It might be 30,000 feet, but we had to keep the A-10 very high to avoid getting shot down by air defense. So even though it's this thing where it goes burp and sexy and all that, the A-10 was way up here because it couldn't get down here or else it gets shot down. So again, the people that are talking about the A-10 don't have any experience with the A-10. They don't know anything about modern warfare. And but again, the fact that we're talking about putting the A-10 into this situation is a reaction to the Iranian actions. So, we're not sitting there saying, let's insert the A-10 to shake things up. The Iranians aren't expecting it. The Iranians are like, no, you haven't suppressed us, so we know you're going to come in with Joint Special Operations Forces, A-10s, helicopters, and we're ready. They posted their boys out there saying, please come, we want to party with you. They're in charge. They're inside our OODA loop. They're winning this war.
Even the propaganda machine is having a lot of difficulty interpreting events. A lot of there was a fire, for example, on the USS Ford. There was, I think, the USS Lincoln was approached by an Iranian vessel, and they even admitted, CENTCOM did, of trying to shoot the vessel and then having to shoot missiles at the vessel because they couldn't get it with their gun on board. But then there's the issue. I want to know if you have any comments on the refueling tanker. I believe there were two. One was crashed, and there were 6 Americans who died from that, and then another, I think, was able to land over Iraq. Talk about what this. The explanation for this was it wasn't friendly fire and it wasn't hostile fire, and the Iraqi resistance took credit for the refueling tanker, the KC-135. Talk about what you've noticed about how the U.S. CENTCOM in particular is talking about this war now, given that it seems like every incident is explained as some kind of error, rather than you said earlier, like maybe it'd be better to be honest and say maybe we're actually taking some hits here.
Well, again, I know you don't want to give the enemy false credit, or you don't want to hype up the enemy, but I will say this: aerial refueling is a complex operation. We're flying a lot of airplanes into the Iranian theater, and so the skies over Western Iraq are packed with refuelers. We had this problem in Desert Storm, where we're sending strike packages into Iraq, and they're going off and doing their thing. Maybe they get some SAM missiles fired at them, and they have to hit their afterburner, sucking up more fuel. So they're bingo fuel, which means they can't make it home. And now the tankers have to adjust to this. The tankers are in a rotation over here, waiting for the planes to come up and take fuel. But instead now the tanker has to make an adjustment and come in and take a new position to get the fuel in. And sometimes AWACS isn't up to the job. AWACS is the controller. There's someone managing the battle space, the airspace. And AWACS may have taken their eye off the ball, may have gotten complacent, or planes just did it without going to AWACS because of an emergency. We don't know what was going on. But what I can say is that we had so many near collisions of refuelers during Desert Storm. It's a real problem when you get that kind of tight airspace. Keeping aircraft from flying into one another is a big challenge. I have no reason to believe this was anything other than two tankers in a very complicated airspace with a whole bunch of airplanes flying through. They got in each other's airspace and they collided. That's what I believe happened. If there was a surface to air, first of all, we're not going to put a tanker over an area where there's surface to air missiles. That just isn't going to happen. We've cleared that ground. If you remember, there was an incident a little while ago where American forces landed on in Anbar province, and we're setting up a base of operations. And an Iraqi unit responded, investigating. There was a firefight, and we killed a bunch of the Iraqis because we're not going to allow the insurgency to come in and set up underneath our refueling platform. So we have troops on the ground in Iraq who are actively patrolling, and they aren't going to let anybody shoot down these tankers. You can't. The tankers, can't. We lose the war if we can't refuel the aircraft. And we can't refuel the aircraft if our tankers are responding to surface air missile attacks. So we have troops on the ground in Western Iraq. I don't think we're supposed to know about that, but there was the media report, so I'm going to comment on that. And their job is to actively patrol and keep anybody from firing surface-to-air missiles against the refueler. So I'm confident that there wasn't a missile attack against our aircraft. What I'm confident in is that we have a very complicated airspace that includes Israeli aircraft, and that's a problem too. I mean, who's refueling whom? Are we, do we have separate refueling areas for the Israelis, or are they jumping in? And again, just having experienced this during the Gulf War, you got the tanker up there and you get a schedule. And so AWACS will say, okay, flight of 3, F-35s coming in, call sign, Juliet 1, 2, 3. They're going to refuel in this order, so they get stacked up. Juliet 1 comes in, takes on fuel, breaks off. 3 comes in. All of a sudden, this is Charlie 6-4, an F-22, bingo fuel, low on fuel, emergency refuel. And they're like, okay, Charlie, you need to vector over. No, I can't make it. Bring the tanker to me. And now the tanker's breaking off. F-35's down there has to break off while the tanker moves in, but they didn't coordinate with this other tanker that's making its big move in with a couple more airplanes behind it. And so planes are now moving towards each other. AWACS is supposed to deconflict, and two planes were in the same airspace. That's always a bad thing. People need to research how we do refueling operations, especially in an environment like this where we're running hundreds of combat sorties into Iran on a daily basis. The skies over Western Iraq are loaded with aircraft, and you make a mistake, you pay with your you pay the price. And tragically, 6 Americans lost their lives because one KC-135 ran into another KC-135. That's my take.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and lost their lives for a war that
that's another question. Again,
is not going so well. Yeah,
it's not their fault. They're doing their job. They've been given a mission of refueling aircraft. That's their mission. I don't blame these people at all. I blame the president, Hegseth, Rubio, and all the guys with stars on their shoulders. The guys with stars on their shoulders, especially, they should have stopped this war. When you have Tulsi Gabbard, everybody's like, where's Tulsi? Where's Tulsi? Well, Tulsi was actually doing her job, ladies and gentlemen. Tulsi actually put together a national intelligence community assessment delivered to the president before the decision to go to war was made, where she basically said, we will lose this war. We will not achieve regime change, and we will not get the military victory you're looking for. Don't do this. That's her job. The president opted not to listen to her. But for all the people, where's Tulsi? She's a traitor. She's not doing her job. She did her damn job. She did her damn job. Where are the generals who are supposed to tell the president, hey, sir, the intelligence doesn't support this. We can't do this. I'm ordering you. I'd like that order in writing, and I want it copied to the United States Congress, because after you give me that order in writing, I'm going to resign, and then I'm going to Congress to say that this is an unlawful order. And your career's over. My career doesn't matter. I serve the American people. So the second that you ask me to break the law or carry out, conduct a war crime, I'm not going to do that. And I'm not going to, sell my soul to continue. We don't have military people of that caliber anymore. There was one, the director of the Joint Staff. He was fired because he told the president, we can't do this. It isn't going to happen. We have a Secretary of War who's a clear psychopathic war criminal. I'm finishing up an article right now that makes this case in black and white, and he should be removed from office, and then the Attorney General should be prosecuting him for violations of the War Crimes Act, the 1996 law that says that you can't operate in violation of the Geneva Conventions, and he has. And several of the general officers who are in the kill chain have done the same thing. The girls' school serves as the proof positive of this. But these are the people that are supposed to say no to stupid ideas. And when you have the Director of National Intelligence get the consensus view of the U.S. intelligence community that this war can't be won, that none of the goals and objectives can be achieved, that we're going to lose. This is where military officers worth their weight in gold stand up and say, no, Mr. President, no, we're not going to do this. It's unlawful. There's no reason to do this. And yet they don't do that. We don't have people willing to make those calls. And that's why it's important to prosecute Pete Hegseth, because people have to understand that there are consequences for failing to do your duty and failing to obey the Constitution and failing to obey the law.
Well, so far, no countries have publicly agreed to U.S. President Donald Trump's call to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz. British officials have told U.S. media the U.K. is discussing a range of options to ensure the security of shipping in the region. Also speaking to U.S. media, Chinese officials, embassy officials, have said Beijing is calling for hostilities to stop and that all parties have the responsibility to ensure stable and unimpeded energy supply. Japanese officials told local media Japan won't dispatch ships because Trump asked, saying Japan decides its own response and independent judgment is fundamental.
Free agency isn't over, but it is certainly slowing down. It's time to grade the Steelers through week number 1 of NFL free agency, talking about every single move that they have made and talking about whether or not it helped them, where it helped them improve, how much it can help them this upcoming season. With all of that in mind, Michael Pittman Jr. trade. We're going to start off hot. We're going to give that one an A. Listen, this is a no risk, potentially pretty decent reward. I don't say it's a high reward because I don't think Michael Pittman can develop into a true wide receiver 1, dominant alpha, whatever you want in your wide receiver 1. I don't think Michael Pittman can do that. What I do think he is a very, very solid player who could potentially develop into one of the best targets on your team. It absolutely helps whoever the quarterback is going to be next year. It's probably going to be Aaron Rodgers. But point is, this is a really good trade because the Steelers literally moved back just a couple of spots in the 7th round to go ahead and get this guy. You paid him about $8 million per year guaranteed. I know everybody is going to look at, oh my God, he's getting $19 million per year. $8 million of that is guaranteed. This is a contract that is very easy to get out of if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers. It seems like a pretty team-friendly one. This was a salary dump by the Indianapolis Colts. They didn't want him. They said, we want Alec Pierce. We want a guy who has never had more than 50 catches in a season on our football team, and we're going to pay him $116 million. Yeah, I'd rather take Michael Pittman for $8 million per year guaranteed. Great move by Omar Khan to jump in on this, and you paid nothing for him. I like it. A, we're starting off good. Rico Dowdle, 2-year deal for him. I'm going to give this one a B-. I think Rico Dowdle's fine. He's had 2 consecutive 1,000-yard years, but at the same time, I don't really know what I expected from the Steelers as far as their running back room goes. They have Jalen Warren under contract. I think Rico Dowdle's going to be good. I think he's going to get the majority of the workload in this offense. It's just a hard one for me to get really, really excited about. Again, there were times last year outside of those 4 games where Rico Dowdle looked like 2012 Adrian Peterson. He just didn't look that good. You're hoping that you're getting those 4 weeks of Rico Dowdle all the time, because if you're getting that, he's one of the better running backs in the league. But the thing with Rico Dowdle has always been consistency. It's always been efficiency. It's been very up and down throughout his career, so I'm a tad bit skeptical. He is wearing number 13, which, for the record, I do like. That reminds me of Madden 16, Madden Mobile 16, 64 overall, 97 speed, Dree Archer. 13 works on running backs. I don't know why. We saw Kenneth Gainwell wear 14. I thought that was ugly at the time. After Kenneth Gainwell, I'm willing to overlook the number that a running back is wearing. And 13 is going to work for Rico Dowdle. I think it's a fine move. You know how I feel about Caleb Johnson. They don't have a plan for him, clearly, because they went out and signed Rico Dowdle. I do think Rico Dowdle's a hell of a lot better than Caleb Johnson, though. He slots in as their immediate RB1, but be cautiously optimistic about Rico Dowdle. B-. Jamel Dean. A. This is phenomenal for the Steelers. You were able to get him for pretty cheap, around $8 million a year, because of the injury history. He's at that weird age for corners where he's 30. You know, he's had a long injury history. If Jamel Dean is healthy, you're getting a really, really good corner 2 opposite of Joey Porter Jr., who I think the Steelers are going to extend later in this offseason to a pretty healthy contract, and I think he deserves it. Now, Jamel Dean, if you're getting the injured version of him, this seems, again, it was a much cheaper contract than many anticipated because of the injury history and because of the age, the big 3-0. People are scared of it. Not me. I wanted Jamel Dean on this football team. I think he's a really nice fit in this Patrick Graham defense, and he gives the Steelers a legitimate corner 2, so they're not trotting out James Pierre and we can act like he's good. We don't have to act like that anymore, guys, because we got Jamel Dean on this football team. A. Esezi Otomewo. C. It's defensive line depth. There's not really much to say here. He was fine for the Steelers. He's more of a run stuffer. You know, nothing that's going to make you crazy. And nobody's going to be like, oh my goodness, I'm really excited that we re-signed Otomewo. He's a fine player, but you shouldn't really expect much because of someone that we're going to talk about. Asante Samuel Jr. B. Listen, 1 year, $4 million. It felt like it was always between him and James Pierre. I'm glad that they went Asante Samuel. He's the cheaper option. He was the younger option. And I think he has more upside. Again, I don't know if we're ever going to see the Asante Samuel Jr. we saw his first couple of years in the league, where he was in really good shape. He was really nice in coverage. He was incredibly productive with the Chargers. He's coming off a major surgery still. I don't know what I'm getting with Asante Samuel Jr., but for 1 year, $4 million, you're going to put him in a room that already has some pretty big names. You're going to be able to rotate him in and out, use him in a lot of different ways. I'm excited to see how Patrick Graham uses and implements Asante Samuel Jr. into this defense. This one's fine. I have no issues with it. Jack Driscoll. D. The Steelers have yet to legitimately upgrade their offensive line. It seems like maybe Broderick Jones is going to be back for the start of the season, but we don't really have any firm answer on that. We don't know what's happening with the tackle situation. You bring in Driscoll, who is probably going to be a backup at best for you. Maybe it's going to be a Dylan Cook, Jack Driscoll thing if, Jones is out. But, it's not a big name. It's not one that's really going to do anything. I'd be shocked if you saw him play a lot for the Steelers. So, nothing to really get excited about, but nothing for me to bash or anything. Whatever. Cole Holcomb. D. Listen, this is fine. He plays good special teams, but I wanted big changes in this linebacker room. I kind of half expected them to cut Patrick Queen. They're not going to do that at this late date. I don't anticipate. If this is the move that they make in the linebacker room, and it's one of the only ones, it just wasn't good last year, guys. Peyton Wilson wasn't very good. We all know how Patrick Queen wasn't good. I still don't know what the hell I'm getting in Malik Harrison. They signed him to a pretty healthy deal last free agency, and he dealt with injuries. I don't know what I'm getting. A lot of question marks, a lot of guys that haven't put up good seasons in a couple of years, and they're on big contracts, aka number 6. I'm skeptical about the Steelers linebacker room going into next season. Cole Holcomb's not going to make me feel any better about that. I hope that's not the only move. whatever. Jaquan Brisker, A+. You got a legitimate safety, a legitimate one that I think could be one of the best safeties in the entire league if utilized correctly. I am interested to see how he fits in the Steelers defense. Probably going to make a video on that later in the week. I think it'll be good because he's played both strong safety and free safety, but he's definitely more of a free safety type. He can blitz. He's a really good run stuffer. Who does that remind you of? Oh yeah, Deshaun Elliott. They're very similar skill sets. Maybe Elliott goes over to free safety or to strong safety. Maybe Ramsey stays at strong safety. Point is, I don't know what they're going to do. Jaquan Brisker is going to steal somebody's job. Make no mistake, he's the best safety that they have, bar none. And you got him for 1 year, $5.5 million. My only gripe with this is you weren't able to extend him for more years for this kind of money. A 1 year kind of prove it deal. This guy could get big money on the open market next offseason. And if he's really good, if he's half as good as I think he's going to be, I want him in a Steelers uniform for a long time. I think he's the best safety that they have now. I think he's one of the better players on the defense that they have. High expectations for Jaquan Brisker, and you got him for a really good deal. A+. Zero complaints. Sebastian Joseph Day. B+. Hey, listen, it's good. This is defensive line depth. We all knew the Steelers were going to do this at some point, whether it was pretty early in the draft or, maybe in free agency. We got the answer. They're going to do it in free agency. I'm glad they did it there. Joseph Day is a phenomenal get. Like I said in my video about him, you should go watch it if you haven't. He's a really, really good run stuffer. He's a guy that, plays about 500 snaps a year. He's not going to be a full-time starter whatsoever, but he can be rotated in with Cam Hayward. He can be rotated in with Derek Harmon, guys like that. Keep him fresh. Keanu Benton's still also in that room. This is a complete defensive tackle room. If they don't touch it for the rest of the offseason, I'd be fine with that because Sebastian Joseph Day fills a really good need. He's going to play, a couple hundred snaps for you every single year, and he's going to be a really, really good run stuffer, something the Steelers really lacked. Without Derek Harmon last year, they were terrible against the run. They gave up over 100 yards a game. With Derek Harmon in, it was like a 30-yard difference. Him and Derek Harmon, I really like that duo. That makes me feel confident that maybe the Steelers' highest paid defense in the National Football League will be able to stop the friggin' run this year. Cameron Johnston, F. Listen, Cameron Johnston is whatever, but why should I feel confident in Cameron Johnston if the Steelers picked Corliss Waitman to win the job over him? If the Steelers picked Corliss Waitman over him, who was 27th in the league in yards per punt last season. He was terrible, just signed a deal with the 49ers. You'll always hear about Corliss Waitman's hang time. Yeah, he was top 5 in the league in hang time. I want guys that are going to punt the ball for. I don't care about hang time. Yeah, that's important, but there were so many times last year Corliss Waitman put the Steelers in not favorable positions. And keep in mind, he won the job against Johnston outright in camp last year. Why should I feel confident that Johnston is going to be so much better than Corliss Waitman if he can't beat him in a punting battle? Now, hand up, I thought that Johnston was going to win this battle. I didn't think it was close when I was at training camp. Johnson looked like the much better punter, but I don't really know anymore. Maybe I don't know about punters. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Did I get any of these right? Did I get any of these really wrong? What do you think of all the moves the Steelers have made in free agency so far? And what ones would you like them to make before the NFL draft? I love you guys, and I will talk to you all very, very soon. Happy legal tampering period to all those who celebrate. One of my favorite days on the entire NFL calendar is when NFL free agents and teams can verbally agree on contracts. Always the best Monday on the NFL calendar, in my humble opinion anyways. With all of that being said, we are going to go through my Pittsburgh Steelers free agency wish list. And this is going to be a pretty extensive one. I'm not going to be too particular.
All right, Nick, let's talk about the Pittsburgh Steelers. Surprisingly, pretty active during this free agency period. This new regime, a lot of moves have been made into that end. When you dig into the behind the scenes and what has happened post these moves, the Steelers have set themselves up very, very well for now and the future. I'll break down exactly what that means here in just 1 second. But first, I'm Andrew, that's Nick, and this is Saturday Morning Inspection. All right, Nick, as I alluded to, the Steelers have made some moves, a lot of moves to that end, and some impactful moves, but despite that, they did not leave themselves out to dry. They've actually set themselves up very, very nicely for the now and for the future. Let's jump into the article, and then I'll break down some of the details on what they've exactly done here on the other side. So this is first up from over on SB Nation. It says, the Pittsburgh Steelers were as active as any team in the first wave of free agency. They made splash signings like Jamel Dean, Rico Dowd, and Jaquan Brisker, while also trading for Colts wide receiver Michael Pittman Jr. to finally shore up their wide receiver 2 position. Other signings for the Steelers include punter Cam Johnston, safety Darnell Savage, and defensive tackle Sebastian Joseph Day. Internally, the Steelers brought back multiple contributors, most notably cornerback Asante Samuel Jr., and linebacker Cole Holcomb. Pittsburgh also brought back defensive linemen, probably butchered this one, but Asezi Otomewo and offensive lineman Jack Driscoll nailed that one. After all those moves, the Steelers still have roughly $27 million in cap space per spot track. That is the key here. This ranks 16th in the NFL. The Tennessee Titans lead the league in available cap space with $79.5 million. So what I love to take away from this is they've added a lot of great free agent additions to this team. They made a big trade. They re-signed a lot of good starters and depth pieces to the roster already, and they still have a lot of cap space left up. But first, let's look at this chart I found showing the AFC North and some of the most impactful trades that actually made a difference to those teams, the projected point total those players bring in. And 2 of the top 4 are the Pittsburgh Steelers, and that is cornerback Jamel Dean. We've talked about him on one of our earlier videos. Really great addition for the Steelers at the projected total of plus 13.7 versus Michael Pittman Jr. as well in 4th overall here. And these are bigger than things like Trey Hendrickson for the Ravens. One of the biggest moves of this offseason. Both of these moves are more impactful than that. And Michael Pittman, 12.2 point total projected for him as well. Really great stuff for the Steelers. Very impactful stuff. But I think the most important part, like the article says, is where they are cap space-wise. And as you look here, it's actually a little bit different since the writing of the article. Things have shifted. And per spot track, if you look at this, $22 million here for the Steelers in actual cap, but when you factor in what they're going to have to spend on rookies and things of that nature, they're actually at $16.4 million. Still a very good place to be for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And now they have a team. They're set up. We've talked about it on this channel ad nauseum. They're going to test out Will Howard this year. We're going to see what he has to bring to the table. We think it's going to be very successful. He's shown a lot of great traits. He's shown he's got physical tools to do things. He's shown he's got leadership and intelligence to be that quarterback of the future. But right now, they've gone out and been able to get a lot of great pieces. They've gotten Pittman Jr. to score up that, number 2 receiver. They have Metcalf. They have Freiermuth. This is a team set up very well. They've got a lot of depth along the defensive side of things. They've got a decent enough offensive line. This is a team set up to have a young quarterback come in and not let him fail. But I think something that is very important here is, let's say one of 2 things happen here. Either A, Will Howard works out and you want to go all in, especially with his rookie contract still intact, and you want to get this team going forward. Or B, it doesn't work out and you need to completely pivot. Either way that happened, the Steelers have set themselves up very well for 2027 as well, because as you can see here, in 2027 this team has $115.7 million in cap space available. When you factor in what they're gonna have to spend on rookies of that nature, they have about $90.6 million available to spend on free agents. next season and resigning players as well. This is a team that is set up very well for the now. They have a little bit of wiggle room in case they need to make any key additions down the stretch here, but also if they want to go all in with Will Hallard next season, or if they need to pivot at the quarterback position and go a different direction, they're set up very, very well. They've got themselves enough players for the now, but they've set themselves up for the future, and it's very hard to do that. I don't think people understand how many teams will do this. You look at, the Seattle Seahawks. I think they're a very smart team, and I think they're going to do a lot of great work, but you see what happened to them this offseason. The roster kind of gets gutted a little bit. A lot of players have to leave. They can't pay everybody. They've set themselves up to win a Super Bowl, and that's the goal, so you can't really fault them for that. But nonetheless, they're going to have a tough time this next season, rallying the troops and rebounding from all the players that have left in free agency. One of the teams most impacted by players leaving. The Steelers don't do that. They set themselves up very well for now and the future. Great job by Omar Khan and the Steelers front office to set this team up for success. Curious what your thoughts are on all of this, Nick, but before we get to you, Steelers fans, in the comment section below, now that I've given you kind of a roadmap to the plan, you've seen what's gone on, you've seen the moves, you see what the salary cap situation is like for this team. Let us know, what is your grade of the offseason? I know we haven't hit the draft yet, but, feeler, what is the grade now for this offseason so far for the Pittsburgh Steelers? Do you love it? You think they hit a home run? A+, couldn't have done any better. Do you think it's a C? They're kind of almost there. You want to wait and see maybe what happens with the draft before you give it a really great grade? Or is an F? You don't believe in the plan. You want to turn around. I don't think that's the case there, but nonetheless, could feel that way, so let us know in the comment section below. But nonetheless, Nick, what is your thoughts for everything here in Pittsburgh?
So I think the statistics you highlighted are incredibly important to bring up, because it's not just the name of a player. For example, the Ravens with Trey Hendrickson, it's the value they provide in terms of the incremental improvement of your football team, right? Your performance above the replacement, which you highlighted with those statistics. If Trey Hendrickson is giving you whatever the metric is, let's just say 10, just to make the argument numbers easy, 10 points above replacement, and Jamel Dean's giving you 12, bringing in Jamel Dean is better, right? Because there are just a higher bar of improvement. You've improved your football team more. And that's the whole darn point of free agency, the whole point of the offseason. It's not to win the media days. It's not to get the press really excited. It's not to get ESPN telling you how great you did or to get social media going viral. It's to create a better football team so you can win more games in the fall. And I think a few fan bases and a few franchises, and certainly people in the media, they get that wrong in some instances. They're more impacted in terms of how big a move is, in terms of the quality of the headline, not the quality of the player. The quality of the player, obviously what matters, certainly compared against what an average level player would be. And that's what the Steelers focused on. And I think the Jamel Dean and Pittman numbers really jumped off the page there. And that's fantastic from Pittsburgh's perspective. But when you look at the majority of the moves the Steelers have made this offseason, I ran through the numbers as we were preparing for this episode, something really jumps off the page at me, and it's that every single one of these players has been hyper consistent throughout their careers ever since they started playing any meaningful snaps to the National Football League. So the Steelers aren't signing guys that are flash in the pans that peaked, and they're paying incredible amount of value for a peak player. They're paying for players that have been proven producers throughout their entire career. So let me go through each one of these guys one by one. Let's start with Michael Pittman, the receiver they acquired, of course, from the Indianapolis Colts. His offensive grades from 2021 to 2025 have gone between a high of 78 and a low of 71. There hasn't been any bad seasons at all. Now, have there been any All-Pro seasons? No, but of course, if there hadn't been any All-Pros, the asking price would have been much higher. But he's just been a very good player every single season. Again, a high of 78, a low of 71. Consistent, steady, reliable player over the past 5 years. How about Jamel Dean? We talked about him a lot a couple days ago, like you alluded to. Actually, I think about a week and a half ago now. If you look at his career, his grades basically average between 72 and 81. Hyper consistent. Never has a bad year, just like Pittman. Now, does he ever have a superstar, all-pro, first ballot Hall of Fame kind of year? No, but then again, if he did, he would be very expensive. I love the consistency. Let's get into some of the smaller moves. How about Rico Dowdle? When he emerged with the Cowboys in 2023, the first year he started playing any meaningful snaps at all, over the next 3 years, 23, 24, 25, he graded out between 69 and 74. Not as good, of course, as Dean or Pittman, obviously, that's why he's cheaper, but consistent. Every single year, the 3 years he started playing, he's a consistent player. And finally, let's talk Jaquan Brisker, a guy that I think was a high value move by the Pittsburgh Steelers to help support the run defense, being that box safety. He did a lot of good things with that in Chicago. If you look at his career overall, he's oscillated between 65 and 67 in terms of his PFF grade. So all of these Steelers additions are hyper consistent. And that's really important because when you pay for a player, the goal is to pay for sort of a median level of performance, an average level of performance. You want the upside to be he becomes an all-pro, a superstar, but that's just not realistic. And I think a lot of teams fall into the trap where they pay for a player based on his absolute best he's ever played. But if that's his absolute best, obviously, logically, he's never going to get back to that point. And for most of these guys in free agency, to be totally fair, at this point in their careers, they're at their peaks or have passed it, right? Because a lot of NFL careers, they end, relatively speaking, right around 30. And if these guys are 27, 28, or in some cases a little older, they kind of are who they are, right? They're no longer on the upswing. These aren't first-round rookies that are 21, 22 that are building out their NFL careers. All these guys have been in the NFL 4, 5, 6, 7 years. So you're paying for what they are, the value they currently provide, and their hyper consistency tells me that all these Steelers additions are going to come in and live up to those numbers you highlighted in terms of additional value, because that's obviously the one variable right now. No one knows how good theoretically these players are going to be in the fall, right? We have an idea, but no one really knows. Trey Hendrickson, remember, he didn't play, using the Ravens example there, he didn't play much at all last year. He's kind of obviously had the injury concerns. And there's a lot of big free agent additions. Look at Jalen Phillips to the Carolina Panthers, a great example. 2 seasons he had severe injury concerns and had 5 sacks last season. The Panthers are paying him as if he's going to get 15. We have no idea what he's going to play like, right? Injury concerns, inconsistent play from his perspective. We know how these Steelers additions are going to play. Why? Because every single year, Pittman in Indianapolis, doesn't matter who's the quarterback, is consistent. Jamel Dean, doesn't matter what's going on in Tampa Bay, hyper consistent. Rico Dowdle in Dallas, in Carolina, hyper consistent. Jaquan Brisker, gone through 2 defensive coaches, through 2 defensive coordinators throughout his tenure, still the same guy. Hyper consistent, scheme doesn't matter. They step up and perform at the same level regardless of the situation. These are fantastic moves by Pittsburgh, and once again, like you highlighted, with the fact that their future is still intact just as well, they've done a great job setting themselves up for short-term improvement while also keeping the long-term window open. This is phenomenal work by Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Nick, and I think what you brought up is, utterly important. Just the fact that the play of these players is really good, but also, like I brought up, the ability to keep the future intact and have money for the, immediate short term if needed. Really great work by the Steelers organization. But I think I have 2 things just to drive this thing home. 2 pundits of the Steelers have brought up and have little quips from what they said, just to put it in perspective how well people are noticing now this Steelers team has done this offseason. I think these 2 are very insightful takes. The first one is over from 97.3 The Fan. Ray Fittipaldo came on and talked about the signing of Brisker in particularly and how well that was set up for Pittsburgh. He said, yeah, he's on a 1-year, $5.5 million deal. I think it's a great price, especially if he's a starter. And I think the assumption is right now he's probably going to be the safety. Jalen Ramsey would play in the slot. The nice thing about a 1-year deal is if one of these free safeties is there for the Steelers in the first round of the draft, if they really like the kid from Oregon, I don't think that Downs will be there, but the kid from Toledo, if one of those 2 are there, you feel good about drafting them and developing them. You don't have a guy tied up to a long-term safety contract. Maybe a year from now, they're ready to play, or it could be mid-season. It's a nice situation to be in. They're very flexible with how they have these deals, and they have them for a low price as well. You can go out into the draft, and you've set yourself up very nicely. And the second one, I also think is very important, and I think that the fact that Mark Caboli wrote this one on X, he talks about what they've done in the past versus what they do now. It's a different feel for the Steelers. He talks about, don't look now, but the Steelers' defensive line is not only talented, but deep. With the signing of free agent Sebastian Joseph Day, Caboli said Joseph Day was one of the bright spots on the Titans a year ago with 41 tackles and a pair of sacks. He's one of the high motor effort defensive linemen. With Cam Hayward, Derek Harmon, Keanu Benton, Wyatt Black, Ezi Otomewo, and Logan Lee, the line has clear starters and what should be solid starters rotating in. And he goes on to say, this is a Steelers team that now is good front to back. It doesn't just have a couple of stars up front that you're going to have to rely on. Now you have good depth. You have guys that are going to come in, and you're not going to feel a major gap at that position. When someone rotates out of a game to get some rest or whatever the case may be, they're set up for success across the defensive line, looking very, very good to that end. So overall, a really great offseason for the Steelers. I think it's the start of something special. I'm excited to see what happens in the draft now because of how this team has structured itself. I think they're on the right track. They're thinking in a different way and doing some good stuff. So hats off to the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think this was a absolute home run by Omar Khan in this front office.
Steelers fans, welcome into the Knoll Road. It's been a very busy 2026 free agency for your Steelers. Rico Dowdle, Michael Pittman on offense, Dean Brisker, Savage, Sebastian Joseph Day on defense. Yahoo ranked the Steelers as having the second best free agency in the entire league so far. We'll talk about that, which side of the ball was helped the most, and which side of the ball has the most work to do as the draft approaches. Here we go.
To the corner of the end zone. Oh, for a touchdown!
Gavin Dawson and New Bear Lesniewski here on the channel. Please like and sub, leave a comment down below. Tell us how you're feeling about these Steelers topics that we have ready to present for you today. It is the Sunday show, brother. A day that I always know warms your heart. How the hell you feeling?
Pretty damn good. My wife made protein pancakes this morning, so the little savages are just all, muscled up right now, beating the crap out of each other, and I'm looking forward to wrapping this so I can get into it myself. The house smells delicious.
Right on, man. Yes, it's always a good day on Sunday here on the channel. We love talking football and eating pancakes with you. Let us know in the comments down below what you have for your Sunday breakfast.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's look at how much good the Steelers did and which side of the ball has been helped the most first. Warren Sharp looked at which teams improved their Super Bowl odds the most after the first week of free agency. Let me see if I can get a screen share up here for you. Buddy, the Steelers' odds improved the most. And I think that's worth celebrating here on the channel. Jamel Dean signing makes the biggest impact. And here's what he had for you. With Dean off the field the last 2 years, the Bucs defense ranked 32 in EPA per attempt, 31st in success rate, 31st in yards per attempt, 32nd in quarterback rating against. And with him on the field, it jumped quite significantly to 11th, 14th, 12th, and 10th. It's pretty surprising the Steelers were able to get him for what they ended up spending.
Really good player. Really, really, really good player. And I think we said a couple shows ago, if you get 2 out of 3 good years, this is still a good deal. This is one of those things where people are worried about age, people are worried about injury history, and some of those things, connective dots, connective tissue into, connecting this to, unfortunately, what happened last year with guys like Darius Slay and maybe Ramsey not being as big of a hit after making some big hits early, or Minka being jettisoned and Jonnu being a miss. And I think the narrative that, hey, how is this any different than this time last year is completely a miss, right? Because last year they were just doing stuff to do stuff, whereas this year it seems like they have a whole lot more intent. And when you look at the way they've done things piece by piece, step by step, level by level, particularly on defense, the plan seems pretty clear. And the holes seem less and less, to the point where you're putting yourself in a position to do things like best player available, whether that's trade or draft, and really answer the big time questions that still exist where on offense. Like, could you talk about, yeah, you need a center fielder at safety? Sure, fine. Could you talk about improving nickel corner? Yeah, and guess what? D'Angelo Pons and Keontae Scott, guys like particular dudes, are going to be there. So will Kilgore later. Right? So will the center fielder. If you want Genesis Smith, if you want, one of those dudes early or late, there will be dudes where you can go compliment in the we need wide receivers. We need a left guard. We need depth at center and right guard. So let's call it interior offensive line, period, and go draft or sign 2 or 3 more of those dudes and let them compete their ass off. So, yeah, I mean, I feel really, really good about where they are and also the clarity with where they got to go.
Yeah, I feel a lot better about Jamel Dean than I did about Darius Slay, who was really on his last legs as a player and a playmaker. I mean, the playmaking was almost gone. You're just hoping for solid. But to me, the biggest difference is that they've treated wide receiver legitimately, like it's an actual thing that you're going to need more than one wide receiver one. So I hopefully they get even more. But just the fact they have Michael Pittman in here, I think breathes some credibility into this offense. ESPN named the Steelers one of free agency's biggest winners, actually gave them the second best grade at A-, and they looked at the trade for Michael Pittman as their best move. The Pittman media availability on Friday gave Steelers fans even more reason to be optimistic, saying he's looking forward to getting back to what he did earlier in his career with a more diverse route tree. Last couple of years, he's run mostly hooks and shallow crossers and curls, but says he can do more in McCarthy's West Coast offense, and I think you're looking for him to prove that, and getting open early, exploding off the line, presenting clear targets for Aaron Rodgers within 2 seconds, unfortunately, I think is the time you got to target, because beyond that, he's probably looking to check it down or throw it away.
The best thing about the Pittman signing, you just brought up the press conference, dude was in Uganda. He canceled a trip that had been in the works for years.
Yeah.
In Pittsburgh at a podium 28 hours later, talking about the more that he wants to do for this team and this. I love the Pittman signing. Power slot is what a lot of people have been talking about, but what you're talking about is turning back the clock and playing more outside. How about just playing off each other? How about now going and getting a slot bleeping demon to allow these guys to do whatever you want to do? How about Dalen Bentley talking about upgrading the tight end room, or whoever you like, Roush, the kid out of Stanford? I'm not going to go as high as Kenyon Sadiq. I'm not going to do it. I'm not even going to try to tease or engagement farm for that. But like what I'm saying on offense is that there's still a lot of work to be done. And I was trying to, it's taking all the self-control I have not to just scream Rodgers, because until we get that, you just brought him up and talked about getting rid of the ball quick. What if it's not that? What if it's run the ball and play action and it's Will Howard or it's Joe Flacco or it's what? Oh my goodness! Think about how much different the conversation, whoever it is, besides Aaron Rodgers. It's a completely different conversation potentially, which is why way more work to do, way less fulfillment, way less grade scale points toward the offense. This is a substantially weighted toward the defense, assuming Rodgers is going to come back and help mitigate some of those things, when all of a sudden, if you start going, hey, if this, then that, if it's some of these other guys besides 8, maybe you feel even better about this grade.
I would love to believe that he and Mike McCarthy are going to get together and decide that they're going to run the ball and do play action. That would just be such a departure from how Aaron Rodgers has approached the game for so long. I think he's definitely at a point in his career where he should be more open-minded to that, but last year suggests it's not. And, Mike McCarthy will talk about being physical and running the football, but then a long track record of showing up and having 60 to 65% pass plays, and that's the history, that's the pedigree of the West Coast offense, and he is definitely more of a West Coast purist than maybe any head coach that's out there in the NFL today. So I think the path forward is getting Aaron Rodgers more protection and maybe more production when it comes to pass catchers. Is that a tight end that you can put in 12 and 13 and jump on that trend? A guy that has legitimate credibility as a run blocker and a pass catcher to use along with Darnell Washington. I could be up for that, or just a guy that wins quickly, whether that's a slot demon or a guy that's got versatility, can go inside, outside. But if you're going to do that, then it goes to left guard. And what I'm thinking primarily right now at 21 is I want to upgrade that spot. And I also want to be considering left tackle. Like if one of these guys, whether it's Monroe Fielding or Caden Proctor, the Steelers scouts believe strongly this guy's going to step in. And by the time we hit midway of his rookie year, he is going to be beyond sufficient as a starting left tackle, has a chance to be better than Broderick Jones and Dylan Cook, I'm willing to do that as well. I'm willing to go tackle first round, guard on day 2. Like, that's how important I think it is. If you want to run with Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy, get him among the best offensive lines in all of football and among the deepest and most explosive yak wide receiver guys you can get, and they're one player away from that as well.
It's looking more and more like Vega's not going to fall to 21. We've been so concerned with this wide receiver move and who you'd have to go up to get. My guy 11. It's like Vega's going in the middle of the first round everywhere that I'm mock drafting, and you start talking about going up to get a guard and how that plays on a night when they're going to want to make a splash. Oh, buddy, is this going to get interesting? Because I'm in this place right now where what I'm trying to do is figure out how you can, if it's move down and take Caden McDonald and answer the nose question, because even with the Sebastian Day signing, there's still not a true nose because Keanu's the sub-package Superman. I still want a nose tackle, don't you? Even if it's Vito.
Absolutely.
Day 3. Give me a tree stump in there somewhere, or Darrell Jackson Jr., who can play nose and also potentially be the replacement for Cam and learn from him for a year or two and then take over. When you start talking about not a whole lot of dudes, 6'6", 315, who have the ability and the scheme flexibility, and unless you're going to bet on Caleb Banks and that broken foot and him falling, and you're going to redshirt him because you have all this depth, right? But as we're sitting here talking about interior offensive line, interior defensive line, do you like Caden McDonald enough and believe that he's going to be on the field enough to warrant that first-round pick versus some of the guys day 2, day 3? Or are we talking about going up and getting Vega, or just get into the top 40? So they're at 21, 53, 76, 85, 99. Can you get 3 top 40 picks? Do you see a night where you want to make a splash? Forget Ty Simpson. Let's draft twice in the first round. Let's go get 2 picks at the top of the second round instead of waiting for 53 and 76 and go get Basantis or Pregnan, right? Let's answer all the questions and just be done with this thing, be on a ramp from Latrobe to Los Angeles.
Yeah, I think if you want to win the Super Bowl, aggression is what's needed right now, because this is a really solid football team, but you're going to look at these draft picks like, can they push us over the top? And, offensively, yes, guard, wide receiver, tackle, those things to be in consideration, tight end to a lesser extent, but I do think it's the defense right now that still needs the most hope or the most help, because you need the safety, you need the linebacker, and you need the true nose tackle. And I think the signing of Sebastian Joseph Day is nice. They obviously really liked the player, but I'm kind of curious, like, why they would choose that spot to spend $5.5 million on when you have Derek Harmon, you have Cam Hayward, you have Y.A. Black, you have some guys down there that can get the job done. And apparently they want to bring them in waves and have real quality depth there. But I'd been looking to spend the $5.5 million on getting a more traditional nose. Maybe that guy just isn't out there. I know, the remaining nose tackle-ish guys have some of the same concerns, that they aren't the absolute stopgap, plug a DJ Reader in there and just, turn the lights out on the opposition's run game. The player just isn't out there, but they've improved their run defense here. And, whether it's Hayward or Harmon or this guy on the field, you're going to feel really good about your ability to make a winning impact there. But yeah, going into this thing right now, if you can find me that middle linebacker at 21, if you can find me the free safety on day 2 and a nose tackle, I'd feel a lot better about this team's ability to reestablish being a top 5 defense.
I mean, did DJ Reader sign with anybody? Couldn't they just go write a check? We're gonna really do this. Let's just leap and do it. They got to cut somebody. Like, you can't draft all these dudes. I want Deontay Lawson because he can play special teams early and then be your green dot guy later. But then you're cutting Patrick Queen, so you're playing Deontay Lawson. And now we're back into the track of, are we drafting CJ Allen in round 1? Are we trading up to go get Sonny Styles in a crazy world? You talk about making a splash with all these top 100 picks they have. Buddy, this is interesting because, you know, there aren't a whole lot of cut candidates. I think we all know where the big money is with Patrick Queen, and then you talk about that same room and Malik Harrison with like 4.75, I think is what's on the table with him. And then you start getting nitty gritty. You start talking about $2 and $3 million guys. Like even Mason Rudolph's got to watch his back if Rodgers comes back, and you start doing the machinations of taking, you know, 9, 10, 11 picks in this draft and just finding roster spots for these guys, let alone paying for them and anyone else, even if it's DJ Reader at, you know, 3.5. So yeah, I love this debate because we're talking about filling particular holes and almost being greedy. Like if you look at this safety room and you look at this cornerback room and you go, yeah, I mean, how many 7, 8, 9, how many DBs are they going to carry? It's